The stabbing pain in his chest was real. Chin-gu jolted upright from his bed, instinctively clutching his chest beneath his shirt, only to find nothing. No wound, no blood, no knife repeatedly stabbing into his heart. But that pain was real. The dizziness from blood loss was real. And the grin on Chow Lily's face as she brought the knife down, that was real too. He took a deep breath, staring at the dull, uninspired ceiling of his dorm room, and slowly lowered his hand. In his previous life, he died exactly a year after the apocalypse began. Locked inside an abandoned RV, betrayed by the woman he had dated for 3 years, and ignored by the guy he thought was his closest friend. He had handed over the stockpile of supplies that he had spent a year scavenging, thinking it would buy his survival. But Chow Lily had pulled out a knife and driven it into his chest with a cruel smile, casually saying, "It's nothing personal. Your powers just suck." Not just once. She stabbed him over and over again, each thrust accompanied by some offhand remark, like she was performing some tedious, routine task. Finally, Ding Yihong leaned in and checked for his breath, announcing coldly, "Worthless." Just as his consciousness was slipping away, a faint crimson glow flickered to life in the pool of blood spreading around him. Ding, host is in a near-death state. Activating emergency protocol. Time rewind function initiating. Note, this feature is available only once. The countdown began, 3 seconds. And then he woke up. Woke up in his old college dorm room, before the apocalypse started. Woke up in a place he had thought he'd never return to. Quietly, he called out in his mind, "System? Ding, host's vitals stable. Welcome to the Super RV system." The mechanical voice responded, calm and unwavering. Chin-gu shut his eyes and stayed silent for several seconds. This wasn't a dream. The apocalypse would still come. People would still awaken their abilities. And those two, Chow Lily and Ding Yihong, would still do what they did. The one thing that had changed was him. Now he knew. He knew when the apocalypse would begin. He knew what those two were planning. And he knew the real value of his previously underestimated space ability, an ability others called useless or worthless. Focusing his thoughts, Chin-gu activated his space power. The ability revealed itself, a boundless void, completely empty. All the resources from his previous life had been used up, but the space itself remained. The system remained. And most importantly, he remained. The noontime clock struck, its chime ringing clearly through the dormitory. It was February 22nd, 2222, at exactly 12 p.m. There were exactly 10 hours left until the apocalypse. What's the most useless ability during the apocalypse? A lot of people might say it's abilities like telepathy, prophecy, or other skills that sound cool but don't directly help in a fight. But Chin-gu had learned the hard way over the past year. The winner of that contest was spatial manipulation, hands down. In theory, his storage space was limitless. He could stash anything inside it. Food, water, medicine, weapons, anything he could find. The problem lay in the limitations. First, he could only store and retrieve items that he could physically lift, bound by his own strength. Second, when retrieving items, they could only appear in his hand or on the ground beside him. Yes, you read that right. Only in hand or on the ground. He had once fantasized about pulling a giant rock out of the space and using it to crush someone. But that was impossible. The rock would appear in his hand, not go flying like a projectile. And as someone with an ordinary, unenhanced physique, if he got into a battle and tried using brute force like that, he'd just end up getting himself killed even faster. So, his survival strategy over the past year had been simple: hiding. He hid from looters, dodged the growing factions, and managed to avoid countless strip searches. Whenever he encountered people, they'd thoroughly search him, finding nothing, because all his supplies were safely hidden in his space. No visible supplies meant no value. No value meant there was no reason to kill him, and people would shrug and let him go. That was the only reason he'd managed to survive as long as he did. But Chin-gu had learned a hard truth. Being an invisible weakling could only keep you alive for so long. Eventually, someone stronger, smarter, or just more desperate would come along and strip away your facade. In the apocalypse, if you lacked strength, your supplies would eventually just make you someone else's target. That thought flickered through his mind, and as if on cue, the mechanical voice resounded once again. Ding! Super RV system at your service. A semi-transparent, soft blue screen materialized before his eyes, displaying 6 neatly arranged options: character attributes, vehicle attributes, upgrade and modify, system shop, lucky draw, and system functions. First, he clicked on character attributes. The stats appeared, and Qin fell silent for a moment. Strength 7, Endurance 10, Stamina 11, Agility 9, Intelligence 11, Mental Power 6, Overall Score 9. The average baseline for ordinary people ranged from 6 to 10. He was slightly above average, but not by much. His ability showed as spatial manipulation, beginner level, with his only skill being level 1 storage space. In short, he was still just a slightly above average human. And slightly above average wasn't going to cut it in the apocalypse. Closing out of the Character Attributes tab, he moved on to Vehicle Attributes, but the section appeared grayed out and empty. The system prompted him. Host has not yet bound a vehicle. To bind a vehicle, you must find an unclaimed, RV-type vehicle. Binding is limited to 1 attempt. Once bound, the vehicle cannot be changed. The higher the initial quality, the greater the potential for upgrades. One shot. No do-overs. The Upgrade and Modify section was also grayed out. No vehicle meant no upgrades. Another dead end for now. Not wasting time, he opened the system shop. Here he was impressed. The inventory list was exhaustive. The Essentials section included everything from needles and thread to large-scale equipment. The Mechanical Parts section offered blueprints for machine guns, multifunctional combat knives, and handheld crossbows, along with something ominously labeled the equalizer of all living beings, paired with peanuts, for some bizarre reason. Lastly, the Utility Items section was a grab bag of curiosities, zombie traps, anti-poison blood solutions. The Human Happiness and Quality of Life Assurance Pack, also known as the Slave Master Collar, flashed briefly on Qin screen before he quickly closed it without pondering too much. But there was one glaring issue with the system's store. A fundamental problem. Everything required crystals to purchase. Yes, those crystals, the kind you dig out of a zombie's brain. The kind that could awaken supernatural abilities when consumed. In this post-apocalyptic world, they were the ultimate currency. People fought ferociously for them. Whole factions hoarded them to control resources and hold power. And how many did Qin have right now? 0. Not a single one. He shut the store interface with a bitter smirk, turning his attention to an unopened option on the screen. Asterisk asterisk, lucky spin, that asterisk asterisk. The system had given him a key, but he still hadn't figured out where the lock was. No vehicle, no crystals, no way to initiate modifications. The store? Essentially useless at the moment. His current priority was clear: find an RV. But in this world, any RV he came across would come with 2 possibilities. It either had an owner, or its owner was still alive. Neither scenario promised an easy solution. At least the system had thrown him a bone in the form of 3 lucky spins. One from initial activation, another from awakening his spatial ability, and the third as compensation for using time reversal. That's 3 free chances. No crystals needed on his end. Qin didn't hesitate for long. When the first wheel stopped spinning, a sleek black combat suit appeared in front of him. Futuristic design, lightweight armor, decent protection, with a durability value of 100. The description was clear, non-reparable. Once its durability ran out, it would vanish. But for now, in these early days of the apocalypse, zombies were still in their primitive form, lacking claws or fangs, relying only on brute bites. This suit would more than suffice. He stowed it away into his storage space with ease before moving on to the second spin. The second spin stopped, and Qin froze for just a second. There it was. A desert eagle, a dazzling silver finish no less. The King of Truth. Instinctively, he snatched it up, scanning through its description: an upgraded version, extended magazine, compatible with all peanuts, slang for bullets, with a 21-round capacity. The biggest drawback of the Desert Eagle was always its limited mag size, 7 shots before a reload. But this beast? 21 rounds loaded. Getting any firearm in this country was nearly impossible, let alone one like this. Qin ran his hand over its cold, metallic surface, gave it a quick kiss, and tucked it into his storage space. A weapon like this? Half the apocalypse worries were already sorted. The third spin stopped on a vial of enhancement serum. Its description? Just one line. Significantly boosts overall physical stats. Single use. Chingu asked the system if he could use it immediately. The system replied, whenever you'd like. Without waiting, he jabbed the serum into his arm. The results exceeded his expectations. Every stat saw a massive +10 increase: strength, stamina, endurance, agility, intelligence, and mental fortitude. Across the board, all doubled the average human's upper limits. As an added bonus, the system awarded him 6 free attribute points as a first-time user reward. Chingu studied his stats for a moment. He didn't spread the points out. Instead, he dumped all 6 into agility. This wasn't a reckless decision. He had seen too many people rely purely on strength-based abilities or brute force physiques, only to get swarmed by zombies and dragged down to a gruesome death. Others, despite possessing immense power, failed to outrun faster enemies and were systematically overwhelmed by speedsters. In the apocalypse, there was one rule above all. If you can run, you can survive. With the 6 points added, Shinji's agility numbers now vaulted well beyond the boundaries of ordinary human comprehension. At this point, his overall physical capabilities were at least twice that of a normal person's. And let's not forget, there was still the black armor and the Truth King pistol snugly waiting in his spatial inventory. The apocalypse had just begun. Chingu was no longer a defenseless weakling waiting to be crushed underfoot. But he knew this was only the starting line. Zombies would mutate. Humans would awaken new abilities. The threats ahead would become increasingly deadly and complex. That so-called human happiness and quality of life assurance pack remained unopened, and he had only collected a single crystal thus far. Still, with armor, a gun, a serum upgrade, a storage space, and system options yet to be fully explored, he had more tools at his disposal than most at this stage. What he needed now was time. Time to figure out how to unlock the rest of the system's secrets before the apocalypse hit full throttle. 10 hours. That's all he had before this city descended into hell. Shinji's eyes lingered on the system interface, particularly on the 2 rows of stats, *** abilities. Beginner, upgrade 0 out of 10 ***, and skills. Tier 1, upgrade 0 out of 10. He asked the system what 0/10 meant. The response had him momentarily stunned. Use mutated crystals to upgrade. In his previous life, he'd been at the very bottom of society, a nobody scraping by. Back then, he never understood why the major powers went to such insane lengths to hoard mutated crystals. Now he did. Abilities weren't capped. They could be pushed higher. Much, much higher. This secret was something he didn't even have the right to glimpse at before his death. But this lifetime was different. The system, the storage space, a foundation already twice as strong as an average human's, and, most importantly, his foreknowledge of the apocalypse's trajectory. His advantage boiled down to 2 key objectives: finding an RV to bind to the system, and gathering enough resources to last in the long run. The RV had always been part of his plan. He remembered well that in his previous life, a faction leader rose to prominence by immediately claiming every large RV in Longjiang City after the outbreak. This leader started strong, with a fully armored, heavily customized RV called Schreifen. It was the pride and joy of Longjiang's Mercedes-Benz dealership, a beast of a vehicle. Purchasing it? That was laughable. Its price was astronomical. But buying wasn't on Qin-Ji's agenda. He just needed to get there first, before that man. He shelved the RV problem for now. There was a more pressing issue at hand: money. Born an orphan, Chingu couldn't have savings even if he wanted to. He glanced at the balance on his phone, frustration simmering, when a spam text popped up out of nowhere. A loan company congratulating him on being a gold-tier client, with an instant approval limit of $20,000. He stared at the message for a solid 3 seconds. Then he got to work. Loan applications everywhere. Legitimate lenders? Check. Shifty ones? Check. Big loans. Small loans. All of them. 2,000 bills, 500 bills, everything, hand them over. After all, the apocalypse will be here in 10 hours, and all these debts, along with the loan companies, will vanish from this world. Within less than an hour, the balance in his mobile banking app had climbed to 280,000 yuan. Dressed and ready, he headed straight for Longjiang City's largest agricultural wholesale market. Fresh fruits and vegetables typically last just a couple of days at best. But when placed in his storage space, it was a whole different story. Whatever state they were in when stored was exactly how they would emerge, forever unspoiled. This unique ability of his, the spatial power, was one of the reasons it was so valuable in the apocalypse. As he moved through the market, he ordered everything in sight: apples, watermelons, eggplants, cabbages, every vendor's stock. Payment was made swiftly, with delivery addresses left behind. After clearing out the produce section, he headed to the meat section. Pork was 21 yuan per kilogram, beef and lamb were 30, and chicken and duck were 15. Buying in bulk came with a discount. Spotting the largest butcher shop, Qin Ge made his move. 2 tons of pork, 1 ton of beef, 1 ton of lamb, and 1 ton of chicken and duck. Payment settled, delivery instructions given. After this spree, the 280,000 yuan dwindled down to just a little over 5,000. As he was about to leave, his gaze landed on the butcher's cleaver in the owner's hands. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is the cleaver for sale?" The owner was taken aback. "What would I use if I sold it to you?" he replied. Qin Ge smiled. "You've sold out nearly all your meat today. You can just buy another one tomorrow. Besides, consider it a little bonus since I've made such a large purchase." After a brief consideration, the owner agreed with a laugh and handed over the cleaver. The moment Qin Ge stored the cleaver in his space, he felt he had secured the most valuable asset of the afternoon. He thanked the owner and added a few parting words, encouraging him to close up early, stock up on food, and head home to rest. While speaking, Qin Ge infused the conversation with a subtle dose of mental energy, a gentle nudge. He wasn't entirely sure if this counted as influence, but it worked. The butcher, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, felt an urge to close up shop early that day. After arranging the deliveries, he did exactly that. On his way home, he stopped by a supermarket, reasoning that he'd earned enough that day to justify a little indulgence. You never know, he thought to himself. Somewhere deep within, an instinct whispered to him, when that young man speaks, you listen. The cleaver stored safely away, Qin Ge reflected that many people mistakenly thought a watermelon knife was the best weapon for the apocalypse, easy to find, light, and sharp. But in his experience, he had seen too many casualties caused by blades like those. A watermelon knife might snap or get stuck in bone in just 2 swings, leaving its wielder defenseless before an oncoming zombie. Kitchen knives were worse, forcing you to engage at dangerously close range. The true unsung hero? A cleaver, particularly the kind aged by decades of use in a butcher shop, with its wooden handle polished by countless hands. Heavy, reliable, efficient. Swing it, and it would land with force, breaking through bone without failure. In his current physical condition, Qin Ge estimated that with this cleaver in hand, he could cut his way through an entire street without needing to pause for breath. But at that moment, there was something more pressing than zombies. He was starving. Having come back from the dead 4 hours ago, Qin Ge hadn't eaten a single thing. During his year of hardship in the apocalypse, he had gotten used to alternating between starvation and indulgence, but that was out of necessity. Now, as the scent of fried dishes from a street-side diner wafted towards him, his legs refused to move another step. 5 dishes, 5 bowls of rice, and a bottle of soda. The first sip of soda left him wide-eyed, stunned for a moment. Soda was a luxury he hadn't tasted in the apocalypse. The carbonated chill traveled down his throat, and for the first time, it hit him. He was truly back. The restaurant owner, watching the mountain of food being delivered to a single table, hesitantly warned him. That's way too much for just one person. Make sure not to waste it. Qin Ge said nothing, lowering his head to devour the food. Plate after plate was emptied. Standing off to the side, the owner watched with increasing disbelief, eventually sporting an expression that seemed to silently say, "Thank goodness he's not my son." When he finished eating, Qin Ge looked up and asked the owner a straightforward question. For 5,000 yuan, how many dishes can you cook? Caught off guard, the owner took a moment to calculate. His resources, ingredients, staff, and equipment all weighed. About 300 dishes, he finally said. I can get them done in 3 hours, packaged and delivered. Leaving both the money and his delivery address, Qin Ge exited the diner. By evening, trucks had begun pulling into a large open space where Qin Ge stood, accepting shipment after shipment. The delivery drivers, surveying the barren lot, felt puzzled. There wasn't even a warehouse here. Yet within moments of unloading, their cargo would inexplicably vanish. Still, they only shrugged, signed the paperwork, and went about their business. At around 9 p.m., the restaurant owner himself drove up to deliver the final 300 meals. As Chin-gu watched him leave, he felt the satisfaction of seeing his storage space now brimming, its stock having doubled in just one afternoon. With that task complete, he turned and began walking toward the nearest luxury car dealership. It would take about an hour on foot. Not in a hurry, Chin-gu opened up his system menu to address one final matter from the day, calculating the resources he'd consumed. But the system blocked him from accessing the answer to the question he cared about most. He'd asked, simply, was the zombie virus man-made? The system's response chilled him more than any affirmative answer could have. It didn't say, unknown. It didn't say, incorrect. Instead, its reply read, asterisk, this question exceeds your system permissions. Upgrade to access this information, asterisk. That response was far more telling than a direct yes. The system knew the answer. He just wasn't ready to hear it yet, which meant that this apocalyptic nightmare wasn't just some natural disaster. Rooted to the spot, Chin-gu felt the ground beneath him shift metaphorically. What kind of game were they playing? Who could possibly orchestrate a plot so despicable, sacrificing billions of lives as mere pawns? And for what end? That question would remain unanswered for now. But one thing was clear. To upgrade the system and uncover the truth, he would need 99 intermediate zombie crystals. Basic levels ranged from 1 to 3, intermediate was 4 to 6, and beyond that were advanced zombies, with terrifying ranks like bronze bone, silver bone, and gold bone. At the top of the hierarchy stood something called the apocalyptic zombie. In his past life, no matter how long he had survived, Chin-gu had never heard of such a classification system. He had assumed zombies were merely creatures that grew sharper claws and fangs over time, never expecting they seemed to follow some gradual progression, climbing rank by rank. And yet, he wasn't even qualified to unlock system upgrades. It was now 10:21 p.m. There was exactly 1 minute left before the apocalypse was set to begin. Chin-gu was already standing outside the glass storefront of a certain vehicle. It was a custom-built RV mounted on a Mercedes-Benz 8x8 Nomad Ison chassis. Originally priced at a staggering 13 million yuan, someone later reinforced it with full-body armor and painted it in a matte desert camouflage. Its headlights gleamed, and standing 3 meters wide, 4 meters tall, and 10 meters long, its presence in the showroom was akin to a predator lying in wait, restrained yet menacing. In his previous life, this vehicle had become the headquarters of a certain survivor faction. Chin-gu had once glimpsed it from afar. That faction had been wiped out in an ambush, and the vehicle vanished without a trace along with them. In this life, he had every intention of claiming it first. When he asked the system, "What do you think of this ride?" the normally cold and emotionless mechanical voice suddenly sounded different. Detected. Fully armored custom RV Schlieffen. Host, bind it ASAP. Chin-gu paused for a moment. This system, usually so aloof and reserved, was showing its true colors over a car of all things. Binding required DNA integration and, in exchange, would grant him 1 lottery draw. Chin-gu haggled, saying it wasn't enough. The system grudgingly raised it to 2 draws, then 3, transitioning from firm insistence to outright desperation. By the end, it was practically begging, screaming things like, "Secure it. Seal the deal now. System, don't mimic the way I talk." 3 draws, deal closed. Chin-gu glanced at the time, donned his combat armor, gripped his axe tightly, and steadied his breathing. The clock struck the final seconds. February 22nd, 2022. 10:22 p.m. sharp. A streak of purple lightning split the sky, thunder rolling in its wake. Several pedestrians on the street who hadn't yet reached shelter collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently as the transformation began. The apocalypse started just like that. No warnings, no buffer. Exactly 1 second was all it took. Chin-gu sprang into action. With strength and speed double that of an average human, the fledgling zombies, barely in the process of fully mutating, fell almost instantaneously under his axe. 1 hit down. He didn't rush away. Instead, he cracked their skulls open, searching for crystal shards. In his previous life, The drop rate for crystals had been 1 in 10. Out of 6 zombies, he harvested 1 shard. He held the shard up, inspecting it briefly. The system required 99 mid-tier crystals to upgrade, and he had just obtained his first low-tier one. The road ahead was long, but the real challenge wasn't just the arduous journey. It was the endpoint, the locked answer he was determined to uncover with his own hands. The moment Chin-gu pressed his blood-stained palm against the hood of the RV, the system's notification rang with a triumphant chime. Binding complete. Grade S. In his previous life, he had stared at this Schlieffen from afar, unable to claim it. His rebirth granted him the chance to set things right, and like a man on a mission, he made this vehicle his first priority. Even when a horde of zombies surrounded the area, he had acted with unwavering precision, clearing the scene, smashing the glass, cutting his hand, slamming his palm down. Each step executed fluidly, as though reflexive. However, when the system flashed the reward of 3 premium lottery draws, Chin-gu barely gave it a cursory glance, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. What truly mattered to him were the RV's capabilities. As soon as he climbed inside, the system triggered a notification, detected outdated internal system, unable to utilize full functionalities. Overwrite it. Without hesitation, not even sparing a second to think, Chin-gu tapped yes. He hadn't fought for the Schlieffen and spilled blood just to settle for a half-functional version. The moment the overwrite was complete, the engine rumbled to life, the vehicle's interior and exterior lights flickering on. Suddenly, a holographic projection of an anime-style girl appeared on the dashboard, winking and flashing a playful peace sign. Full system functionality unlocked. Chin-gu immediately opened the Vehicle Attributes tab. The screen transitioned from gray to blue. A 3D schematic of the Schlieffen rotated in front of him, detailing the power system, weapon systems, and defensive modules. Each module was accompanied by upgrade options. The first thing he clicked into was the power system's upgrade page. What he saw nearly made his eyes pop out. Hydrogen fuel cells, miniature nuclear reactors, and even galaxy-level propulsion systems and stellar core engines showcased on later pages. He stared at the endless trail of zeros attached to the price tags, then glanced over at his account balance before silently exiting the page. Balance, $0. All right, next up, weapons. Navigating through the weapons system, Chin-gu settled on a realistic, achievable option for now, a fully automatic Gatling gun system. Mounted on the roof, it came with 1 primary cannon and 2 secondary ones, carrying 3,000 rounds and 2,000 rounds each, respectively. Accompanied by a holographic radar system with 360-degree target tracking and hideaway features, it promised obliteration of any target within a 100-meter radius. Price, 100 mutant crystals. Chin-gu's expression tightened. His lips pressed into a firm line. 100 crystals, a sum that had been a pipe dream in his previous life. He vividly remembered how long it had taken him to gather that many. But this time was different. He knew the locations of zombie hordes, untouched stashes of resources, and the perfect moments to strike or hide. Cunning progress, no unnecessary risks, and those 100 crystals would come. It was only a matter of time. He bookmarked the Gatling system, adding it to his watch list, then closed out to return to the main menu. That left the 3 unclaimed lottery draws. But before tapping into them, Chin-gu paused, a thought surfacing in his mind. The system's reaction when he bound the Schlieffen. The earlier notification, something was off, while the wording stated, detected outdated internal system. Chin-gu couldn't shake the sense that there was something unspoken, a layer of excited urgency lurking beneath. System, he asked cautiously, why were you so excited when you saw the Schlieffen? Silence. After a moment of silence. It all began 5 million years ago on the great planet of Cybertron. Stop. Chin-gu didn't even bother raising his voice. Do you think I haven't seen Transformers? Be honest. Another second of silence passed. Actually, this system is an interdimensional mechanical life-form fusion, the voice admitted. The car's interior fell into an awkward quiet. The engine hummed faintly, and the holographic projection of an animated girl maintained her cheerful peace sign pose, though her expression had turned a little awkward. Leaning back against the premium leather seat, Chin-gu exhaled slowly, his gaze fixed on the central console. Well, all right. He had thought he was simply binding himself to an RV. Turns out, this thing had a mind of its own. This journey was going to be far more complicated than he initially imagined. In the next moment, as his thoughts cleared, an unexpected string of text flashed across his mind. Awakening Shadow-type ability, Invisibility. Upon activation, grants 10 seconds of absolute invisibility. Movement is unrestricted during this period. However, attacking will immediately cancel the effect. He stared at this line for 2 seconds before chuckling. In his previous life, he'd unlocked his first power after swallowing a mutated crystal, a simple storage space ability. It wasn't flashy or aggressive. It was merely a glorified bag. Many people had openly mocked him for drawing the short straw, implying his role was limited to being a pack mule. Chingu hadn't argued with them. He knew that, when used correctly, a storage ability could be more valuable than any offensive skill. This time, however, the experience of gaining an ability felt vastly different. His consciousness had plummeted into a void, weightless, disoriented, adrift in complete darkness. He could sense neither boundaries nor time. And then, the text appeared. 10 seconds of absolute invisibility. It was a survival card. In an apocalyptic world, most threats weren't meant to be confronted head-on. They were meant to be evaded. 10 seconds would be enough to reposition, escape, or yank oneself out of a death trap. Chingu fully grasped the value of such a power. In fact, several scenarios where it could prove useful immediately flashed through his mind. But he quickly redirected his thoughts. That would be for scavenging supplies discreetly. Rewinding the timeline a bit. Before swallowing the crystal, the system had clarified an important point. It not only required a host to bind to, but it also needed to merge with a high-grade physical vessel in order to sustain itself. The higher the vessel's quality, the more stable the fusion would be. And this RV, a Schlieffen, was currently the most advanced option available on this planet. No wonder it had looked so desperate earlier. At the time, Chingu couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. The system had cheerfully responded with an "I love you" heart emoji, full of shameless enthusiasm. When Chingu asked the system's gender, it merely confirmed it was a gender-neutral mechanical life form. When he tried to probe its origins, the system replied with a familiar phrase, "Information access denied. Ask again after upgrading." A typical answer. Whenever you truly wanted to know something important, it was always no access. Deciding it wasn't worth the headache for now, Chingu resolved to take things one step at a time. His lottery draw yielded 3 items. The first was a Tyrant Summoning card, capable of summoning a 3rd-tier mutated zombie tyrant for 1 minute. The creature would attack all human targets indiscriminately. 1 minute might not seem like much, but in the chaos of battle, it could be enough to flip the tide. Use it foolishly, and it might harm your allies. Use it wisely, and it could punch through a blockade. A high-risk, high-reward card worth keeping handy. The second item was a high-tech vibration dagger, green grade, employing molecular vibration technology for slicing. Good for emergencies or self-defense. The third was antivirus serum, capable of neutralizing zombie viruses below the 3rd tier. It worked on non-completely mutated entities and was a single-use item. This serum was the most practical. In the apocalypse, no one could guarantee staying injury-free forever. Getting infected wasn't always about preparation. It was also about luck. Having this serum in hand was equivalent to carrying an extra life. He stored all 3 items into his space, then retrieved the mutated crystal. The system had already confirmed it. Consuming the crystal would unlock a special genetic ability, entirely separate from his existing storage skill, a new awakening. Locking the RV's doors and windows, Chingu lay down and placed the crystal into his mouth. His consciousness plummeted. That shadow, that void, and then that singular line of text. Invisibility. When he returned to reality, Chingu knew he had brought back something much more valuable than in his previous life. A quick test proved it. 10 seconds of invisibility. The mirror showed absolutely nothing. Not him, not his gun, not even the axe he carried. The cost, however, became apparent. Reappearing, Chingu felt as if something inside him had been nearly drained by half. The system explained, each activation of invisibility consumed 10 stamina points. At his current level, he could maintain it for a maximum of 20 seconds. 20 seconds wasn't much, but it was enough, especially considering his agility was already 3 times that of an average person. What he could accomplish in 20 seconds didn't even require speculation. An extra bonus came with the awakening. The system had awarded him a 5-point increase to all attributes. His stamina limit jumped directly to 26, allowing for an additional use of invisibility. Staring at himself in the mirror, Chin-gu finally realized the person he was now bore no resemblance to the ordinary college student from day one of the apocalypse. His phone had been buzzing nonstop with notifications. He opened the class group chat, observing a scene eerily identical to his memories. The previous timeline played out word for word, people crying, others analyzing the situation, someone peeking out with binoculars from their dorm window, and one guy carrying a friend who'd rushed out earlier only to become zombie chow. In this city, the majority of survivors were cowering behind doors, waiting for the army to rescue them. Pocketing his phone, Chin-gu pressed the pedal. The Schlieffen rolled smoothly out of the showroom, heading straight for the largest supermarket in Longjiang City. The time was 10 a.m., the first real day of the apocalypse. Most survivors weren't brave enough to even step outside yet. This brief window of opportunity was the most valuable resource he had, worth more than any skill he'd acquired. The first day of the apocalypse, the dorm group chat was still arguing whether or not to trust the government. Chin-gu ignored them. Right now, he was driving his RV towards a Walmart superstore. It had been nearly an hour since those guys were still debating about strong youth equals a strong nation. In his past life, he had believed too. The longer he trusted, the longer he was stuck. By the time food had run out and his strength was depleted, the thought of breaking out was just a distant dream. Even standing felt impossible. This time, the first thing he did was grab his axe and leave without wasting even a second, locking the dorm door behind him. The group chat was still buzzing. He glanced at it. A guy named Wang Zilong was busy organizing some unified food-sharing pact for collective survival. Lu Mingyu was groveling to Brother Lei for 2 packs of instant noodles. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi was preaching blind faith in the government. Chin-gu turned off his phone screen. Among that group, the only one with a functioning brain was Lu Hailong, who had made a simple declaration, "We're on our own," before announcing his plan to break out. The rest? Just one pretentious hypocrite, one coward begging on all fours, and one lost in delusions. Let them be. Walmart was now in view. Originally, this place should have been sparsely populated with both people and zombies. The apocalypse had erupted after 10 p.m., and the store should have been long closed. But today happened to be February 22nd, 2222, and the Walmart owner had launched a 24-hour shopping festival. As a result, he and a group of late-night shoppers were all now trapped inside and had turned into zombies. Luckily, the warehouse area was relatively safe, just a few zombies in warehouse uniforms shuffling around outside. Chin-gu donned his combat gear, secured the vibrating dagger to his waist, and readied his axe as his main weapon. As soon as he stepped out of the RV, 4 or 5 zombies rushed towards him, only to drop dead in the blink of an eye, their bodies failing to yield even a single mutation crystal. He frowned briefly at the ground, muttering about his terrible luck, before rifling through the pockets of the dead warehouse workers and finding the keys to the storage area. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and went inside. A few wandering zombies were still in there. He dispatched them quickly. Again, no crystals. Chin-gu decided not to dwell on it. He got straight to work, scooping everything off the shelves into his inventory space without any discrimination. His storage had no upper limit, so he could sort through everything later at his leisure. Following his principle of, if it's here, it's mine, he turned the entire Walmart warehouse upside down, looting it clean. Standing before the now empty shelves, he took a deep breath. Inventory space, combat armor, and a vibrating dagger. These things had all been acquired far too late in his last life. By the time he had pieced everything together, the city had already been overrun by zombies. This time, he was ahead of the game, and with his improved baseline stats, taking on 10 ordinary zombies simultaneously was no longer a concern. As he exited the warehouse, he glanced back at his RV. Its matte camouflage paint gleamed under the sunlight as if fresh from the factory, even after plowing through countless zombies along the way. The chassis bore not a single dent. Chin-gu stared at it for a moment, feeling a tangible sense of security settling over him. Speed, defense, storage. His current setup was leagues ahead of where he had been at this time in his prior life. The only thing bothering him was the lack of any mutation crystals. It was irksome, to say the least. He gripped his axe tightly and turned to look at the supermarket's main doors. The warehouse was cleared, but the main store's inventory was still untouched. Logically, the densest collection of zombies would be inside. Thanks to the shopping festival, the place had been bursting with people, and once the outbreak hit, escape became nearly impossible. There was a chance some mutation crystals might be in there. Chinga tightened his hold on the axe handle and started walking toward the main entrance. 200 zombie corpses later, Chinga was treading on blood-soaked floors as he made his way to the deeper sections of the store, focused on the task at hand. He was searching for crystals. In this apocalyptic world, mutation crystals were the most valuable resource. They were the real currency, more valuable than food. One by one, he checked and dug through the corpses, clearing one row of aisles before moving to the next. By the time he had scoured the entire supermarket, he was crouched on the floor with 6 crystals in his palm. 6. From nearly 200 corpses. He cursed under his breath and stashed the crystals into his inventory. But at least the food side of things had gone better. Because of the Gal Pals shopping festival the owner had organized for the event, much of the warehouse inventory had already been moved out and stocked on the store's ground floor. Chinga didn't bother with snacks or junk food. His focus was on long shelf-life necessities like ready-to-eat meals, canned meat, and instant noodles. These items were undervalued by most people in the early days of the apocalypse. In his previous life, it had taken less than a month for supplies to become the new currency. First, ordinary people used them to barter. Then, even former celebrities were trading their fame for a single can of food or a pack of self-heating meals. Those pre-apocalypse divas who refused to eat cilantro or drink milk. 2 packs of instant noodles would buy you their undivided attention for an hour. Chinga wasn't lamenting the state of humanity. He was making a calculation. The more he stockpiled now, the greater his leverage would be later. After clearing the shelves, Chinga even dismantled the shelves themselves and stored them away. This Walmart. It was all his now. As he was finishing up, a dull thunk echoed from the direction of the meat freezer. The sound of metal hitting the ground, not a noise zombies make. He froze, axe in hand, and cautiously approached. Peering through the small window in the freezer door, he spotted a group of people huddled on the floor. A stainless steel bowl lay on its side nearby. They didn't look up, trembling violently. It was hard to tell if they were cold or scared. Chinga glanced at them, then turned to leave. In times like these, nothing good ever came from getting involved. They might seem pitiful now, but once they were out, who knew what kinds of desperate actions they'd take? With no law or order, it was human nature that became the true wild card. Just as he was about to walk away, a faint voice called out from the freezer. Chinga. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A woman was now standing behind the freezer door. Her face was pale from the cold, her lips almost devoid of color, and a thin layer of frost clung to her brows. Yet none of that could hide her natural beauty. There was a certain purity about her that couldn't be erased, not even by the chilling atmosphere. Chinga frowned. She looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. You know me? You're from Longjiang University, right? The college junior spoke with her voice trembling, each word forced out slowly. I've seen you before. My name is Lin Juanxue, a student from Z University. From behind the freezer door, people began to rise shakily, their eyes filled with a desperate plea, the kind you'd only see when someone was on the verge of collapsing from the cold. Chinga, Lin Juanxue called out again. This time, her voice was barely audible. The door is jammed. We're going to freeze to death. She could see the ground outside was littered with zombie corpses, and Chinga stood sturdy and unshaken. That meant the area was momentarily clear. Safe, for now. Chinga didn't respond immediately. He studied her for a second before his gaze shifted to the people trembling behind the door. He silently calculated for a beat. Then he raised his axe. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy strikes, and the freezer door gave way. The group inside came spilling out in a rush, crowding forward, almost tripping over one another. The cold air rushed out alongside them. Chinga took a step back to make room. Once they'd had a moment to catch their breath, Lin Juanxue began recounting last night's chaos. Her voice was soft and broken, but her words painted a gruesome picture. They had come here for a shopping festival. What should have been a fun stroll through the supermarket turned horrifying within seconds. People started collapsing one after another without warning, and the panic spread like wildfire. Within moments, the ones who had fallen began to rise again, sinking their teeth into the living. Lin Juanxua watched her best friend die in the chaos. Those who survived staggered their way to the cold storage, counting on the heavy steel door to block off the zombies. It worked, but then they realized the lock couldn't be opened from the inside. They walked in, but they couldn't walk out. Somehow, surviving the night until now was purely a stroke of luck. Chinga stared at the girl in front of him, her pale complexion beginning to warm up ever so slightly. He suddenly froze. Lin Juanxua, Z University's campus belle. The name was famous. He had heard it countless times in his previous life, but he'd never had the chance to see her in person, let alone up close. After the apocalypse began, her name carried a new title that everyone knew, the Flame Goddess. In Jiang City, she rose to become the third-ranked leader of a women-only militia. With her fire abilities, she could incinerate entire hordes of zombies. Together with her unit, entirely formed of girls from Z University, she carved out a solid territory in the chaos of the city. And now here she was, standing before him in a crimson dress stained with blood on its edges, her high heels bearing marks of scuffles she likely didn't want to remember. The fear in her glimmering eyes didn't mask the weariness etched on her delicate features. It was her. He said nothing at first. Scratching the back of his head, he casually told her he was just passing by. Lin Juanxua immediately regretted asking her earlier question. Of course, he hadn't come here specifically to save her. What was she even thinking? The awkwardness hung in the air for a second. Before it could fully settle, a burst of noise broke out from the other side of the warehouse. The loudest voice belonged to a bald, middle-aged man with a protruding belly. He claimed to be the manager of this supermarket, introducing himself with an air of importance. He jabbed his finger at the zombie corpses outside, ranting as he grew more animated. He accused Qin Gu of being a lunatic, who just happens to kill so many zombies and then cuts their heads open. What kind of sicko does that? The group of survivors behind him started chiming in, nodding along. Someone even pulled out their phone, holding it up to snap pictures of Qin Ji's face while muttering phrases like collecting evidence. The city outside had already crumbled beyond recognition, and yet here they were clinging to their ideas of law and order like it still mattered. Qin Gu didn't even bother responding. He turned and started walking away. The bald manager grabbed his arm, fumbling with his phone, trying to call the police, or what he thought was still 911. On the very first day of the apocalypse, this fool was dead set on reporting the man who had just saved them from death. Qin Gu lowered his gaze to look at the hand gripping his sleeve. When his eyes lifted again, his expression hadn't changed, and the axe in his hand remained motionless. Yet something in his stare made the manager freeze. "Let go," Qin Gu said, his voice calm. "Or die." Two simple sentences. They weren't threats. They were statements. The manager's hand dropped away almost instantly, though his mouth still sputtered with hollow warnings about how you can't run forever. They'll find you. His feet, however, were already backing up. Qin Gu didn't give him another glance, striding towards the back exit of the warehouse. Lin Juanxua followed. As they walked, she scrolled through her phone. The screen was flooded with global news updates, reports of synchronized chaos breaking out all around the world. By the time she finished reading, her resolve had solidified. She had read enough apocalypse-themed novels to understand the harsh truth of scenarios like this. During the early stages, the weak didn't survive long. If they didn't get bitten and turned, they became prey to dangerous humans. And someone like her, beautiful and vulnerable, would only attract more problems. Sticking with Qin Gu was not just a good decision, it was the best one. There was no alternative. But why would he let her? She stole glances at the man walking ahead of her, trying and failing to read his expressions. There was no hint of the admiration or desire she was used to seeing in others' eyes. Instead, his gaze was cold, indifferent, as if saving her had been nothing more than an afterthought. Then she saw the vehicle parked in the wide courtyard just ahead. It wasn't just any vehicle, it was a tank-like armored car. The reinforced steel plating was clearly intentional, and the dents and scratches on its surface hinted that it had been through hell and back, rolling over far more than just roadkill. Lin Junshue's breath caught as she stared at it, silently processing. Gu turned, his eyes landing on her with a seriousness that felt heavy. This wasn't someone scrutinizing her charm. This was someone thinking, calculating. In his past life, Lin Junshue's fire abilities had been undeniable, but one elemental power alone wasn't enough to secure third place in the city's rankings. If her militia of college girls had managed to reach that level of power, then there had to be something behind the scenes that he didn't know about. What other secrets was she hiding? What other cards had she been dealt? He didn't have an answer yet. The sharp blast of thunder cut through the tension, snapping him out of his thoughts. It wasn't fear that tightened his expression. It was the realization of something he had almost forgotten. In the sky above, a supply crate was descending slowly, floating down on a parachute. He remembered this scene vividly from his previous life. He had watched from his dorm room window as the golden crate landed on the dining hall roof. But back then, he had lacked the strength and the courage to do anything. In the end, the crate had disappeared, snatched up by someone else. Whoever claimed it had gained an early lead during the apocalypse, advancing by leaps and bounds while the rest of the survivors lagged behind. Not this time. This time he had strength. He had weapons. He had preparation. He had a vehicle. And most importantly, he had no intention of letting another opportunity slip through his fingers. The airdrops that came after the apocalypse were an anomaly, an unpredictable system with unclear origins. No one knew where they came from or why they dropped, but it was impossible to predict when or where it would happen again. The location was random, the timing unpredictable, and the contents of the box unknown. But the tiers of the loot crate were fixed: bronze, silver, and gold. The first wave of golden crates contained only 5. The closest one to this location? Right on the rooftop of Z University's cafeteria. Gu turned his head to glance at Lin Junsue, who stood beside him. She had said she wanted to go to the university to save her younger sister. And in that moment, a light bulb went off in his head. How had this woman, in his last life, skyrocketed from being an ordinary fire ability user to someone who stunned everyone with her remarkable rise to power? Looting. Odds were high that she'd looted this very golden crate. So her excuse of going to Z University wasn't solely for her sister. No, those two goals happened to align perfectly in the same direction. Get in. He opened the camper's door, his tone flat. If you want to save your sister, follow me. Her hesitation lasted less than a second. A system prompt suddenly popped up. Asterisk, a new human life form has entered the vehicle. Bind as a partner. Asterisk. He selected no. It wasn't that he didn't need teammates. But trust? In the apocalypse, trust was a luxury. This woman was a complete stranger to him, or worse than a stranger, someone he needed to be cautious of. She could call his name the first time they'd met, yet he had no recollection of her at all. That had yet to be explained. Whether she was friend or foe, he couldn't say for certain yet. For now, keeping her under his watch was safer than leaving her out on her own. The camper roared to life and sped toward Z University's cafeteria. The engine noise inevitably attracted nearby zombies. Gu suited up in his combat gear, grabbed his axe, and stepped outside to take care of business. Meanwhile, Lin Junsue stayed in the camper, staring out the window at the dark silhouette slicing through hordes of zombies. Her hands clenched into fists as her heartbeat quickened. Only when the zombies fell one after another did she finally exhale, releasing the breath she hadn't even realized she'd been holding. She stepped out of the camper and walked up to him, only to find Gu crouched over a zombie's corpse, digging into its skull with a blade. She didn't ask questions, just stood nearby, keeping an eye on their surroundings. It wasn't until the 16th corpse that he found one, a dull, diamond-shaped mutant crystal with a faint glow. Gu stashed it in his spatial storage, mumbling a frustrated curse under his breath about the abysmal drop rate. Lin Junsue watched him silently. She pieced things together. The zombies with cracked skulls they'd seen in the supermarket, the way he meticulously dug through every corpse now. They hadn't taken this detour by coincidence. She finally realized that bringing her wasn't just his act of kindness. But what exactly did these crystals do, and why did he care so much? That remained a mystery to her. The golden crate was still untouched on the cafeteria rooftop. In his last life, Gu had dug through over 200 zombie corpses at that supermarket and only found 6 mutant crystals. And now? He watched as Lin Juanxue casually picked up a rock from the flower bed, smashed open a zombie's skull, reached in, rummaged for a second, and pulled out a crystal. Then promptly gagged. She wiped her mouth, then continued onto the next zombie. By the end of her gruesome work, she'd looted 41 crystals from about 130 corpses. Qin Ge slumped against the flower bed, staring at her. His thoughts boiled down to one exasperated conclusion. Asterisk, what kind of chosen one is she? Asterisk. Sure, he understood. In his last life, Lin Juanxue hadn't climbed to the top 3 of Jiang City's survivors leaderboard out of sheer hard work. Probability itself favored her. It was a talent of its own. But here was the kicker. He hadn't even known her name in his last life. If not for sheer coincidence in this timeline, she'd probably already be dead back in that apartment. With that sour realization, Qin Ge handed her a high-frequency, vibrating dagger from his spatial storage and told her to keep digging. He headed into the cafeteria alone. The apocalypse had broken out at 10 p.m. The cafeteria would have been locked down, and chances were no one was inside. But chances alone weren't something Qin Ge wanted to rely on this time around. He held his axe firmly and led the way, Lin Juanxue following closely behind. They quietly passed through the ground floor and the second floor. At the stairwell to the third floor, they heard muted groans of a few zombies, 3 or 4, by the sound of it. The third floor housed staff dormitories. It made sense that whoever had turned got trapped in there. Qin Ge signaled Lin Juanxue to stay back while he dashed forward, taking care of the small group in quick, brutal efficiency. Lin Juanxue followed him afterward and resumed looting. As she crouched to retrieve a crystal from one of the corpses, a zombie approached silently from behind. Qin Ge didn't even need to think. He instinctively yanked her behind him and swung his axe in the same motion, cutting down the zombie in one clean blow. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Lin Juanxue stood behind him, chest heaving, face momentarily pale. But only for a moment. She quickly regained her composure. No shrieking, no collapse, just a deep breath and a tighter grip on her dagger. Qin Ge didn't say anything. He merely glanced at her once. Anyone else would have screamed the roof down by now. No wonder she'd managed to fight her way to the top in his last life. But things that had once fallen into her hands wouldn't be hers this time around. The two of them reached the rooftop. There it was, the golden loot crate, gleaming under the pale light. Its location matched Qin Ge's memories perfectly. Lin Juanxue knew her place, staying near the stairwell to keep watch. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward the crate, but she never moved closer. Qin Ge stepped forward. This was the first time he'd ever been this close to a golden loot crate, even across 2 lifetimes. In his past life, these rare treasures had been bloodily contested by top survivor groups, far beyond the reach of a lone wanderer like him. Open, he muttered. The lid popped open. A set of items rested inside. Universal armor, blue tier, capable of withstanding attacks from second-tier zombies. Reparable using low-tier mutant crystals. Durability, 150. Universal boots, blue tier, agility +10, reduces sound while moving. Universal ring, blue tier, endurance +5. Several items in. His gaze froze on the third attribute listed on the ring. He stared, stunned, for a full 2 seconds. Not because the loot was underwhelming. Far from it. But because he recognized the set. It was the same one he'd seen in his past life. The armor, the axe, everything matched. Potions and supplies. 8 items in total, not a single one missing. In his previous life, while he was struggling to survive trapped inside another building, Lin Juanxue had already appeared in front of everyone wearing this armor and wielding this axe. Back then, he had simply chalked it up to her sheer good fortune, until much later when he overheard rumors that on the very first day, she had opened a rare golden loot box. Now it all made sense. That loot box was always meant to be here. It's just that in his last life, she got to it first. But this time, he was the one who reached it first. Qin Ge didn't dwell on it. He immediately injected the potion into his arm and swapped his outfit for the crimson armor. A series of system notifications popped up. First, his base attributes increased by 3 points across the board, and then there was an unexpected additional notification. Detected host is equipped with the Universal Spirit set. Bonus, hidden attribute activated. All stats +5. Hidden attributes? He hadn't even known such a feature existed in his previous life. After quickly refreshing his status panel and glancing at his boosted stats, Chin-gu calmly closed the interface. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, yet his overall strength already exceeded the average human's upper limit by 3 to 4 times. With spatial abilities, stealth skills, a personal storage dimension, and an upgraded Desert Eagle pistol stored inside it, he felt confident he could handle even enemies with firearms if it came to that. This was a hand of cards he hadn't been dealt in his last life. He handed over the black combat armor he'd just replaced to Lin Juanxue, along with a cleaver he had nabbed from a butcher in town. Accepting both items, Lin Juanxue quickly suited up without protest or unnecessary questions. Thanks to the armor's adaptive fit technology, it conformed perfectly to her frame. She took a few steps to test its feel and nodded in satisfaction. Just as Chin-gu was about to head out, his phone buzzed unexpectedly. Answering, he listened for a few seconds before snorting in contempt. He cursed sharply, "Screw off," and hung up. Lin Juanxue glanced at him briefly but stayed silent. The two then exited the cafeteria building. Outside, a few wandering zombies were already lingering near the entrance. Chin-gu picked up the battle axe he had just acquired, dispatching them cleanly and efficiently. Lin Juanxue followed closely behind, looting the corpses without hesitation. The synergy between them was so seamless it felt as though they had been working as a team for ages, rather than this being their first outing together. Chin-gu distinctly remembered that in his previous life, a silver loot box had dropped near the female dormitories. Though he couldn't recall which specific building it was next to, the two of them decided to clear the area thoroughly, taking out all the zombies between the dorms as they went. Finally, they spotted the loot box at the base of one of the dormitory buildings. But just as they bent down to grab the box, Chin-gu noticed something. They were being watched. The people inside the dorm building had been observing them the entire time. From the moment they started clearing zombies up until the zone had fallen quiet again, a few heads peeked hesitantly out from behind the windows. Now that it seemed safe, murmurs of conversation began growing louder. "It's Lin Juanxue." Someone recognized her immediately. The following chatter erupted into chaos. Some were crying, others frantically asking if the military had arrived to rescue them, while a few fixated on Chin-gu's striking crimson armor, speculating about his identity. "Who's the guy in red? He's not her boyfriend, is he?" A girl leaned halfway out of a window, her face lighting up with curiosity, but before she could finish her sentence, the silver loot box remained unopened beneath their feet. The chatter from above showed no signs of stopping until a small voice from the third-floor window pierced through the noise, silencing Lin Juanxue on the spot. "Juanxue, your sister Junyao was taken away." That single sentence made the admiration and bustling conversations around Lin Juanxue vanish in an instant. The speaker was a girl named Chunlan, Junyao's roommate. From her perch at the third-floor window, her voice trembled, heavy with tears, as she painstakingly recounted the events of last night. The details sent a chill down their spines. Barely 10 minutes before the outbreak began, Chunlan and Lin Junyao had walked out of the campus gates, heading toward a street vendor's stall to grab a late-night snack. Out of nowhere, a black van had screeched to a halt beside them, and a group of masked men had jumped out, clearly aiming for Lin Junyao. Chunlan, managing to react quickly, had made a narrow escape, leaving her phone smashed in the chaos. She had tried to reach campus security to report the incident, but before she could reach the guard booth, the apocalypse was already upon them. It wasn't that Junyao couldn't be found. It was that there had been no time to look for her. Lin Juanxue had spent all of last night calling her sister repeatedly, only to hear the automatic message, "The number you dialed is currently unavailable." She had told herself that Junyao wasn't reckless, that she was most likely holed up in the dormitory and safe. That faint hope was now utterly shattered. Junyao had been kidnapped before the outbreak even began. The people who took her weren't amateurs. They had come prepared, with her specifically as their target. Chunlan sobbed uncontrollably from the window, apologizing over and over, saying it was her fault for suggesting the late-night snack run that had led to Junyao's capture. Chin-gu stood by, saying nothing. Lin Juanxue inhaled deeply, then spoke calmly to Chunlan. "No one could have predicted this. Don't blame yourself. I'll find her." Her voice was steady, her face giving away no trace of emotion. Qingge made a mental note. This composure under pressure was rare. Someone capable of rallying a formidable team of female fighters in his last life, even in the face of tragedy, knew how to prioritize holding it together when everything was falling apart. But there were tasks at hand. The silver box was opened, and its contents turned out to be far better than expected. 10 primary mutation crystals, a high-powered flashlight capable of discharging electricity, a green-tier alloy dagger, 5 packs each of compressed rice balls and drinking water capsules, and a military-grade camouflage tent. Qingge swept them all into his inventory, leaving nothing behind. Next came an entire day dedicated to clearing out the remaining zombies. They moved systematically across the campus map, eliminating every undead to harvest mutation crystals along the way. Any bronze-tier drop boxes they encountered were also looted without hesitation. When hunger struck, they popped rice ball capsules and ate them on the go, dispensing with breaks altogether. By the time the sun was setting, the campus had been almost completely cleared of zombies. Sitting by their makeshift trailer, Qingge accepted the mutation crystals that Lin Juanxue handed over, 133 in total. He tallied it up in his head, keeping his expression neutral. The sheer efficiency of her efforts was almost unbelievable. "What's your plan next?" Qingge asked casually, but to Lin Juanxue, the weight of the question was anything but light. Her parents had flown to the United States for vacation earlier this month and were now missing. Her younger sister had been kidnapped, her fate uncertain. In this apocalyptic world, the only capable person she could rely on sat across from her, and at any moment, he might decide to walk his separate path. After a moment of silence, Lin Juanxue spoke, her voice softer than she had expected. "Qingge, would you let me stay with you?" Qingge hadn't anticipated such a request from the once mighty leader who had led her team with unshakable authority in the previous lifetime. Instead of answering outright, he summoned the system in his mind and asked for guidance. Before responding, he examined Lin Juanxue from head to toe. Affection level, 95. Attraction zone. He turned the number over in his mind for a couple of seconds and decisively came to a conclusion. She must have taken a liking to the RV. Liking him was just collateral, a case of liking its owner too. That's simple. It had to be. Having been betrayed and stabbed in the back in his previous life, there was no way Qingge would be swayed by a pretty face or a number on a screen. So, when Lin Juanxue heard the words "no," and her eyes reddened with tears, Qingge didn't falter. Instead, he followed up with, "But you can be my teammate." Being teammates and being taken in were two entirely different things. He pointed to 3 zombies slowly roaming not far away and said bluntly, "Take care of those 3. After you're done, get in the RV." Lin Juanxue's grip tightened on the axe as her face turned pale. She stammered that she couldn't do it. Qingge didn't argue. He simply moved back to the driver's seat and started the engine. Panic flashed across her face, and with a loud yell, she charged toward the 3 zombies, axe raised. Watching through the window, the corner of Qingge's mouth twitched slightly. What he didn't tell her was that these 3 zombies posed no real threat to her. She had spent the entire afternoon following him around, watching him chop, dodge, and anticipate the movement patterns of the undead. She had already started internalizing those actions without realizing it. Besides, Qingge had antidotes stored in his space. Even if she were bitten, he had a way to treat her. This wasn't a life-or-death trial. It was an intra-level test. As the last zombie fell, Lin Juanxue dropped to the ground, panting heavily. Qingge stepped out of the RV, pulled a towel from his space, and handed it to her. "Go clean up in the restroom." She disappeared inside, and in those few moments, the system chimed again. Affection level +1. Current level, 96. Reason, she killed 3 zombies. Qingge froze for a second. A strong individual from his past life, with a personality that seemed to find some thrill even in killing, he mused. After arriving at this judgment, he made a decisive choice and selected bind. Once the system confirmed their binding, the interface refreshed and Lin Juanxue's stats appeared for the first time. Strength, 6, Agility, 9, Intelligence, 12. All still within the normal range for an average human. But her endurance stat stood at 21. The average human's endurance capped at 10. She hadn't gained her abilities yet, just a college student thrown into the apocalypse less than a day ago, and her endurance had already doubled, surpassing the normal limit. Chingu stared at that number in silence. In her last life, Lin Juanxue hadn't become a top-tier fighter merely by luck, nor solely due to that golden supply crate. She had something innate, a fire in her core. Her natural endurance had always been off the charts. Chingu had endured years of brutal struggle to reach an overall combat ability of 9 after his rebirth in this world. But here she was, starting at 11 by simply waking up. When her fire abilities awaken later, she'd be able to unleash 3 times as many skills as others using the same amount of energy. She was simply built for survival in this world. Chingu had seen countless people in his previous life struggle for survival through sheer effort alone, only to be crushed by those born with superior talents. Letting a gifted talent like her slip away would be sheer stupidity. He glanced at her permissions page. The system had outlined the hierarchy clearly. There were 4 levels. Basic permissions only enabled her to toggle gears. Mid-level permissions allowed use of weapons and defensive systems. Higher levels granted authority to make modifications. Currently, only the basic level was active since the RV's level capped the available permissions. Without hesitation, Chingu assigned Lin Juanxue a basic member role, locking her in the team for now. Just as he finished setting up her role, Lin Juanxue emerged from the RV, freshly cleaned. Her face had regained its radiance. Dressed in a black combat suit and framed by the golden light of the setting sun, a sharp sense of determination seemed to emanate from her. Chingu was about to speak when commotion stirred nearby. The zombies at the school had been mostly cleared. Bolder students began cautiously peeking out of their dorms and gravitating toward the 2 of them. Leading the group was a tall, burly man pushing 6'3" and weighing nearly 200 pounds. The moment Chingu saw him, he recognized who it was. Li Zihao, Z University's infamous bully. The guy had been after Lin Juanxue for 3 years, and 3 years of rejection hadn't deterred him. Now, standing in front of the RV, wild jealousy burned in Li Zihao's eyes at the sight of Lin Juanxue by Qin Ji's side. Hand over the RV, Li Zihao demanded. Chingu raised an eyebrow. And why would I? That short retort seemed to ignite something. As Li Zihao charged forward, his massive fist swung toward Qin Ji's head, flanked by his rowdy lackeys. Chingu didn't bother evading far. A small sidestep sufficed, and the punch swiped past his ear. Li Zihao froze in surprise. No one had ever dodged his punch before. Before he could swing again, Qin Ji's powerful front kick sent him tumbling back several steps. As Li Zihao tried to regain his footing, a sharp roundhouse kick slammed into his face, sending him sprawling as blood spewed from his mouth. The blood sprayed out, along with 2 teeth. And then, Chingu planted his foot squarely on Li Zihao's face, speaking slowly and deliberately. All right, tell me. What? Li Zihao held his breath for 2 seconds before wailing. Because I'm shameless. Because I'm an idiot. Just please, don't step on me anymore. Seeing their leader's humiliation, a group of his lackeys rushed forward, thinking they could turn the tables with strength in numbers. It took less than 3 seconds for the ground to be littered with more groaning bodies, each in identical misery. Chingu withdrew his foot, barely even bothering to throw proper punches. He didn't waste a second glance on these so-called tough guys. They were less than worth his effort. But the real problem wasn't them. It was the growing crowd of onlookers gathering around them. That's when Wang Zilong made his move. Watching Chingu humiliate Li Zihao and his lackeys from the sidelines, Wang Zilong didn't immediately step forward. Instead, he observed carefully, analyzing Qin Ji's fighting capabilities and sizing up his strengths. Since brute force wouldn't work, he switched tactics, opting for manipulation instead. A play straight out of the classic handbook, guilt-tripping with calculated appeals to morality, buttering someone up before tearing them down, and using the greater good as a weapon. It was standard psychological trickery, and Wang Zilong wielded it like a master. Emerging from the crowd with several male students flanking him, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the moral righteousness of someone about to deliver a sermon. The supply crate belongs to the school. It's the property of all students. Chingu, you have no right to hoard it all for yourself. He sounded noble, his words carefully wrapped in justice and high principles. Chingu listened to the speech, and then, To everyone's surprise, he began clapping, slow, deliberate applause. Bravo, class monitor. You're truly something else, to make stealing sound this righteous and dignified. Qin Ji's eyes locked onto Wang Zilong, his voice as calm as if he were talking about the weather. There's only one set of armor. Care to explain how you plan on distributing it? And why didn't I hear you proclaim that zombies belong to all students? Funny, you never seem to lift a finger when it comes to fighting them. But the second supplies come into play, suddenly you're all about collective ownership. As he spoke, Qin Ge was already striding up to Wang Zilong. Before anyone could react, his palms swung in a clean arc. Smack. I'll show you what school property means. Smack. I'll show you what belongs to the collective. The strikes, though restrained to merely a fraction of his strength, left Wang Zilong staggering, his face swelling rapidly into what could only be described as a pig's head. Qin Ge wasn't even trying to be brutal. His casual demeanor painted this as an almost mundane chore. Before long, he added a seemingly idle question. Why are flowers so red? Though his lips were swollen to the point of near incoherence, Wang Zilong insisted through gritted teeth. I'm just being reasonable. At that moment, Zhang Yi jumped out from the side, trying to assert his presence. You can't just hit people like that. But halfway through his sentence, he met Qin Ji's gaze. That was enough to make him quickly amend. Well, but Wang Zilong did try to steal your stuff first. A little discipline is justified. Qin Ge couldn't even spare the energy to roll his eyes at people like this. Turning his attention to the crowd of students surrounding him, he swept his gaze across them and stated plainly, if anyone else wants to try and grab my supplies, step forward now. The area fell into a deafening silence. You could hear a pin drop. No one moved. Satisfied, Qin Ge gave a slight nod, then turned, ready to leave. Just then, a soft voice rang out from the mass of students. Can I come with you? Qin Ge turned toward the source of the voice. It was a girl, timidly raising her hand, but her gaze wasn't directed at him. It was fixed on Lin Juanxue, who stood beside him. Before long, another girl raised her hand, and then another. A chain reaction followed. Juanxue, senior sister, take us with you. I'm so scared. Please, don't leave us behind. Senior sister, don't abandon us. Qin Ge didn't respond. Instead, he quietly turned his head to look at Lin Juanxue. This was her call to make. The parking lot filled with the chaotic chorus of sobs and pleading coming from over 200 people. Yet Lin Juanxue simply stood there, silent and unmoved. Qin Ge gave her a brief glance. It wasn't begging for help. It felt more like a handoff of authority. This is your mess to sort out. Lin Juanxue understood what he meant, and just as importantly, she understood what the situation demanded. In an apocalypse, resources weren't limited to food and weapons. Manpower was an asset too. But not all people were worth saving. Taking in burdens who refused to pull their own weight could doom the entire group. What she needed were people she could actually rely on. So she made a decision that caught everyone off guard. Without offering comfort or declarations, she directly issued her instructions. All the girls stepped forward. Out of the crowd of over 200 people, girls hesitantly moved forward. Lin Juanxue unsheathed a knife from her belt and crouched down near the closest zombie corpse. Without hesitation, she plunged the knife into its skull, twisting it until she dislodged a sharp, diamond-shaped crystal from its head. Whoever's willing to help me dig these out, stay. Otherwise, you're free to leave. For 2 brief seconds, the crowd was utterly silent. Then it erupted. That's disgusting. She could totally protect us without asking this. Turns out the campus beauty is actually a psycho. One voice stood out among the noise. Lin Juanxue pinpointed its source, a girl with sharp cheekbones, heavy makeup, and an accentuated, angular face. While Lin Juanxue couldn't immediately place where she'd seen her before, she instantly recognized the girl's type. Every dorm had one of these rabble-rousers, stirring trouble at the worst moments. Fine, let's leave. Who needs her anyway? She's just some man's pawn. The majority of the crowd followed suit, trailing away in her wake. Lin Juanxue watched them leave, her expression unchanging. This was what she'd wanted from the start. In a world like this, no one owed anyone survival. The sooner they came to terms with this truth, the better. When the onlookers had scattered, about 30 people remained. Lin Juanxue motioned toward the remaining zombie corpses. Do it exactly like I just showed you. Dig out the crystals from their skulls. If you don't have tools, find something. If you can't, use your hands." She offered no further explanation or reassurance. Some began improvising. A few picked up rocks, others broke off tree branches, and some even resorted to using their shoes. Most of them paired off for support, hesitantly cutting into corpses and eking out crystals while bolstering each other's courage. Lin Juanxue had noticed one person, however, a lone figure working entirely solo. The girl had no tools, no partner. She used her bare hands without flinching, tackling the disgusting task with a determination that set her apart. A few minutes later, she pulled out her first crystal and approached. Qinggu accepted the crystal. From his spatial storage, he retrieved a packet of wet wipes and handed it to her, a faint but curious glint in his eye. "What's your name? What's your name?" It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but Qinggu had already calculated the time perfectly. In his previous life, there had been a golden loot box on an abandoned road in the western suburbs. The location was so obscure that no one discovered it until the next day. This time, he knew about it a full day in advance. However, before setting off, there was one issue to address. His vehicle wasn't big enough. With 36 people, one RV wasn't going to cut it. Qinggu opened the system shop and found an add-on he had noted earlier, expandable trailer cabin. It adapted seamlessly to the main vehicle's armor, could house up to 50 people, and cost 30 basic mutant crystals. He also casually purchased a full-auto Gatling gun system. With the 193 crystals he had left, he spent decisively. The upgrade was instant. A trailer was now attached to the back of the RV. The armor and paint blended perfectly with the main vehicle, showing no sign of modification. As always, the system's efficiency did not disappoint. Meanwhile, Lin Juanxue had taken care of her task. 36 girls, divided into 6 groups, each with a leader. Qinggu was the team commander, while Lin Juanxue acted as vice commander. She didn't waste time explaining who Qinggu was or where he had come from. That wasn't important right now. What mattered was that they listened to instructions. Lin Juanxue had organized the group leaders quicker than Qinggu had anticipated. She didn't rely on favoritism or base her choices on whoever spoke up first or cried the hardest. Instead, she evaluated their previous actions, who remained composed under stress, who could still motivate those around them amidst chaos. Short-haired Wu Shengnan, an athlete, made it onto the list. So did Zhang Jingya, with her long flowing hair. Qinggu recognized these two names. In his past life, when Lin Juanxue's all-female team had established a stronghold in Jiang City, Wu Shengnan and Zhang Jingya had been her right-hand supporters. While he didn't know what abilities they had awakened in this life, he knew their potential, and this time, he was determined to ensure they rose to prominence even earlier. "Let's move out," Qinggu commanded. With the trailer cabin full of passengers, the RV roared to life, heading straight for the western suburbs under the setting sun. The abandoned road was eerily quiet, and zombie density was low. From a distance, Qinggu spotted the gleaming gold light of their target. When it was time to clear the area, Qinggu deliberately slowed down, giving Lin Juanxue space to act. Right now, what she needed wasn't protection but practice, experience gained through real danger. He stayed by her side, close enough to intervene if needed, but he refrained from shielding her. It didn't take long for her to find her rhythm. Her movements grew smoother, and the gaps between her strikes and dodges shrank. The girl who had once frozen up in the face of a zombie horde was quickly becoming someone very different. While the girls scavenged the battlefield, Qinggu approached the golden box and opened its lid. Inside were 3 items. High-tech storage ring, offering 10 cubic meters of internal space and exclusive to awakened individuals. Multifunction warhammer, green grade, with a +3 strength bonus. 10 compressed rice ball capsules, where each capsule could produce 5 fresh rice balls. The real treasure was the ring. A storage space during the early apocalypse was akin to extra survivability. Moreover, its exclusive use by awakened individuals made it far more coveted than any ordinary weapon. The warhammer was a handy addition to their combat capabilities. The rice ball capsules would handle dinner for the night. All in all, the trip to the western suburbs wasn't wasted. Yet Qinggu knew this was just the beginning. The team was still newly formed, and their overall combat strength wasn't enough to handle serious risks. In the back of his mind, he was preoccupied with a different concern, a rare, high-value opportunity with a very short window of time. And that window was approaching soon. 29 crystals. As Lin Juanxue handed over the mutant crystals, Qin Gu rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have miscounted. He recounted. Still 29. There had been only about 50 to 60 zombies in the area, and these girls had managed to extract nearly half of the crystals. A 50% drop rate. This number was almost unheard of in his previous life. After surviving countless years in the apocalypse, he'd never witnessed a hit rate like this. Was it just sheer luck because there were so many girls together? He didn't know, but the unsettling feeling in his chest only deepened, with no immediate answers in sight. As the sky darkened, Qin Gu decided not to push their luck. Zombies were more dangerous at night, and apart from himself and Lin Juanxue, the rest of the group was far from being combat ready. Leading novices into a nighttime battle on the first day of the apocalypse? That was a risk he wasn't willing to take. He pulled out tents from the supply drop, found a clean clearing, and had everyone set up camp with a campfire. Dinner was made using ingredients scavenged earlier, large pots of pork, vegetables, and seasonings cooked by two of the girls who knew how to prepare food. Picnic mats were laid out, the RV's camping lights cast a warm glow, and the aroma of food wafted through the air. Truthfully, Qin Gu didn't even need to announce mealtime. The girls' growling stomachs did that for him. Most of them had barely eaten under normal circumstances. After the apocalypse began, they'd been surviving off snacks in their dorms, with some so disciplined or paranoid that they had avoided even keeping snacks around. Today had drained them, not only physically but emotionally. After facing zombies and performing the gruesome task of extracting mutant crystals, many of them had vomited, leaving their stomachs completely empty. When the food was served, no one hesitated to dig in. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Qin Gu began explaining the reality of the apocalypse. He didn't sugarcoat things or try to comfort them. Instead, he laid out the rules and dangers clearly, where zombies originated, whether their numbers might grow, and how ordinary people could survive. As the girls listened, their expressions turned grim. But no one cried or freaked out. Deep down, they all understood that staying with Qin Gu and Lin Juanxue might have been the best decision of their lives. When the topic shifted to awakening abilities, Qin Gu casually demonstrated his by summoning a pack of ramen from thin air, then returning it, only to replace it with an apple he began munching on. Though his movements were relaxed and nonchalant, to the girls, the display was anything but ordinary. From the moment they first saw him, they had questions they dared not ask. After all, a savior could also be a terrifying force. Only fools or the reckless would pry into the details of someone clearly far more capable than themselves. Everyone fell silent as he stepped forward to demonstrate, their eyes unmistakably gleaming with admiration. "My ability is spatial manipulation," Qin Gu said casually, biting into an apple. "You know, not much of an offensive power. In an apocalypse, I'm basically just dead weight." Sitting next to him, Lin Juanxue's eye twitched slightly. Internally, she rolled her eyes so hard it could almost be heard. "Dead weight? Really? Sure, you may not have an offensive ability, but those hands of yours? The way you fought your way here, even pre-apocalypse elite soldiers might not stand a chance against you. Who would believe you if you said you were useless? Big fat liar." Qin Gu ignored the look Lin Juanxue gave him and continued speaking. "The ones really worth mentioning are elemental powers: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and lightning. They can actively unleash attack skills, kind of like mages in video games, devastating damage. Then there's physical enhancement, strength, speed, stamina. Pushed to the extreme, they just steamroll in close combat." As he spoke, he discreetly watched the reactions of everyone around him. None of the girls here knew what power they might awaken, or if they would awaken any power at all. When that moment came, it could mean a complete change of fate for some. For others, it might not mean much. But that was a concern for the future. For now, their priority was surviving the first night. By 10 o'clock that evening, the campfire was burning brightly. Lin Juanxue had just announced it was time to call it a night, and people were already crawling into their tents one after another. At that moment, the door of the RV creaked open. Standing on the doorway, Qin-gu tilted his chin toward Lin Juanxue. Juanxue, come here for a moment. The way he addressed her had changed. Previously, it was always Team Leader Lin. Now it was simply Juanxue. Just 2 syllables, but it was enough. Every girl on watch instantly perked up, their ears on high alert. Lin Juanxue's expression flickered, but she said nothing, striding toward the RV. She followed Qin-gu inside and barely had time to let go of the door handle before it clicked shut behind her, locking them in. The girls on watch exchanged wide-eyed glances in the silence. It lasted about 2 seconds. Then all hell quietly broke loose. I knew it. I knew it. I ship it so hard. Isn't our leader just amazing? Duh. Did you see that physique of his earlier today? Their whispers ran rampant, burning brighter than the fire itself as the small group huddled together, all eyes fixed on the locked RV door, practically radiating envy. Inside the RV, Qin-gu faced Lin Juanxue, whose face was now redder than some ripe tomatoes, and frowned slightly. He wondered, is it the campfire heat that's making her face look like this? Or is she that excited about awakening her power? Any other interpretation hadn't even crossed his mind. Because tonight, the only thing on his agenda was helping her awaken her ability. 2 hours before, he had meticulously gone over the basics of the rules in this apocalyptic world. Superpowers could be divided into 3 major categories: offensive, defensive, and supportive. These abilities covered combat, defense, perception, healing, and even practical life skills like cooking, things that sounded mundane but could be critical for group survival. He'd seen far too many people in his past life die because they didn't understand these things, so he decided to lay it all out in one go. Of course, he deliberately omitted certain details: the fact that he'd been reincarnated, the mysterious system that had bound itself to him, and the true trump cards he kept close to his chest. Those secrets? Not for public knowledge. Afterward, Lin Juanxue took the stage to explain combat techniques. During the early days of the apocalypse, unawakened ordinary people weren't entirely helpless against individual zombies. They just needed courage. She made a special point of noting that women's lighter builds and lower centers of gravity could actually be an advantage in agility, so brute strength wasn't always necessary. Qin-gu occasionally chimed in to correct minor details, but overall, her advice was right on target. The group assignments and roles had been reshuffled and clarified. A framework was now in place, even if it would need further adjustment as abilities awakened. Things were progressing steadily. As for Lin Juanxue, Qin-gu had sized her up already. He was confident she was one of the first to potentially awaken an ability. Tonight was her moment. He gestured toward the sofa, his tone even. Lie down. Lin Juanxue hesitated for a second, then looked down, mumbling in a voice so quiet it was barely audible. I'd rather go to the bed. Is that okay? It's, my first time. Qin-gu paused to consider that for a moment, then nodded. Fine. Bet it is. The sofa wasn't as comfortable anyway. He had no idea how long the awakening process would take, and the bed would definitely be more stable for her. Without giving it much thought, he began to strip off his red combat armor. It had been suffocating after wearing it all day, and casually tossed it aside before mentally reviewing the next steps of the process. Meanwhile, Lin Juanxue stood frozen in place. She lifted her head to look at Qin-gu, who was fully preoccupied with his preparations. Her expression twisted into something so complicated it was as though her brain had short-circuited entirely. By the time Qin-gu exited the RV less than 3 minutes later, the girls who'd been keeping watch were already exchanging looks. From the moment Lin Juanxue had gone inside until the moment Qin-gu reappeared, it had been barely a blink of time. No one spoke, but the weight of their shared thought was unmistakable. That's it. This was their fearless leader, bold enough to lead them out of life-or-death situations during the day, and at night. That's all. In reality, the entire ordeal was far more ridiculous than any of them could have dreamed. When Lin Juanxue had entered the RV, the first thing Qin-gu had said was that he needed to get some air, and then he started taking his clothes off. To a young college woman still transitioning to the harshness of a post-apocalyptic reality, that sequence of actions could only mean one thing. Her mind raced through 3 burning questions. Aren't we supposed to talk first? Can I at least take a shower? Is he going to be really rough with me? Qin-ji's simple response. Shower after we're done. For now, just lie down. That single sentence shattered any illusions Lin Juanxue might have clung to. Resigned to her fate, she laid back, closed her eyes, and braced herself. As long as he's good to me in the future, that's what matters, she thought. And then she waited. And waited. Nothing happened. When she finally cracked an eye open, Qin Gu was sitting at the edge of the bed holding a crystal in one hand, staring at her calmly. If she didn't know better, she'd think he was just waiting for his number to be called at a hospital. Eat this. Huh? What? Don't you want to awaken an ability? Eat this, and you'll awaken one. But you'll pass out for a while. The duration varies for everyone. In that moment, Lin Juanxue could only describe her feelings with one word: utter devastation. Without a second thought, she snatched the crystal from his hand. She didn't care if it had been dug out of a zombie's brain. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and swallowed it whole. She wanted to black out as quickly as possible, to disconnect from this world altogether, and to erase the past 5 horrifying minutes from her memory. And just like that, she really did pass out, so fast that it caught Qin Gu off guard. What's up with this girl? But then, Qin Gu glanced down at her and immediately realized that continuing to look was definitely not a good idea. He didn't claim to be some paragon of virtue, but taking advantage of someone while they were unconscious was never his style. Pushing back his urge to stay and stare, he forced himself to stand, step out of the vehicle, and grab a bottle of water from the storage space. He took a couple of big gulps and let the cool night air help him regroup. The women standing night guard watched all of this unfold and, somehow, arrived at an entirely different conclusion. 3 minutes. Exited the vehicle. Face looking off. Did the team leader get kicked out? For a brief moment, one of the girls who had previously felt some attraction toward Qin Gu felt a sense of relief. It turned out he wasn't infallible after all. When Qin Gu walked past, he felt a few gazes lingering on him, carrying a peculiar hint of pity. He couldn't make sense of it, and simply chalked it up to everyone being exhausted from a full day and night of survival demands. I'm fine, he muttered vaguely. But to the women, that vague reply only confirmed their suspicions. And so, in the quiet of the night, a piece of his heroic image silently crumbled. Qin Gu wasn't aware of any of this. His pressing concern now was that Lin Juanxue was asleep in his bed. There was no telling when she'd wake up. Plus, the other tent was filled with women, so he couldn't go in there. While 3 to 5 sleepless nights weren't a big deal for him, this night, at least, would have to be spent outside by the car. Once the women returned to their tents, silence finally settled over the campsite. Qin Gu leaned back against the RV, keeping watch while beginning to take stock of their first day in this apocalyptic nightmare. Warhammer, an alloy shortblade, a flashlight, compressed rations, drinking water, mutant crystals. Thanks to some early looting, their supplies exceeded what he'd initially expected. But as he assessed, his mood darkened. Only 3 weapons. There were 6 group leaders in total, meaning the weapons wouldn't stretch far enough. As for protective gear, not a single piece. He couldn't very well send people to fight zombies barehanded. Even more concerning was their head count. Including himself and Lin Juanxue, their group consisted of 38 people. Qin Gu knew this was merely the beginning. In his previous life, Lin Juanxue had built an army of more than 300 women. With every new recruit, the strain on food and equipment would increase exponentially. What he had assumed would last years now seemed pitifully insufficient. As he mulled over the gaps, a specific location came to mind. The Jiang City Military Supply Depot, North Suburbs. A government-run grain processing facility built a few years ago, storing hundreds of tons of grain. Better yet, it was adjacent to the city's anti-riot unit supply warehouse, where all the local police's equipment was stored. Food and weapons in one go. Qin Gu immediately confirmed the location on his map and committed the route to memory. Just as he put away his phone, the system chimed with a notification. 2 golden airdrop boxes opened within 24 hours, awarding host 2 super spins. He didn't hesitate and spun the wheel. The results were interesting. One was Truth Serum. Asterisk when injected, the recipient will spill all their secrets for 3 minutes. Effective on targets below level 1 ability users. The other was Disguise Mask. Asterisk lets the user change their appearance, voice, and body shape for up to 30 minutes once daily. Its only weakness? It was ineffective against psychic ability users. As Qin studied the two items, his mind quickly pieced together their potential. Sneak past psychic users with the mask, then use the serum to extract intel. A perfect infiltration sequence. He stored the items, retrieved a few necessities like supplies for women from the storage ring, and set aside enough to address emergencies in case they needed them. Halfway through sorting, the RV door swung open. Qin turned to see Lin Juanxue climbing out, her expression barely able to hide her excitement. Before he had the chance to speak, she dove straight into a recount of her experience during unconsciousness, feeling wrapped in flames, the initial searing pain transitioning into an overwhelming sense of comfort, and finally waking up with a new ability etched into her mind. A flame-based ability. Skill, flame weaving. She could summon up to 5 simultaneous flames, each delivering 100% damage, with a 30% incremental damage boost for every flame beyond the first. Qin processed her explanation, then paused. Not just fire-based. It was flame-based. The difference might escape anyone who hadn't lived through the apocalypse, but Qin understood it crystal clear. In his previous life, this name had eventually become synonymous with Fire Goddess, and her legend spread throughout survivor networks. Back then, he'd only caught a glimpse of her from afar and never would have guessed he'd be sharing a ride with her in this lifetime. He prompted her to test the skill. Lin Juanxue strolled casually to a zombie corpse, raised her hand, and softly murmured her command. A single flame erupted from her palm. Within seconds, not even ashes of the corpse remained. Qin discreetly opened his system panel. Lin Juanxue's stamina had dropped from 21 to 11. Encouraging her to continue, he watched as she summoned 5 flames in unison, incinerating 5 zombie bodies into dust. Her stamina dipped dangerously low, down to 1. Conclusion: no matter how many flames she conjured, each use of flame weaving drained 10 stamina points. With her current level, she could only cast it twice in a row. A third attempt would be impossible. He pointed this out to her directly. Conclusion: Lin Juanxue raised her hand and checked. It was indeed empty. She pouted slightly and muttered that it would be better if she could use her ability more frequently. Even as she said that aloud, her mind was comparing her spatial ability to Qin Ji's. His power seemingly came with no limits, whereas hers felt like a skill that could run out at any moment. The disparity was painfully clear to her, and Qin understood it as well. But Qin said nothing. It was only the early days of the apocalypse. Their abilities had just awakened, and their stamina limits would undoubtedly grow with levels. Worries for another day. The immediate problem at hand was that the rest of the team had no abilities to speak of, nothing to even defend themselves with at all. At dawn, the convoy hit the road again. Qin handed a storage ring to Lin Juanxue, explaining how to use it as he drove. He also laid out the schedule for the day. The intended destination was sparsely populated with zombies. He wouldn't handle the zombies himself. Instead, Lin Juanxue was to lead the team in taking them down. It didn't matter how slowly they hunted, but every single individual was required to personally kill at least 3 zombies. No standing idly by. The weapons were to be shared, and everyone had to learn the techniques firsthand. Lin Juanxue had no objections. She understood even more deeply than Qin what such training meant. In this post-apocalyptic world, there was never truly a safe haven. The only way to survive was for everyone to have the capability to eliminate threats themselves. The longer they avoided training, the more lives they would lose. At 9:30 in the morning, the RV stopped at the gates of the military grain factory. From behind the iron fence, they could see that most of the zombies inside had already been attracted by the engines lumbering in their direction. The numbers were slightly higher than expected. Qin remained silent, his gaze fixed calmly on the courtyard where the zombies were slowly gathering, recalculating their numbers. To outsiders, it might seem like nothing more than a group of clumsy college girls swinging weapons, fumbling their way through the apocalypse. But Qin knew the truth, down to his core. In his previous life, this very all-girls army, ridiculed by everyone, would eventually force its way through the zombie-infested wastelands, carving out a path of survival and becoming a force so formidable that no one dared to provoke them. And all of it started here and now. Lin Juanxue didn't lead them into an all-out assault, nor did she have them hide at a distance and hack randomly. Instead, She broke a horizontal bar off the iron gate, creating a small gap just wide enough for a single zombie to pass through. She tapped on the metal fence, the loud clang drawing the attention of the zombies. They swarmed eagerly towards the sound, but the narrow gap forced them to filter through one at a time, turning a chaotic horde into an orderly queue. With only one zombie at a time, the team had time to aim, strike, and step back safely. Wu Shengnan went first. She hefted a war hammer, dispatching 3 zombies with 3 clean swings, leaving the others astonished and drawing sharp intakes of breath. Zhang Jingya followed, visibly fighting her gag reflex. Yet her blade struck true. A single slash to the skull, a quick withdrawal, and another swift thrust beneath the jaw. Lin Juanxue complimented her efficient movements. One by one, the team members stepped forward, none turning back. Qin Ge stopped paying attention to the training and slipped into the factory. He trusted Lin Juanxue to keep the group under control, plus he had secretly activated the Gatling defense system as additional backup. With that in place, nothing catastrophic would happen. Meanwhile, his priority was practical. He couldn't leave without securing the resources inside. Making his way deeper into the factory, he killed zombies as he went and gathered anything useful. 19 zombies later, he'd finished looting every supply crate he could find. Unfortunately, they were all bronze grade, not even a hint of silver. But aggravatingly worse, of all those zombies, he only found a single mutation crystal. 1. Qin Ge mentally counted again to make sure he wasn't mistaken. When he confirmed it, his face darkened. Thankfully, the supplies didn't disappoint him. The warehouse held heaps of military rations and fully operational production lines. Qin Ge wasn't shy. He swept everything into his spatial storage, even the manufacturing equipment. At least venting his frustration this way felt satisfying. By the time he returned, the team had already finished clearing their area. On just the second day of the apocalypse, they had faced their first zombies up close and personal, and each of them had eliminated 2 to 3 without suffering any injuries. After delivering her report, Lin Juanxue handed over a collection of 43 mutation crystals they'd gathered. Seeing the sizable pile, Qin Ji's sour mood eased slightly. 43 versus 1. He glanced at the solitary crystal in his pocket, then back at the victorious group of women. All right, fine. He'd let it slide for now. Still, something unexpected happened after Wu Xingnan's 3 decisive hammer strikes. The warehouse's main door had been forced open. Qin Ge stopped at the entrance, surveying the scattered zombie corpses lying inside. Black uniforms torn and slashed, their bodies covered in cuts, yet their heads unbroken. Not a single mutation crystal had been extracted. Whoever was here clearly didn't know how to harvest from zombies, meaning they likely weren't ability users. But that didn't give him any sense of relief. Quite the opposite. The fresh bloodstains indicated that the intruders were still likely inside. He and Lin Juanxue suited up in full battle armor, instructed the team to stay near the RV, and set the Gatling defense to alert mode before cautiously entering the warehouse. As they moved deeper, the corpses began to change. These weren't uniformed victims, but civilians in casual, flashy clothes with dyed hair. They were the kind of people who didn't appear to have ever planned on living honest lives. The blood still oozed from their wounds. They hadn't been dead for long. Bloody footprints trailed into the warehouse depths, suggesting at least 5 or 6 survivors. Lin Juanxue shot Qin Ge a meaningful glance. They both slowed their steps, approaching a closed door near the farthest corner. Voices came through first. Damn it, just a shotgun? I thought we'd find better loot. Hey, check this out. Is that a sniper rifle? Holy crap, no way. We're taking that back for sure. Peeking through the crack in the door, Qin Ge saw 4 men with brightly dyed hair hunched over a table, fiddling with what appeared to be a police sniper rifle. The table also held a shotgun and a few scattered bullets. But what caught his attention most was the girl in the corner. Her hands were tied, her mouth gagged, and she was sobbing softly, her cries stifled by the cloth. One of the men, the green-haired one they called Old 3, impatiently, he swung his hand, slapping her hard before yanking her off the ground. The other 2 men chuckled as they stepped forward, grabbing her shoulders and pinning her to the edge of the table. The red-haired boss already had his hands on his belt, muttering something about waiting for Old 5 to return so the 5 brothers could join in. Before he could finish his sentence, Chingu had already moved his gaze away from the crack in the door. At that precise moment, a sharp voice came from behind. "Who are you people?" It was Old Five, returning from relieving himself outside, stumbling upon two strangers fully suited in combat armor. Chingu didn't even turn around. In one swift motion, the battle axe was already descending. Old Five didn't even get a chance to utter a second word before collapsing to the ground with a sickening thud, not even lucky or unlucky enough to turn into a zombie. Inside the room, the noise caught everyone's attention, and they froze, instantly shifting their focus as weapons were raised towards the doorway. "Hey, friends outside," the red-haired leader steadied his voice, gripping his shotgun tight. "Why don't you come in and talk? Otherwise, I start shooting." He motioned subtly with his eyes at Old Three, suggesting he sneak behind the door to ambush the newcomers. Chingu didn't wait. He kicked the warehouse door wide open. All four pairs of eyes inside initially settled on the imposing combat armor before faltering toward Lin Juanxue. The look they gave was one Chingu knew well, one he found both revolting and grimly familiar. The one closest to the door, Old Three, glanced at the lifeless body of Old Five sprawled on the ground, his voice rising in alarm. "Boss, Old Five's been chopped down by this little punk." The moment the redhead pulled the trigger, Chingu didn't even flinch. He just stood there in the entryway, the blood on his battle axe still fresh, his expression one of cold finality, as though he was staring at something whose fate had already been sealed. The shot didn't fire. He pulled the trigger again, still nothing. Redhead froze, confused, turning back to examine his shotgun, then looking at the lackeys around him. The room fell silent, save for the sound of tense breathing. Chingu stepped further inside. He didn't waste any time. One kick per person, sending all four men sprawling to the floor. Then, methodically, he stomped on their joints, a sharp cracking sound filling the air followed by delayed screams of pain. Through clenched teeth, the red-haired man spat out, "Why the hell won't it shoot? Try picking up a book in your next life." Chingu crouched slightly, looking down at him with disdain, so faint it almost seemed effortless. "You tried loading sniper bullets into a shotgun. If that had worked, that would have been real strange." Truth be told, Chingu had already noticed before he kicked the door open. Through the crack in the door, he'd seen the golden-tipped sniper rounds being jammed into the shotgun's chamber, one by one. At that moment, their threat had already lost all weight. That's why he hadn't acted earlier and instead stood calmly, letting their farce unravel on its own. However, their incompetence didn't mean the situation behind all this was simple. With their limited intelligence, there had to be someone pulling the strings for them to even reach this place. Interrogation came quickly and bluntly. A few hard slaps later, and the red-haired man spilled everything he knew. They were sent by someone called Brother Fei, a local small-time gang leader with a grim reputation. Even before the apocalypse, he'd been running a complete kidnapping operation, targeting lone female college students, abducting, imprisoning, and selling them without hesitation. After the apocalypse hit, Brother Fei's men were not only scavenging supplies, but also continuing to replenish their stock. The girl tied up in the room right now was just one of many. They had multiple captives locked up at a hideout. And this was only the second day of the apocalypse. The second day, and an operation like this was already in full swing. Standing behind Chingu this whole time, Lin Juanxue hadn't intervened, not because she didn't want to, but because she realized there were still questions that needed answering. However, as she listened, her clenched fists turned white from how tightly she gripped them. Chingu caught her gaze and gave her a look. Taking the cue, Lin Juanxue stepped forward to remove the filthy rag tied in the captive girl's mouth, gently helping her sit up. The girl wept bitterly. Every word she stammered through her sobs sharper and harder to bear than the one before. There was a dungeon at Brother Fei's hideout. The women were locked in small cages, forbidden to speak. Every few days, they'd toss in a few moldy steamed buns. If anyone dared make noise, they'd be beaten. Occasionally, one of the women would be taken out. When she was returned, she was unrecognizable from before. Hearing this, Lin Juanxue felt her heart sink further and further into darkness. Abduction, imprisonment, targeting female students. She turned to the red-haired man, her voice dangerously low. "Is there someone named Lin Junyao among the women you kidnapped?" The redhead shook his head vehemently, his whimpers layered with genuine confusion. I don't know. We never ask names. We just pick the beautiful, good-looking ones. Lin Juanchua's boot came down sharply on his joint, ensuring he wasn't lying. And indeed, the redhead genuinely didn't know. This was the worst kind of news. It wasn't as though they knew and refused to talk. It was that the women didn't even matter enough to have names in their eyes. They still hadn't gotten the exact location of the hideout, or how many men Brother Fei had, and whether Lin Junyao was even among them. It remained entirely uncertain. But one thing was now clear. This line had to be followed to the end. When the redhead finally muttered that pivotal sentence, Lin Juanchua's expression changed. Her sister was alive, trapped in a dungeon inside an abandoned building in the eastern part of the city. She hadn't left since the apocalypse began. Originally, it would have taken a grueling interrogation to dig out any useful information. But the redhead, fearing for his life, laid it all out. Exact location, supply counts, the dungeon's specific floor. Every detail was clear. Fear of death can loosen even the tightest of tongues. Without hesitation, Qin Gu pried the torn ropes off the rescued girl and used them to bind the redhead instead, dragging him along as they prepared to leave. The girl, now free, dropped to her knees, bowing her head repeatedly with a force that could bruise bone. She introduced herself as Zhang Kursen, pledging to follow Qin Gu, to serve him for the rest of her life. Qin Gu paused briefly at the name. Zhang Kursen. His mind flickered through memories, back in a past life. Jiang City's rankings of the top 10 fighters included a woman nicknamed the Night Rose. She'd awakened shadow-based abilities, giving her the power to meld with darkness. Her twin daggers struck with breathtaking speed, the blades nearly invisible. By night, she was a force to be reckoned with, one that even the top fighters hesitated to face directly. The cramped, oppressive little room reeked of staleness, a suffocating mix of hopeless murmurs and muffled sobs filling the air. The light was so faint that it was impossible to tell day from night. The few gaunt figures huddled in the corners were like hollow shells of humanity, staring blankly into the void, their spirits thoroughly crushed. Lin Juanxue clenched her teeth, her gaze fixed intensely on a specific corner. "Xiaobing," she called out in a hoarse and trembling voice, cracking with urgency. Her eyes betrayed a desperation she couldn't hide. The sound caught the attention of a frail girl nestled in that very corner. She shivered noticeably and slowly raised her head. Her face was smudged with dirt, but her eyes, once familiar to Lin Juanxue, now carried a strange and haunting emptiness, as if the world had torn her soul apart. In a flash, Lin Juanxue rushed forward, pulling the girl into a tight embrace. Her voice softened to a breaking point, trembling with sobs that she barely managed to hold back. "It's me, your sister. I'm here to take you home. Everything's going to be okay now. Don't be afraid." Outside the room, Qin Gu stood silently, watching from a distance. He hadn't stepped inside. Instead, he observed with an inscrutable expression, his face eerily calm. He looked like a man waiting for a storm to break, one he fully expected and accepted. Beside him, Zhang Kursen couldn't stop her hands from trembling. Her palms were drenched with cold sweat as she kept her gaze firmly down on her shoes, unwilling or unable to face the scene unfolding inside. Her stomach twisted, not just from the tension, but also from old memories she wished she could bury and forget. "Qin Gu." Lin Juanxue's voice called out again, this time sounding freer, as if a weight had lifted. She emerged from the room, staggering but clutching the frail girl's hand as though her very life depended on it. Qin Gu scanned the doorway behind her, looking for any other survivors. His eyes narrowed when he confirmed the absence of anyone else. He sighed heavily, a low sound filled more with resignation than surprise. "No one else?" he asked quietly. Lin Juanxue's lips trembled just slightly, but she didn't answer. The girl, Xiaobing, shivered uncontrollably as she clung to Lin Juanxue's coat, small and fragile, like a scrap of paper quivering in a strong wind. "Let's move," Qin Gu finally said flatly, his voice stripped of emotion. Without further comment, he turned and walked down the stairs. His steps were deliberate and unyielding, offering no time for hesitation. Lin Juanxue followed closely, keeping Xiaobing anchored to her side. Behind them, Zhang Kursen opened her mouth as though to say something, but faltered and remained silent. She fell in line with slow, heavy steps. As the group descended from the roof, they came across Defei, still sprawled on the ground near the wall. Unlike the others, his massive frame made him seem imposing even in his weakened state. Blood seeped through the fingers he pressed against his deep wounds, and his breaths were labored. But even in agony, he managed a mocking sneer. "How far do you all think you can run?" Defei rasped, lifting his head with great effort. His voice was hoarse, soaked in venom. "In a world like this, who's really clean, huh? Just wait. Sooner or later, the score you think you've settled with me will come back to haunt you." Chingu didn't break stride. He glanced at Defei with the same ruthless detachment and replied simply, "You won't live long enough to worry about that." True to Qinji's words, Defei never got the chance to repeat his threats. Two infected creatures, unsteady and ravenous, had already staggered their way back into view from the staircase. Defei, using the last of his strength, fumbled for a discarded fruit knife nearby, but was too slow. His screams and the wet sounds of tearing flesh soon swallowed the entire floor in chaos. Outside the RV, Lin Juanxue helped Xiaobing into the vehicle while the rest of the group quickly worked to secure the perimeter. Zhang Kursin stood near the vehicle's door, finally exhaling deep, heavy breaths, as though she had just been released from the crushing weight on her chest. "So, where are we going next?" she asked cautiously. Her uncertainty mirrored in her tone. Qingu studied the map on his wrist-mounted navigator, casting a quick glance over the worn and exhausted figures reflected in the RV's rearview mirror. "The warehouse in the city center," he said decisively. "We'll stock up on supplies first. Then, we find somewhere secure to lay low for a while." Shouting and retreating, they'd never dare get this close. Inside the house, the girl had been living in suffocating darkness for what seemed like an eternity. Lin Junyao only remembered being the last one shoved into this hell and seeing other girls taken away intermittently. Each abduction left behind fewer people, and finally, she was the only one left, next in line to be taken. When she heard her sister's voice outside the window, it felt like something dreamlike, unreal. Lin Juanxue, axe in hand, struck at the door lock several times until it broke open. The two sisters embraced without a word, their tears speaking louder than anything they could have said. Nearby, Qingu glanced at the dozens of cardboard boxes piled on the rooftop. With one gesture, he stowed all the supplies into his storage space. The maneuver was swift, clean, and seemed almost magical. Defei stared in disbelief, still trying to process what had just happened. Before he could say anything, he saw Qingu pull out a dagger from the space. Its blade was stained with dark, crusty residue, zombie blood. Qingu handed the blade to Zhang Kursin. With an impassive expression, Zhang Kursin took the dagger and turned to the scrawny group in front of her, plunging it directly into their bodies. No unnecessary words, no judgment, no warnings. Qingu and his team left the rooftop, locking the only exit behind them as they descended. Defei, dragging his injured leg, threw himself against the locked door, screaming and pounding with all his might until his voice was hoarse. But the door never reopened. The sounds on the rooftop changed gradually. Cries turned to wails, wails to shrieks, and finally, silence. Inside the RV, Lin Junyao had cleaned herself up and was sitting with food in her hands, listening intently as Lin Juanxue recounted everything that had happened in recent days. The apocalypse, zombies, powers, a team leader. She chewed on her food absent-mindedly, her face plastered with a mix of unreadable emotions, her eyes distant as if she were piecing together the unthinkable. While leaving the building earlier, she'd noticed the grotesque, distorted shapes littering the ground outside. They seemed abstract in form, chilling in presence, and undeniably not right. Now it all clicked. Her gaze drifted to the window, where she could see Qingu directing his team as they harvested mutant crystals from the creature's remains. He worked methodically and calmly, as if this apocalyptic routine was the most mundane thing in the world. So, Lin Junyao finally broke the silence. "Is he the Qingu you've had a crush on for years?" Lin Juanxue's cheeks turned crimson instantly. "Tell me, sis, the team leader's gotta be my brother-in-law, right?" Lin Juanyao's teasing words nearly made her sister want to vanish on the spot. Just hours ago, having escaped a living nightmare, Lin Junyao had burst out of the RV upon seeing Chun Lan alive, overcome by emotion. She clung to Chun Lan, sobbing uncontrollably, but then, shifting the tone, she blurted out while holding Chun Lan's hand, "I owe it all to my brother-in-law for saving me." The sudden statement stunned everyone into a frozen silence. All at once, the other women around stopped whatever they were doing, their ears perking up like antennas. Chingu, momentarily dumbfounded at the label brother-in-law, looked over at the commotion. Meanwhile, Lin Junyao unabashedly turned to him with a straight face. She stood firm, speaking with sincerity. "So, you're my brother-in-law, huh? Thanks for saving the day. Take good care of my sister, all right?" What she meant to say would remain a mystery, as Lin Junshu had dashed forward, covering her mouth and dragging her back into the RV with an embarrassed laugh that couldn't hide her blush. The door slammed shut behind them. As for the women outside, the moment the door sealed, the speculation exploded. "I knew it all along," someone whispered. "No way, it doesn't add up. If they're together, why keep it under wraps?" another countered. Then a sly voice added in an undertone, "Word is, Senior Lin Junshu thinks the team leader isn't good enough in certain areas." "Certain areas?" came the scandalized question. "Yeah, those areas." "What? Details? Spill it. Elaborate, come on." Chingu, seated by the campfire with his usual composed demeanor, ignored the gossip buzzing around him as if it didn't exist. After dinner, he began planning for the next day. Their current position was at the edge of the city's eastern district. 12 or 13 kilometers inward lay Jiangqing's largest shopping mall. The denser the area, the higher the population, and by extension, the swarms of zombies they expected to encounter. Driving directly in wasn't an option. One wrong move, and they'd find themselves trapped in and unable to even open the car doors. The strategy would involve a gradual, pedestrian advance, clearing paths as they went. They'd comb through smaller shops along the way for resources. While single shops might not yield much, every little bit added up, and in the apocalypse, no resource was insignificant. As for the RV, he'd located a module in the mall's system catalog that afternoon. A smart adaptive tracking module. Costing 100 mutant crystals, it could be installed on S-Class or higher RVs. This would allow it to autonomously follow a preset target without requiring a dedicated driver or causing concern about the RV being stuck in one location. The golden loot crates from the initial apocalypse drops were already off the table. He'd collected 2 out of the original 5, and the whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. No use dwelling on that now. The focus going forward would shift to silver and bronze crates, which were adequate for their current needs. Weapons and gear had also been organized earlier in the day. Among their haul from the Riot Squad cache was black tactical armor, made with triple layers of Kevlar. It was lightweight and resistant to tearing, offering significant protection. Everyone was provided a set. The girls initially complained about the armor's lack of aesthetic appeal, but in a post-apocalyptic world, having protective gear was a privilege far outweighing trivial concerns like color. And besides, Lin Junshu's black battlesuit had already set the standard. No one argued further after that. Weapons, however, remained an issue. Today's supplies would suffice to arm Lin Junyao, Zhang Kersen, and 6 other team members, but the quantity was far from satisfactory. This gap needed to be resolved before entering the mall tomorrow. The disturbance in the night came without warning. While the 8 occupants of the RV were in a deep state of unconsciousness, absorbing the mutant crystals in their bodies to awaken their abilities, the night watch outside suddenly knocked on the door, loud and frantic. There, hovering just outside, was a drone. Its rotors whirred so close that they could almost be touched. When Chingu stepped out to check, one of the women had already raised her shotgun, waiting for his signal to fire. He raised his hand, signaling her to lower the weapon. The silence of the night couldn't afford to be disturbed by gunshots, not when zombies would swarm from several blocks away at the sound. But this drone, it wasn't ordinary. Chingu had seen similar tech in his previous life, but in most cases, operators would maintain their distance, using them to quietly scout resources or assess areas with fewer zombies. Finding other survivors usually resulted in only one reaction: stay under the radar, avoid trouble. But this, strutting up boldly and stopping just inches from his face, this was a first. Whoever was behind it clearly had bad intentions. He didn't let a hint of unease show toward the drone's camera. Instead, he casually waved and called out, "Hey, can you hear me, buddy?" All the while muttering instructions under his breath to Lin Juanxue behind him. Circle around to its rear. When I keep it distracted, use your flame technique to take it down. Lin Juanxue quickly judged the distance and nodded. It should work, as long as it stays put. Qin Ge kept up his act in front of the camera, pretending to be clueless, while Lin Juanxue stealthily moved into position. Moments later, a blazing streak of fire shot from behind the drone, cutting the feed instantly. In an abandoned factory, a man with tattoos stared blankly at the now-black screen in his hand. Before he could react, an older man behind him, referred to as Brother Kai, smacked him upside the head. The slap wasn't out of concern for the drone, it was frustration. The guy had flown too close, almost exposing them along with the drone. The tattooed man fished a backup unit from his bag, barely evading another hit. "Keep your distance this time, and just observe," Brother Kai ordered sharply. "No more screw-ups." Brother Kai refocused on the screen as the new feed came through. RV, Gear, the group. One man, surrounded by several women. The corner of Kai's mouth curled into a sly grin. One guy leading so many? He's either an idiot or completely useless. His meaning was clear. Once dawn broke, they'd take care of the man, seize the RV, the supplies, and the people. The tattooed man chuckled nervously in agreement. Kai ignored him, his sharp eyes glued to the screen, sizing up the RV parked on the city's eastern edge. Though darkness still cloaked the area, the countdown to dawn was already ticking. Back at the RV, Kai and his lackey were still plotting. The news of the downed drone had barely reached them when the two had huddled up, whispering and scheming. Kai grinned, his expression bordering on sinister as he patted his shiny bald head. "Got it. Here's what we'll do." Whatever he was planning was out of earshot, but the look on his face said it all. They weren't giving up. Meanwhile, Qin Ge sat on the RV's edge, seemingly idle, but his attention was focused elsewhere, inside his system's digital marketplace. The drone had reminded him of something critical. Aerial threats were even harder to deal with than ground-level dangers. Lin Juanxue's flame technique worked this time, but next time? There were no guarantees. Scanning through his options in the marketplace, his eyes landed on an item he'd noticed earlier. Advanced Signal Blocking Device, upgradable version. A gadget that creates a 300-meter interference field, disabling all electronic signals, imaging, or wireless transmissions within its range. Once upgraded, it even offers anti-surveillance capabilities. Price: 100 mutant crystals. And paired with another item he'd been eyeing, Adaptive Intelligent Follow Module. The total came to 200 crystals. A glance at his balance: 206 crystals. Without hesitation, Qin Ge confirmed the purchase. Once installed, the balance in the upper corner of his system display plummeted to 6 crystals. From over 300 collected in 2 days to a measly 6 after just a couple of upgrades. In his previous life, 300 mutant crystals could buy a fortune, enough to save countless lives in the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Yet now, they'd barely covered a couple of budget-tier upgrades. The plan to develop his abilities tonight? Postponed. He had no choice but to accelerate his resource-gathering pace starting tomorrow. As he was mulling this over, the RV door creaked open. The first young woman to complete her awakening descended the steps, looking both thrilled and a bit sulky. "I awakened as a strength type. My skill is Iron Fist." She recited her attributes hesitantly, before blurting out in frustration, "Does this mean I'll turn into Popeye or something?" Qin Ge shook his head. "Not a chance. Skills only enhance your attributes. They won't change your appearance. But more importantly, your Iron Fist isn't just any ordinary strength skill. It's leagues above the average." Her awakened ability? Enhanced punches at 5 times the usual power, paired with a Dominion body state that rendered her immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 minutes. Usable twice a day. A B-tier ability, but the specifics leaned into B+ territory. Offensively, she could overpower anyone. Defensively, she could outlast anything. Those 6 minutes of invulnerability could tip the balance in life-or-death situations. The girl's eyes sparkled with determination, already planning how she'd test her newfound power tomorrow. Qin mentally flagged this as significant. If the first awakened ability in the group was this solid, the other 7 girls were bound to have equally remarkable results. Over the next few hours, one by one, the others began completing their awakenings. The second girl had an earth elemental skill, Earth Spikes, which could summon lethal stone spikes erupting from the ground. While danger loomed outside, the group inside was steadily growing in both power and cohesion. By the time the fourth girl awakened, Qin had started forming a picture of the team's potential. The trends weren't surprising: elemental abilities with strong AoE and crowd control aspects. Skills like these, when used strategically, were powerhouses. There was a wind element user who could envelop enemies in disorienting whirlwinds, and a wood element user with vines that immobilized targets for 5 seconds. Both abilities provided solid damage control, crucial for a cohesive team dynamic. Lin Junshua's pure single-target explosive fire ability was already notable. But when it was Lin Juanyao's turn, expectations were modest. Her ability? Ice Elemental. Not single-target. Large-scale. Icebound Prison. A designated area attack that delivered continuous ice damage for 5 seconds while simultaneously freezing all enemies within the zone for the same duration. It was a chilling combination, literally. Constant damage and hard crowd control that blanketed everything in a designated area. The synergy was perfect. Lin Juanshua burned down single targets with precision, while Lin Junyao immobilized entire zones, creating opportunities for the rest of the team to pick enemies off at their leisure. Though their bloodlines were different, their abilities were complementary, like two halves of an unstoppable machine. Qin quickly plotted their positions in his mind, preparing to. Qin Ji's prediction was interrupted by Wu Shengnan. Wu Shengnan was a large-framed woman with a fierce personality. Qin originally assumed her abilities would either enhance her strength or boost her physical endurance. But the actual skill she awakened left him momentarily stunned. Electric-based ability, passive skill. Thunderstrike. Attacks inflict additional lightning element damage upon landing. After a successful hit, a chain lightning triggers to damage up to 5 nearby targets. Using a hammer-type weapon grants an extra 50% lightning damage bonus with a chance to paralyze targets. In elemental abilities, most were typically mage-like skills driven by magic energy. But Wu Xingnan's passive ability stood out. It enchanted her physical attacks with elemental power, added area of effect damage, and even incorporated crowd control effects. A warrior-type elemental awakener like her was something Qin had only read about theoretically in ancient records. No wonder she was the backbone of the team. Her skill set required no complex tactics, just swing a hammer, and the damage, range, and crowd control were all packed into that single strike. The one who puzzled everyone the most, however, was Zhang Jingya. It wasn't because her power was overwhelming, quite the opposite. Her awakened ability was from the observation type. In this apocalypse, vision-enhancing observer abilities were almost universally classified as support skills. They lacked offensive capabilities and were typically rated no higher than a B tier. When Zhang Jingya emerged, everyone exchanged subtle, conflicted glances. The odd part was that she awakened later than Wu Shengnan by several minutes. It was unusual for a support-type awakening to take so much extra time. When Zhang Jingya explained herself, Qin finally understood why. Line and point Demon Eye, within a 1-kilometer radius, mark up to 3 targets. Once marked, targets remain visible even if they leave your line of sight. Additionally, the ability pinpoints an enemy's weak spots, allowing attacks to deal 500x critical damage when hitting those vulnerabilities. Effective for 30 seconds. When using bows, crossbows, or firearms, receive a 2x physical damage bonus. Qin reevaluated her with fresh eyes. Support type? Marking targets, exposing weaknesses, triggering a 500x critical damage multiplier, and a 2x ranged weapon bonus? This wasn't a supporting role, it was an ADC, attack damage carry, disguised as a support. When Zhang Jingya finished her explanation, she paused briefly, then turned her head and asked, "Captain, could I have that shotgun? My grandfather was a military sniper, and I grew up on a military base. I've trained with all kinds of firearms. When I got to college, I even earned a level 2 sharpshooter certification." Qin didn't say a word. He nudged the shotgun aside. Instead, He reached into his bag and pulled out a sniper rifle that he had picked up earlier from the riot police warehouse, along with 20 matching rounds of ammo. He placed them on the table. Zhang Jingyao blinked in surprise before quickly grabbing the rifle. She ejected the magazine to check the bullets, pressed the rounds firmly into place, reloaded, and cocked the bolt. With a metallic click, a magnum round was chambered effortlessly. An AWP police variant, effective range up to 1,200 meters. Its 1-kilometer locking range with Zhang Jingya's Demon Eye skill made it practically a custom fit. 20 rounds equaled 20 shots of 500x damage, amplified with 2x ranged weapon bonuses. Qin Gu was already calculating in his mind. The system store seemed to have a Barrett sniper rifle in stock. Once enough mutant crystals were collected, this equipment slot could still be upgraded. For now, the team wasn't yet complete. Zhang Kursin, the 8th member, had yet to fully awaken, her process taking the longest of all. Before dawn broke, a drone arrived. It was the same model with the same loudspeaker. The blaring, grating tune of the dinosaurs resist the wolves blasted from above, and a dense horde of over 100 zombies came flooding in from the direction of the noise. Someone was tracking them. This fact was more concerning to Qin Gu than the zombies themselves. He didn't rush to give orders. First, he negotiated with the system for a deal, spending 5 mutant crystals to purchase the ability to alter the video feed sent back by the drone, replacing it with garbled, useless footage. It was a steep cost, but it gave them control of the situation. After arranging this with the system, he patiently donned his combat armor, pulled out his battle axe, and activated the built-in cannon system. He then stepped aside to let the others take the lead. Not because the zombie horde was particularly difficult. On the contrary, it was straightforward to handle. But the 8 newly awakened members needed practical combat experience rather than standing idle while Qin Gu cleaned up the mess. From the rear line, Qin Gu watched as Wu Shengnan stormed forward with her warhammer. Charging ahead was perfectly in character for Wu Shengnan. But what really turned heads was the moment she leaped into the air. Her hammer exploded with arcs of lightning midair, and when it smashed down, the hammerhead was completely enveloped in electric light. The impact shattered a zombie's skull, and the electricity spread out through the ground and air, toppling 5 surrounding zombies in an instant. One hammer strike, 6 kills, in less than a second. Lin Juanxue and Lin Junyao acted in seamless coordination. Flames roared out from Lin Juanxue's palm, painting the night in orange hues, while Lin Junyao's frost ability froze the densest cluster of zombies. The ice burst apart with a crisp crackling sound, leaving nothing but frozen shards on the ground. Zhang Kursin had the quietest fighting style, but she also caught Qin Ji's attention the most. Emerging from the shadows, she struck 3 times, 3 blades, 3 heads, then vanished. The next second, she reappeared on the opposite end of the battlefield, repeating the same maneuver. Her shadow-based power allowed her to blend seamlessly with the darkness. For her, the night wasn't an obstacle, it was a shield. Although the skill was still raw and her movements unpolished, the potential was evident. She weaved through the zombies like a specter, silent, precise, uninterrupted. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield was cleared. The unawakened girls worked on cleanup and finishing off stragglers, maintaining composure the entire time. But when the fight ended, almost instinctively, everyone's gaze turned toward Wu Shengnan. She had fought her way through the entire zombie horde, her hammer still glowing with residual heat from the lightning. Standing there, fresh from battle, she looked like a war goddess come to life. The warlord arrives. Qin Gu was well aware that their team had just begun to find its rhythm, while whoever was operating the drone had been keenly observing them again and again. What was the other side waiting for? Or what were they looking for? That question loomed large, and the faulty footage from the crystals they'd bought wouldn't keep them in the dark for much longer. At the crack of dawn, Brother Kai and the tattooed man finally made their move. The two approached with an air of swagger, heads held high, gait casual, like they were walking in to claim an inheritance. The drone footage of a fallen Qin Gu had amused them all of last night. They'd delighted in the drama. Dozens of zombies closing in, bullets exhausted, and the survivors resorting to melee until complete exhaustion. They'd seen it all clearly, down to the group of girls sobbing over a corpse. Knowing this, They didn't even bother trying to mask their approach. Strutting over without a care, their eyes were already scanning the crowd with satisfaction. Their arrogance didn't last long. The RV door pushed open from the inside, and Chin-gu stepped out, unhurried, his expression calm but edged with a trace of icy disdain. The two men froze on the spot. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" one of them stammered. "Well," Chin-gu replied evenly, "if I weren't dead, how would I have lured you out?" Before the words had fully sunk in, Chin-gu sprang into action. With two well-placed kicks, both men were sent sprawling to the ground. The truth was, from the start, this had been Chin-ji's trap. He'd long noticed the suspicious drone overhead. Rather than waste energy chasing it, or live each day with that unseen threat lingering, he'd decided to bait them, stage an act, and see who would surface. The only thing he needed to confirm was how deep the waters ran behind the scenes. So he waited until morning, waited for them to walk straight into his snare. The interrogation, however, proved underwhelming. Brother Kai, face down in the dirt and spitting out sand, confessed everything. The two men were nobodies, factory guards who shirked work even before the apocalypse. They'd managed to survive thanks to the two drones the tattooed man happened to possess. Stumbling on this area by accident last night, they'd seen the RV and the group of women and decided to take their chances. No organization, no hidden faction, just two opportunists hoping to loot amidst chaos. No deeper secrets lay behind their actions. Chin-gu rose to his feet, and with two sharp swings of his axe, ended it cleanly. He turned, facing his team, saying nothing as he calmly scanned their faces. He wasn't looking for tears, not specifically, but rather something deeper, their reactions in this moment. If anyone's expression betrayed hesitation, disapproval, or discomfort, if anyone flinched or looked away, that was what he sought. He'd been leading this team for 2 days. This was their turning point. In the apocalypse, misplaced mercy wasn't kindness. It was a liability, a moral weakness that, sooner or later, would jeopardize everyone else. Chin-gu had already had Lin Juanxue explain this philosophy to them, but saying it and witnessing it were two different matters. He needed to see their conviction with his own eyes. The group moved down the desolate city streets, an unusual sight to casual onlookers. Clad in sleek black riot gear, all female, they moved with precision and efficiency. Their actions were swift, slashing, striking, finishing off zombies and collecting crystals without hesitation. Their formation held firm, not a shred of chaos. At the front, a short-haired woman swung an electrically charged hammer, one blow sending shocks rippling through 4 or 5 zombies around her. The middle section was focused on looting amid the mayhem, while the RV at the rear set the pace, pressing forward steadily. And then there was Chin-gu. Dressed in crimson battle armor, he trailed at the back, meandering like a man out for a morning stroll. Every so often, he'd duck into a roadside shop and re-emerge minutes later, completely unperturbed. Zombies crossing his path. He didn't bother acknowledging them, leaving them for the women to clean up as if he were taking a casual walk in the park. From the buildings above, survivors who'd been hiding for days, peeking out through gaps in doors, finally couldn't resist speaking up. From the third-floor window, a shirtless man with a gaunt face yelled out, his tone oily and lecherous. "Hey, buddy, quite the harem you've got there. Think you can manage? Need me to lend a hand?" Chin-gu turned his head, locking eyes with him for a moment. But that glance only egged the man on. He smirked and continued, his voice even more suggestive, riding high on his misplaced bravado. He got halfway through his sentence. Chin-gu bent down, grabbed a struggling zombie from the ground, lifted it single-handedly, aimed at the third-floor window, and hurled it with all his strength. The zombie flew through the window. What followed was a string of screams, the sounds of snapping jaws and ripping flesh reverberating within. It wasn't long before all fell silent, leaving only the blood trickling down the outer windowsill, dripping into the street in the pale morning light. The street was filled with swallowed words and deathly quiet. No one had expected this seemingly carefree man to possess the raw power to hurl a living zombie into a third-floor window. Nor did anyone particularly care what went through the zombie's mind in its final moments, if it ever understood how it ended up airborne and dying against all odds. But those hidden upstairs weren't reflecting on the fate of the monster. No, their thoughts had shifted focus. They turned to inspect the group below, the women in riot gear, and recalibrated their assumptions. Young, small-framed, regardless of their well-equipped appearance, perhaps it all came down to sheer luck in scavenging supplies. After all, these people had moved through the city without any real altercations, far too kind-hearted to survive long-term. That kind of judgment, in the post-apocalypse, was usually fatal. Yet another voice called out, this time from a second-floor window. A middle-aged woman leaned out, pointing directly at Zhang Jingya. Hey, tell your boyfriend to toss us some food, will you? My little boy hasn't eaten in 2 days. Her words were logical, at least in her mind. In a group with only one man, the RV, and a woman with a firearm, most likely his partner, she figured persuasion would work best through the girlfriend. But she had gambled poorly. Zhang Jingya looked up at the window, her face betraying exasperation. She kept quiet, but out of habit, her eyes darted toward Qin Ge for a gauge of his reaction. She quickly realized he had already fixed his icy gaze on the second-floor woman. Zhang Jingya secretly chuckled to herself. Afterward, she sneaked a glance at Lin Juanxue. Noticing her senior didn't seem to react, her thoughts began to wander down a peculiar path. The captain was undeniably dashing and fierce. He even handed her the prized AWP sniper rifle, and last night's bed was so big and soft. If worst came to worst, her senior could take the lead, and she would settle for second place. Before Zhang Jingya's thoughts could spiral further into uncharted, questionable territory, Qin Ji's icy voice cut through the moment. What do you want to eat? Before the woman could respond, a chubby kid of about 8 or 9 squirmed out from behind her, plastering his face against the window and shouting, "Pizza, burgers, and cola too. Hurry up. If you don't give it to me, I'll have my mom file a complaint about you. It'll go on your record, and you'll be stuck with it for life." In his hand was a toy gun that he enthusiastically pointed at Qin Ge, making exaggerated pew-pew noises. The interaction was loaded with context, the kind only an odd mother-child duo like this would bring. Before the apocalypse, this woman had relied on her red armband status to swagger through neighborhoods, weaponizing phrases like, "I'll have it added to your file," to intimidate honest folks into compliance. It worked more often than not. Now, with the world turned upside down, she was still trying to run the same old playbook. Qin Ge glanced at the nearby bakery, scoffed coldly, and said, "No pizza. Bread, take it or leave it. Don't want it. I said I want pizza and burgers." The chubby kid continued pounding on the window, as if demanding a customer service resolution. The woman half-heartedly hushed him, then turned to Qin Ge with a condescending tone. "Fine, bread it is, but hurry up. If I starve, you'll regret it." Qin Ge stepped up to the bakery window, took an axe to the glass, and fished out a 2-day-old loaf of bread with mold creeping around the edges. Without missing a beat, he casually rubbed the loaf against the decaying body of a nearby zombie before tossing it up to the second floor of the building. The woman exploded into a tirade, cursing at the top of her lungs. "You bastard. You'll see. When the government restores order, I'm reporting you to the council. They'll lock you away. And don't think I'll forget your little hussies." She was mid-rant, oblivious to what was happening behind her. Her chubby son, who'd been hungry for 2 days, had already lunged at the airborne piece of bread the moment it landed. He was happily gnawing on it before she could even finish her scream. Meanwhile, out in the plaza, the campfire was just getting lit, and the aroma of dinner was wafting into the cool evening air, carrying tantalizing traces far away on the gentle breeze. It was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. For most people, these 3 days had felt longer than the last 3 years. Qin Ge scanned his surroundings before maneuvering their truck, the Shilliphan, to block the mall's main entrance with its side panel. There were still zombies inside. He couldn't risk them charging out in the middle of the night. While he worked silently, the girls had already started setting up tents and prepping for dinner. Lin Juanxue, ever efficient, pulled out various tools from her storage ring with ease, her movements swift and practiced. After an entire day's trek, their status was surprisingly positive. 1 sprained ankle, no deaths. For a group of female college students who'd never even handled knives before the apocalypse, this outcome exceeded all expectations. Qin Ge decided they'd earned the chance to splurge tonight. Box after box of self-heating hot pot meals, packaged roast chicken, Spicy river snail noodles and fresh fruit were brought out, alongside an ample stash of soda and juice, more indulgent than the past 2 nights by far. The girls, seated by the fire and gnawing on chicken drumsticks, found themselves, for the first time, thinking that maybe the apocalypse wasn't so unbearable after all. Chingu, however, didn't dig in much. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the plaza's dimly lit edges. Here and there, shadows were creeping closer from the darkness. These weren't zombies. They were local residents from nearby buildings who, emboldened by Qin Ji's team clearing out the surrounding streets, finally dared to venture out. Most of them were regular urban workers, people who never cooked at home and were left stranded when food delivery services stopped. After 2 days without eating, hunger left their ribs practically touching. As for scavenging for supplies, Qin Ji's team had already stripped every store clean. Even the pet section's dog and cat food hadn't been spared, thanks to his infinitely spacious storage ring. If starving people followed the trail of a fragrant meal, no guessing was needed to know where they'd end up. The first to break rank was an elderly woman. Stooped over, she approached slowly, her voice trembling as though she might collapse. "Girls, please, could you spare me some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days." Even as she whispered her plea, her eyes were locked with unflinching intensity on the drumstick held by the nearest girl. Lin Juanxue stood, her voice low yet commanding. "Stop right there. Say what you need to from where you are. Don't come any closer." The old woman froze, seemingly startled, her steps pausing mid-stride. Chingu remained silent, simply observing. Zombies, mindless as they are, don't hide their intentions. They charge straight at you with a singular goal: to bite. People, however, are much more complicated. A starving human's thoughts can spiral into dangerous places, often making them more perilous than zombies. And the worst part? You'd never know when the danger brewed or how it would manifest. The smell of food drifted on. Firelight flickered over tense faces, casting long, shifting shadows. More figures began gathering from the dark fringes, drawn by instinct and desperation. But the old woman standing at the forefront had never intended to plead honestly. Her movements were deliberate and steady, though her sobs were convincingly frail. She muttered about her son being bitten to death by her daughter-in-law, about starving for days, even squeezing out a few miserable tears. Yet her hands, tightly clasped behind her back, betrayed her. Lin Juanxue, and noticed immediately, a heavy cloth bag dangled there, suspiciously weighted and swaying slightly. A faint outline left no doubt. There was a kitchen knife inside. Women like her were common in the apocalypse. They were more dangerous than zombies. After all, zombies don't talk, act, or specifically target the seemingly weak prey. Unfortunately for her, tonight wasn't her lucky night. The bag slipped. The knife clattered loudly to the ground. Having been exposed, she saw no point in continuing her charade. The old woman snatched up the knife and dashed toward the nearest girl, Jean Curson. She must have thought the young girl looked like an easy victim. But before she could get any closer, she felt a strange blur of motion. A figure flashed before her. Suddenly, her neck felt cold. Before the blood could start to pour, the old woman heard the young girl's calm voice. "Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal." Those were the last words she ever heard. Everyone else in the plaza froze. No one dared take another step forward. Jean Curson stood where she was. She idly twirled the knife in her hand, her face devoid of any visible emotion, as though what had just happened was nothing out of the ordinary. For her, it probably wasn't. It was an ordinary situation, so typical that it almost felt absurd. Finally, everyone figured out what kind of girls the group in front of them were. Not the type to be trifled with, not some soft targets you could test without consequences. These girls had the kind of presence that made you stop and take a deep, uneasy breath. Those who had the sense to run made their retreat immediately. The ones who stayed behind split into two groups. One group stood at a distance, spectating as though this was some sort of twisted street theater. The other group chose a more desperate route. They dropped to their knees, formed a single line on the plaza, and started bowing their heads repeatedly in silent pleading. No words, just the rhythmic sound of foreheads hitting the ground. They were starving and terrified, a grim, last-ditch effort born of desperation. Lin Juanxue felt stuck. They couldn't just start a brawl, nor could they shoo the people away. And killing someone just because they begged for food? That was a line she couldn't cross. She glanced at Chingu, her silent ask for direction clear even without words. Chingu stepped out of the RV, walked up to the kneeling line of people, and stopped in front of them. His gaze lingered on their bowed heads for a moment before he spoke. Stop with the kowtowing. You could batter your heads bloody, and I still won't give you anything. But, he added, holding up a finger, I'm willing to trade. He reached into a storage compartment and pulled out a single pack of instant noodles, then pointed toward the steps where the mangled remains of zombies lay scattered. 3 intact zombie heads. That's what it takes for 1 pack of noodles. Bring me more, and you can get better things in return. But remember, it has to be intact. No split open heads will be accepted. With that, he turned and went back to the RV. As he climbed the steps, he threw out one final remark. Let them keep kneeling if they want. But if a zombie happens to show up, no one is to intervene. If they die, they die. That was the final straw for the desperate ones kneeling on the ground. They realized they weren't going to get anything and began to slink away, heads hung low. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves for a minute or two before they, too, dispersed. The plaza sank back into uneasy, tense silence. Chingu reclined inside the RV, running through an inventory of today's gains. Combined with what he'd scavenged from the supply drop crate earlier, they now had exactly 219 mutated crystals. Weapon-wise, they'd found a few alloy knives and daggers, green grade, which were significantly more durable than ordinary materials. The real highlight, though, was the new supply of provisions, 35 rice ball compression capsules and an equal amount of drinkable water capsules. These alone would last them quite a while. They had also picked up 3 portable military tents, plus 2 sets of high-tech toilets and showers. Both came with built-in filtration systems to turn any water source into usable supply, effectively converting any of the tents into livable units. For day 1 of the apocalypse, this haul was leagues ahead of what most people could manage. But Chingu knew it wasn't the easy part that worried him. The hardest challenges were still looming over the horizon. 10 mutation crystals. Just like that, gone. Chingu stared at the system panel in sheer disbelief, his eyes locked on the line flashing on the screen. Skill upgrade. 10 out of 10. For an awkward, frozen 3 seconds, he blankly assumed his spatial ability had automatically leveled up after the investment. Instead, a notification popped up. To upgrade from basic to intermediate ability, specialized serum is required. Crystals cannot substitute. And where exactly was he supposed to get this serum? Airdropped supply crates, apparently. Now they tell him. 3 days into the apocalypse, mutation crystals were already a limited commodity in the chaos-packed city. Of the ones he had, Chingu had shared 30 with his team so the girls could awaken their own abilities, leaving him with 180. Wasting 10 of them like this? It stung a lot. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He shot at the system. You didn't ask, came the unapologetic reply. Chingu didn't bother arguing logic. Instead, he resorted to something far simpler: threats. He made a vague and deeply unsettling proposal about doing something truly bizarre to the platform's AI entity, Shilliphan. As abstract as that sounded, it worked. The digital persona rolled a pair of cartoonish eyes before sighing and begrudgingly handing him a card. Ghoul Lure Summoning Card. Summons a tier 2 mutated zombie for 1-minute control. During that time, the zombie emits a lure effect, making all tier 2 or weaker zombies in range follow orders unconditionally. The downside? The summoned zombie itself has 0 combat power and disappears after use. Chingu tucked the card into his spatial inventory and reluctantly dropped his grievances for now. This time, he didn't rush to use any more crystals. He made sure to clarify ahead of time. Would upgrading his skills require anything besides crystals? The system confirmed, plain and simple, no, just crystals. Reassured, Chingu invested 10 more into upgrading his storage ability. The transformation was immediate. A new line of text appeared in his mental inventory prompt. Storage space level 2. Capacity to accommodate 1 non-human living entity. Non-human living entity? Intrigued, Chingu left the vehicle. Not far off, perched atop a dilapidated billboard, was a crow. It was pecking at an exposed electrical wire, its single-minded determination almost humorous in its stupidity. An idea crossed his mind. He focused for the briefest of seconds, and the crow vanished without a sound. Inside his storage space, the bird hovered in suspended animation. Alive, yet frozen. Experimentally, Chingu released it. The crow reappeared on the billboard, stunned for a split moment before resuming its pecking as if nothing had happened. A living storage function. Chingu couldn't yet tell how far he could push this new direction. But the upgrade requirements for the next level of storage? He let out a slow, incredulous whistle when he saw it. 10,000 mutated crystals. Not 10, not 100, not even 1,000. 10,000. Regular zombies didn't drop these things. You only found crystals in mutated ones, the kind that made your skin crawl just thinking about the fight they'd put up. 10,000? That wasn't even within the realm of possibility for now. Chingu set the impossible number aside mentally, knowing full well he couldn't afford to obsess over it. Not yet. With 10 crystals still left, he tossed them all into upgrading his conceal skill. What he got in return went beyond expectations. Instead of a minor boost, the invisibility duration jumped from 10 to 15 seconds. That alone was decent. What lit up his face, though, was the added benefit. Movement speed during concealment increased by 300%. 3 times faster. Completely silent. For 15 seconds. This wasn't just good for running away. It screamed opportunities for sneak attacks, flanks, and game-changing plays in critical moments. 10 crystals well spent, no doubt about it. Humming a tune, his mood soared as he made his way back to the RV. But just as he reached the door, a hand slid around his arm from behind. "Brother-in-law, come on. Say yes, won't you?" The group used to look at him with utmost trust in their eyes. Unfortunately, that team later met a grim fate. They were completely wiped out, and even their captain, Brother Zhou, died under unclear circumstances. When people now recalled him, they would always sigh with regret. A kind person like that never got to see the end of this apocalyptic nightmare. Qin Ji's eyes swept over the group briefly, stirring up a mix of emotions in his chest. They were disheveled and no longer living the stable lives they once had. But the honesty and stubborn dignity in their expressions hadn't faded. Chingu understood far too well. The quality of kindness was both the most precious and the most fragile thing in a post-apocalyptic world. Ordinary people who still held on to their moral boundaries, like Zhou Yongli, were the rarest kind of resource. They deserved more opportunities, more hope, instead of silently fading away in the madness of this world. Zhou Yongli, right? Qin Ji's voice wasn't loud, yet it made the group in front of him instantly straighten up, their faces laced with confusion. Not bad. 90 heads brought back. You and your brothers have guts, and I'll remember that. He paused, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of compressed biscuit, handing it over. Save the instant noodles for later. This one's just to keep you going. The road ahead is still long. He might have given them just a small bit of extra food, but his tone carried the authority of a commander addressing fresh recruits, rather than a man closing a simple trade. Zhou Yongli accepted the biscuit, and his eyes glistened. He understood the meaning behind Qin Ji's words. It wasn't just an act of kindness. It was recognition, genuine trust. "Thank you," he said, his voice weighted with emotion. But by then, Chingu had already turned away, shouting back to the rest of the group. "All right, stop standing around. Clean out what's left in the camp and get ready to move. We've got a long road ahead." With the command given, the camp quickly buzzed with activity. Everyone worked efficiently, gathering, organizing, and packing supplies. Lin Juanxiue stood at a slight distance, watching Chingu as he directed the group, his tall figure exuding an unshakable sense of reliability. Her cheeks were still faintly red, her expression unreadable as she watched him silently for a moment. Then, with a determined look, she clenched her fists and stepped forward. The mornings in the apocalypse were always brimming with tension. The warm sunlight was just a mask. Danger lurked in every passing second. Whatever came next, only one thing was certain. Moving forward was not an option. It was the only choice. Chingu silently reminded himself, no matter what happens this time, he wouldn't let the people by his side, whether old comrades or new allies, be swallowed by this cruel world so easily. They all called him bro. Later, he saved a mother and her son. The woman was a widow, and it wasn't long before they became close. But during a scavenging trip for supplies, he was betrayed and killed by the mother and son. Every single piece of his supplies was taken. Chingu looked at Zhou Yongli, who was smiling sheepishly and thanking him, and for a fleeting second, superimposed his face onto that man from the story. He didn't say anything. In the apocalypse, holding on to your morals and refraining from hurting others proactively was already a rare kindness. But how others lived or died had nothing to do with Chingu. He had his own people to protect. His energy was best spent on things that mattered. After Zhou Yongli's group left, the girls dug through the pile of 90 heads, extracting mutation crystals, 43 of them. Over half. A solid win. Chingu packed the crystals into his spatial storage, clapped his hands, and led the group into a shopping mall. The place didn't have many zombies. The apocalypse had erupted around 11 p.m., and the mall had already closed by then. The only people inside were a few security guards and sales associates finishing up paperwork. Now, they were all turned into zombies, easy enough to deal with. Once the area was cleared, the atmosphere shifted. For the first time since the apocalypse began 3 days ago, the young women in the group relaxed. It was time for a super shopping spree, everything for free. Just 3 days ago, these women had been ordinary college students, the kind who would agonize for weeks over the price of a single lipstick. Now, standing before rows of luxury brand counters, their hands were trembling, not out of fear, but out of sheer excitement. The apocalypse had erased all price tags. The most unattainable luxuries had suddenly become the easiest to acquire. Lin Juanxue granted them permission to browse, but issued clear instructions. Groups of 3. No one was to wander off alone. A lone zombie could be hiding in a bathroom corner. If someone without supernatural abilities ran into trouble, their job wasn't to fight. It was to scream for help. Everyone was to regroup at the RV in 1 hour. Anyone late would have to reckon with her strict discipline. With laughter echoing through the mall, the girls dispersed. Chingu stood to the side, watching Lin Juanxue as she took in the sight of her team heading off. He noticed her shoulders subtly relax, a kind of release that only came after verifying that everyone was genuinely safe. Then she turned, slipped her arm through his, and just like that, they strolled through the mall as if it were a lazy, ordinary weekend afternoon. Chingu led her into a lingerie store, then into the shoe department, even boldly picking out items for her himself. Lin Juanxue didn't say a word, but the look in her eyes said more than enough. He pretended not to notice. Once they were done, he stored the items in his spatial inventory, and they kept moving. After all, his storage space had endless room. Hoarding was never a bad idea. Still, stockpiling wasn't the real priority here. In the apocalypse, moments like this, where they could simply walk together without constantly scanning for danger, without making split-second life or death decisions, were so rare that they felt worth savoring, even wasting. So they walked slowly. The world outside was in shambles, but this short stretch of time and space still felt like it belonged to another, gentler reality. What's the most valuable resource in the apocalypse? It's not weapons or food, it's water. You can hoard food, grow it, even scavenge it from zombie hordes. But water? That's an entirely different story. If the water purification systems fail, what would an entire city drink? The sludge-filled river water with floating zombie corpses? Chingu stared at a number in the system's marketplace for a long time. A full set of large-scale water purification equipment, starting from scratch, would cost 30,000 crystals. That amount of crystals was unthinkable at the moment. Even if it were manageable, every additional system down the line would mean another massive expense. That path was financially unsustainable. But the marketplace offered another option, upgrading the city's existing infrastructure for just 5,000 mutated crystals. All they needed to do was find the old water system and modify it. 5,000 crystals to solve the problem. The price difference was significant, 6 times less. Chingu made up his mind immediately. Their next destination was the city's largest municipal water company in the Western District. The apocalypse had already stripped the place of value. Those machines were now just abandoned scrap metal. The rule was simple: first come, first served. There was no time for hesitation. When the group left the mall, the girls still carried traces of satisfaction on their faces. The scavenging spree had allowed them to replace many of the things they lacked. But the journey ahead was long. The water company was 16 kilometers away, and they would be traveling on foot. Fighting zombies along the way would serve as combat training, while Chingu himself casually looted the smaller shops they passed by. 16 kilometers wasn't short, and whether or not there were people or zombies, or even intact equipment at the water company was a complete unknown. But one thing was certain. If they could secure that purification system today, the base's water problem would truly be resolved. As Qin Ji's group moved deeper into the city, the streets behind them were already covered with dead zombies. The girls had cleared out almost every infected creature in their path. Their blades moved with deadly precision, and whenever a zombie fell, they immediately cut open its skull and searched for something inside. The survivors hiding in nearby apartment buildings watched in confusion. What are they looking for? Who knows? Maybe there's something valuable inside the zombies. Curiosity eventually overcame fear. People slowly stepped out from their hiding places, approaching the zombie corpses left behind by Qin Ji's team. Some even crouched down and examined the open skulls, hoping to discover the secret. But they were too late. Every mutation crystal had already been taken. All that remained were bloody holes and the disgusting smell of decay. Disappointed, the smarter survivors quickly turned their attention elsewhere. They rushed into the abandoned stores along the street, searching for anything Qin Ji's group had ignored. A few bags of expired snacks, a bottle of water. Anything could mean the difference between surviving another day or starving. But those who hesitated lost their chance. The stores had already been emptied by the first wave of people. The latecomers could only stare helplessly as others walked away with their supplies. Soon, more and more survivors began following behind Qin Ji's group. At first, their eyes were filled with admiration and envy. They watched the powerful team easily eliminate zombies and collect supplies. But after searching for hours and finding nothing, admiration slowly turned into resentment. Then resentment became anger, and anger eventually exploded into fights. The shouting behind them grew louder, but Qin didn't even bother turning around. He already knew what was happening in his previous life. He had witnessed this scene countless times. The apocalypse didn't just bring out monsters among the zombies. It brought out monsters among humans. Strangers would kill each other over a bag of food. Friends would betray each other for a little water. Even family members could turn against one another when survival was on the line. Qin wasn't a hero. He wasn't some savior who could protect everyone. All he could do was lead his own team and make sure the people beside him survived. As for everyone else, that was no longer his responsibility. Don't pay attention to them. Keep moving, Qin calmly told the girls. The group continued forward, entering abandoned stores along the way and collecting whatever useful supplies remained. By noon, they had already traveled several kilometers. Their destination was only 4 kilometers away. Qin ordered everyone to stop and rest. Each person received a simple rice ball. It wasn't a luxurious meal, but in the apocalypse, having guaranteed food was already a luxury. After eating quickly, they prepared to continue, but just as they were about to leave, a group of people appeared at the end of the street. Nearly 20 of them. They wore black leather jackets and rode motorcycles. The loud engines echoed through the empty streets, completely destroying the silence of the dead city. These people didn't look like survivors trying to stay alive. They looked like they were enjoying the chaos. The motorcycles rushed toward Qin Ji's group before stopping directly in front of them. The leader was a man around 30 years old with short hair. His eyes immediately scanned the group. Then he noticed something. There was only one man among them, and everyone else was young women. A disgusting smile slowly appeared on his face. He whistled loudly. Well, looks like we got lucky today. The other riders laughed. Who would have thought? This guy is traveling with so many beautiful women, bringing all these girls into the apocalypse with only himself protecting them. Doesn't he know how dangerous that is? The group burst into laughter. One of them pointed at Qin. Hey kid, your team looks pretty weak. Sooner or later, a few zombies will show up and wipe you all out. Why don't you hand some of these girls over to us? We'll help you take care of them. The man tapped the empty seat behind him. Come on, beauties. Get on the bikes. Your big brothers will protect you. Another rider looked at 2 girls in the group and grinned. You two look pretty good. You can ride with me. My bike is a premium model. Before the apocalypse, people like you wouldn't even have had the chance to sit on it. The girls stared at him with cold expressions. They were so angry that their fists tightened. This idiot was actually bragging about a motorcycle in the middle of the apocalypse. But the insults didn't stop. Another rider riding a Harley suddenly looked at Lin Juanxue and Lin Junyao. His eyes lit up. Oh, there's even a pair of sisters. These two belong to me. Relax. We won't fight over them. When we get bored, we can just take turns. The entire group laughed. To think we'd find something this good while riding around. What's that saying again? Sometimes you just have to thank nature for its gifts. Their laughter echoed through the street, but the temperature around the girls had already dropped. Lin Juanxue and Lin Juanyao's faces became ice cold. The other girls were equally furious. These people weren't just arrogant, they were disgusting. They had survived countless battles against zombies. They had faced death again and again. Yet these worthless men actually thought they could treat them like trophies. The riders noticed their angry expressions. One of them laughed. Look at that. They're glaring at us. I like girls with a little attitude. Breaking them in will probably be. He never finished the sentence, because Chinga looked at the sisters. That was all the signal they needed. Lin Juanxue raised her hand. 5 flames instantly erupted from her palm. The fire twisted through the air like living snakes. Before the riders could react, the flames wrapped around 5 people closest to the front. A moment later, screams tore through the street. Ah! What the hell? That woman can control fire. The remaining riders froze. They rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen an illusion. But the burning figures in front of them were very real. Someone finally screamed, "Run!" The motorcycles instantly turned around. The group scattered in panic, desperately trying to escape. But Qin Ji's team had no intention of letting them leave. Lin Junyao calmly raised her hand. Cold air spread across the road. In an instant, a frozen field appeared directly in front of the fleeing riders. The motorcycles at the front had no time to avoid it. The tires touched the ice. The machines lost control. Then frost spread across the motorcycles and the riders. Within seconds, everything froze. Solid. A heartbeat later, cracks appeared. The frozen bodies shattered apart, metal fragments and pieces of flesh scattered. Across the street, the remaining riders completely lost their courage. They jumped off their motorcycles and collapsed onto the ground. They didn't care about their bikes anymore. They only cared about staying alive. Please forgive us. We were wrong. We won't do it again. The leader with the short hair slammed his head against the ground repeatedly. We didn't know who you were. We offended you because we were blind. Please spare my life. But then, a cold voice came from behind the girls. Leave no one alive. The begging stopped instantly. The riders looked toward Qin Gu in horror. They finally realized the mistake they had made. Before the apocalypse, Qin Gu had never liked people like this. Those reckless motorcycle gangs caused trouble, disturbed others, and often endangered innocent people just for entertainment. And now, in a world where survival was everything, these people had chosen to provoke his team. They had crossed the one line they should never have touched. Their fate was already decided. The remaining bikers froze when they heard Qin Ji's cold command. Not a single one gets away. Looking at the furious girls standing in front of them, they knew something had gone terribly wrong. They were finished, but desperation was stronger than fear. One of them gritted his teeth. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well fight. The others quickly exchanged glances. They still didn't believe Qin Ji's entire group was powerful. 2 girls had shown strange abilities. 1 could control fire. 1 could freeze things with ice. But the others, in their eyes, they were just ordinary college students. If they could capture one hostage, those 2 powerful women would hesitate. Then they would have a chance to escape. That was their plan. Unfortunately, they forgot one very important thing. They were no longer dealing with ordinary survivors. Before the bikers could even raise their weapons, a short-haired girl stepped out from the group. She carried a massive hammer on her shoulder. Wu Shengnan. The bikers looked at her with confusion. They didn't even have time to react. Wu Shengnan moved 2 steps forward. Then she jumped. The huge hammer crashed down. Boom! The ground shook. The biker in front of her was instantly smashed into the pavement. At the same time, 5 bolts of lightning exploded from the sky. They struck 5 more people almost simultaneously. The remaining bikers were completely stunned. In just a few seconds, half of them were already dead. Only one skinny man holding a machete remained standing. His entire body trembled. Watching his companions fall one after another, his brain completely stopped working. Then, he felt warmth spreading down his legs. He had wet himself. Wu Shengnan looked at him with disgust. Pathetic. She raised her hammer. But before she could strike, the skinny man suddenly moved. All his fear turned into survival instinct. He dodged the hammer at the last second and turned around. Then he ran as fast as he could. He didn't care about his soaked pants. He didn't care about his dignity. He only wanted to live. The skinny man rushed into a nearby building and hid behind a wall. After waiting several seconds, he carefully looked back. Nobody followed him. He finally let out a long breath. I survived, but the moment he relaxed, a cold wind brushed across his neck. His eyes widened and a thin line of blood appeared. Then blood sprayed everywhere. He covered his throat and panicked. He looked around desperately. There was nobody there. That he never understood what killed him, because the person who ended his life had already returned to the group. Zhang Kersen quietly walked back beside Qin Ge. Her ability was invisible killing, that a perfect weapon for enemies who tried to escape. Qin Ge didn't waste any more time. Move out. The group continued forward at their current speed. They would reach the water company before sunset. Halfway there, only 2 kilometers remained. Then Qin Ge suddenly stopped at the intersection ahead. There was a supply crate at a bronze-level drop box. The girls immediately wanted to approach it, but Qin Ge raised his hand. Don't. Everyone stopped. Something was wrong. Around the bronze box, several zombies were wandering aimlessly. But that wasn't what caught Qin Ge's attention. It was the bodies lying nearby. Several survivors were dead on the ground. At first glance, it looked like they had been killed by zombies. But Qin Ge noticed something strange. The wounds were too clean, too precise. Those weren't zombie bites. They were knife wounds. These people hadn't died because of the infected. They had been murdered. And whoever killed them was probably still nearby, watching, waiting. Qin Ge narrowed his eyes. His gaze slowly swept across the surroundings. Then he stopped at the corner of a broken wall. Something moved. Someone was hiding there. A face slowly peeked out. The person behind the wall was watching them with greedy, sinister eyes. Boss, we've got visitors. The man whispered. The chubby, middle-aged man beside him frowned. What? People are coming. The younger man swallowed nervously. But they stopped. Do you think they noticed us? The middle-aged man kicked him. Stop talking nonsense. Keep watching. The man slowly moved closer to the corner and looked outside. Then he saw a huge vehicle, a luxurious armored RV. The engine roared quietly. The design was powerful and intimidating. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. What the hell? There's actually a vehicle like this? Greed immediately appeared on his face. Then he looked at the people beside the RV. One man, a group of beautiful women. His expression changed. A disgusting smile appeared. Where did this pretty boy come from? Traveling around with so many women? He's only strong because of that vehicle. Without it, he's nothing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. In his mind, this was fate. The apocalypse had chosen him. He was the main character. He deserved everything. That powerful vehicle, those beautiful women, everything belonged to him. I'll take them all. He wiped the saliva from his mouth. Then he turned to his subordinate. Call everyone. We found a huge opportunity. The younger man quickly ran deeper into the building. But before he could bring anyone back, Qin Ge's voice suddenly echoed from outside. Come out. Stop hiding. I already know you're there. The 2 men froze. Their faces changed. The subordinate quickly pulled back. Boss, he saw us. The middle-aged man remained calm. Don't panic. Maybe he's bluffing. Wait until everyone arrives. Then we go out. Outside, Qin Ge waited several seconds. Nobody appeared. A cold smile appeared on his face. Find out if they didn't want to come out. He would force them. Qin Ge looked at one of the zombies beside the bronze crate. The next second, the zombie disappeared. The 2 men hiding behind the wall suddenly felt something was wrong. Then, a rotting corpse appeared right in front of them. For a moment, everyone froze. The 2 humans, and even the zombie itself. But the zombie reacted fastest. It opened its rotten mouth and bit directly into the subordinate's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. The middle-aged man was covered instantly. But unlike his subordinate, he reacted immediately. He pulled out the machete behind his back. 2 quick swings. The zombie and the bitten man both collapsed. The man wiped the blood from his face. His expression turned dark. Then he walked out from behind the wall. Interesting. You've got quite a skill. He walked toward Chin Gu slowly. The machete in his hand reflected the sunlight. This weapon was not ordinary. He had obtained it from another bronze supply box yesterday. Inside that box were a machete, several rice balls, and a strange crystal. At first, he didn't understand what the crystal was. He thought it was just some useless decoration, so he kept it in his pocket. Until this morning. During a fight over supplies, another survivor grabbed his clothes and accidentally tore them. The crystal flew out, and by coincidence, it fell directly into his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, he collapsed. The other survivor thought he was dead. They took the supplies and left without checking. Half an hour later, he woke up, and something had changed. A strange message appeared in his mind. He had awakened an ability, a strength-type ability. His skill was called Brute Force. It increased his strength by 300% for 30 seconds. He could use it twice a day. After awakening his power, he remembered all those apocalypse novels he had read before the disaster. The conclusion was obvious. He was special. He was chosen. He was the protagonist of this apocalypse. Because in his mind, not everyone could awaken an ability, and he was clearly one of the chosen ones. After awakening his ability, Shu Pa made one decision: he would never be weak again. The first thing he did was hunt down the survivor who had stolen his supplies in front of everyone. He activated his newly awakened skill, Brute Force. His body exploded. With power point one punch. Then another. Then another. The person who had taken advantage of him before the apocalypse died under his fists. The scene shocked everyone watching. A normal survivor had become an ability user, and in the apocalypse, power was everything. People immediately gathered around Shu Pa. Some followed him because they admired him. Others followed because they were afraid. But Shu Pa understood one thing clearly. These people weren't loyal. They were only useful because he was currently stronger. His ability had a limit. He could only activate it twice a day. Without it, he was just an ordinary man with an ordinary body. So he kept this weakness hidden. He refused to waste his power unless absolutely necessary. But then came the biggest problem. How could he continue getting supplies without revealing his secret? After thinking carefully, Shu Pa found the answer: trapped. He would use supply crates as bait. Survivors would always risk their lives for resources. All he had to do was wait nearby with his followers. When people approached the crate, they would attack. The plan worked far better than expected. In just a few hours, two groups had already fallen into his trap. Chin Ji's team was the third. At first, Shu Pa thought he had found the easiest target, yet at a luxury vehicle. A group of young women. Only one man protecting them. It looked like a gift from the apocalypse. But after watching Chin Gu move a zombie instantly from one location to another, Shu Pa changed his opinion. This man was also an ability user. The ability was probably some kind of spatial power. Maybe he could teleport objects. Maybe he could even move himself. But Shu Pa wasn't worried. In his mind, every ability had weaknesses, and Chin Gu looked too thin, too calm. Probably someone who relied completely on his special ability. If he got close enough, one punch would solve everything. The vehicle, the supplies, the women, all of it would belong to him. Thinking this, Shu Pa walked out from hiding with a confident smile. Brother, you're an ability user too. Right. My name is Shu Pa. You can call me Brother Shu. I'm also awakened. And my ability is a powerful strength-type ability. People like us shouldn't waste time fighting each other. Why don't we work together? In this new world, we could build our own kingdom. Shu Pa spoke confidently as he approached. Then he extended his hand. A friendly handshake. But behind that smile was a hidden plan. The moment Chin Gu grabbed his hand, he would activate Brute Force at close range. Nobody could escape his attack. Unfortunately for Shu Pa, Chin Gu didn't even look at his hand. He simply glanced at him, then gave a cold laugh. Idiot. The smile disappeared from Shu Pa's face. Chin Gu continued. You think you're qualified to cooperate with me? Anyone from my team could defeat you. Then Chin Gu looked toward one of the girls. Go. Show him what real strength looks like. The girl stepped forward. Confident, no hesitation. Because Chin Gu had already told her something when she awakened. A true strength-type ability user was not someone who simply became stronger. It was someone who knew how to use that power. And among people with strength abilities, she would not lose. Shu Po's face turned red. His anger reached its limit. They were humiliating him. The person chosen by the apocalypse, the protagonist of this new world. He clenched his fists. His huge body trembled. With rage, fine. I'll show you the difference. He activated his ability. Brute force. Power surged through his body. Then he charged straight at Chingu. But Chingu didn't move. He simply raised one hand and caught the punch. Shupo's eyes widened. Impossible. The full force of his enhanced punch had been stopped so easily. Before he could react, Chingu turned slightly, then kicked him. Boom! The impact sent Shupo flying. His heavy body rolled across the ground several times before stopping. Chingu looked down at him. Your opponent isn't me. He pointed toward the girl. It's her. Defeat her, and you live. Shupo stared at Chingu in disbelief. This was impossible. What kind of ability did this man have? How could someone's physical strength be this terrifying? But he had no time to think. His ability was already active. Several seconds had passed. Only around 20 seconds remained that he needed to win, that he couldn't beat Chingu. But that girl, she was just a woman. How hard could it be? Shupo forced himself back onto his feet, then rushed forward. But from the girl's perspective, he was painfully slow. Same ability. Type. Completely different levels. Shupo's massive body was a disadvantage. Every movement was obvious. Every attack was predictable. After 2 days of fighting zombies, Shinji's team had already changed. They were no longer ordinary survivors. Their reactions, their instincts, their combat experience, all of them had improved dramatically against Shupo. She didn't even need her ability. Basic fighting skills alone were enough. But Chingu wanted Shupo to understand the gap between them. So, when Shupo attacked, she activated her skill, Iron Fist. She raised both fists. Shupo did the same. The two punches collided. A terrifying sound exploded. Bang! The next second, the 200-pound Shupo flew through the air. His body crossed several meters before crashing directly into the bronze supply crate. He lost consciousness instantly. This time, fate did not protect him. When he awakened his ability earlier, he had been lucky. The enemy who defeated him thought he was dead and left. But now, there was no one coming to save him. The zombies nearby noticed the unconscious body. A massive source of fresh meat had appeared right in front of them. They rushed over. The man who believed he was the hero of the apocalypse became nothing more than food. At that moment, Shupo's followers finally arrived. They had gathered more people. They were ready to attack. But what they saw was enough to destroy all their courage. Their leader had been sent flying with one punch. Nobody cared whether the person who defeated him was male or female. Anyone capable of doing that was someone they could never fight. The group immediately turned and ran. Chingu didn't chase them. They were not worth his time. His real goal was ahead. The water company. In his previous life, Jiang City's water system failed on the 5th day after the apocalypse began. The reason was simple. A desperate survivor had accidentally fled into the facility while escaping zombies. The undead followed. The purification system was contaminated. Critical equipment was destroyed. After that, clean water became almost impossible to obtain. Chingu remembered this clearly. This time, he would change that future. Before the zombies reached the facility, he had to secure it first. Soon, the team arrived at the water company. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. Chingu ordered everyone to set up camp outside and rest. Then he entered the building alone. The inside was quiet. Too quiet. He searched through the facility, preparing to collect anything useful. But after only a few steps, Chingu stopped. His expression changed. Someone was here. Not a zombie. A living person. The water company should have been the safest place in the city. At least, that was what Chingu thought. But the moment he entered the courtyard, he knew something was wrong. There were no zombies. Not a single one. The entire area was strangely quiet. Chingu looked around and noticed small patches of dried blood scattered across the ground. Someone had already been here. That alone was suspicious. Even if the apocalypse had happened outside working hours, a place like this should still have security guards on duty. But now, nothing. Then Chingu noticed 3 off-road vehicles parked near the office building. Beside them, several people wearing black security uniforms were cleaning up zombie corpses. Chingu narrowed his eyes. Those uniforms looked familiar. Very familiar. But he couldn't immediately remember where he had seen them before. Without making a sound, He moved to the side of the building and hid behind a corner. Then he listened. "Captain, are we really staying here?" One of the men moving corpses lowered his voice. "I don't know. I just feel like young Master Ding isn't reliable." Another person immediately agreed. Exactly. If the chairman hadn't been bitten by a zombie, would he even have the chance to order us around? And those people he brought from headquarters, they don't even treat us like humans. They think they're above everyone. The first man sneered. "Forget those guys. But that woman's surname Chow, that woman is something else. Looks like young Master Ding has been having fun with her for a long time." The man made a suggestive gesture. His companion laughed. "Of course. Otherwise, why would all the other women be locked up while she gets to stay upstairs with him?" Before they could continue, a man nearby kicked both of them. "Shut your mouths. Do your job. These things aren't your business. Those people are young Master Ding's trusted followers. If you offend them, none of us will have a good ending." At that moment, a man wearing camouflage military clothing walked out from the office building. He looked like a mercenary. The security captain immediately stepped forward. "Brother Hao, do you need anything?" As he spoke, he quickly took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. The mercenary accepted it without hesitation. He lit one cigarette, then casually stuffed the remaining cigarettes into his own pocket. "Where are the women young Master Ding brought?" The captain immediately answered. "They're locked in the security dormitory. Following young Master Ding's instructions, each person has their own room. Take me there." "Yes, yes." The captain quickly led the mercenary away. Before leaving, he glanced back at the workers. The warning was obvious: don't talk, don't cause trouble. Chin-gu watched them disappear, then slowly clenched his fist. Now he remembered. That was why those uniforms looked familiar. They belonged to Ding Yihong's private security team. And the woman they mentioned, Chow Lilita S.O., that was where they had been hiding. Ino wondered, in his previous life, after the apocalypse began, he could never get through to Chow Lily's phone. Ino wondered that on the 5th night of the apocalypse, both Chow Lily and Ding Yihong suddenly appeared in front of him. Ino wondered. When he went to the school before, those two people were nowhere to be found. They had been hiding here the entire time. Qin Ji's eyes turned cold. Memories from his previous life surfaced. The things those two had done to him. The humiliation, the betrayal, the pain. That a terrifying killing intent filled his eyes. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to rush upstairs and kill them immediately. But no, that would be too easy. Those two deserved something worse. They deserved to experience fear. They deserved to understand despair. Only then would they pay the price. While Chin-gu was thinking, a strange noise came from outside the fence beside the building. He turned his head. A stray dog with blood-red eyes was biting into a zombie corpse. The dog looked extremely abnormal. Clearly, it had also mutated. Chin-gu smiled. Perfect. With a thought, the mutated dog disappeared into his storage space. Then Chin-gu took out an item. A disguise mask. He closed his eyes. He recalled the appearance of the mercenary called Brother Hao. A second later, a completely different Chin-gu walked out. Same face, same clothes, same attitude. Brother Hao, the Chin-gu version. Several people cleaning corpses immediately noticed him. Their expressions became confused. That wasn't Brother Hao going to the dormitory. Why did he come out from this direction? But then they remembered the captain's warning. Nobody dared ask. They exchanged a few looks, then continued working. Chin-gu entered the office building. Inside the first-floor lobby stood several mercenaries wearing the same uniform. They looked lazy, careless, but Chin-gu quickly noticed something. Their weapons. Only simple knives, no firearms. Meanwhile, the fake Brother Hao he was pretending to be had a pistol hanging from his waist. That meant one thing. Brother Hao was not just a normal mercenary, he was their leader. The moment Chin-gu approached, the mercenaries immediately straightened. "Captain!" Chin-gu stared at them. Cold silence. Then suddenly, bang! He kicked one mercenary to the ground. "Look at yourselves. Is this how you stand guard? Lazy. Undisciplined." The mercenaries froze. Before they could explain, Chin-gu kicked another one down. "Where are your weapons? Is this how I trained you?" The mercenaries fell to the ground, holding their stomachs. "Captain, didn't you tell us to store the guns on the 3rd floor? You said young Master Ding didn't like seeing us armed. He was afraid we might attack him." "Yeah, the storage room key is with young Master Ding. We couldn't get the weapons even if we wanted to." Qin Ji's eyes narrowed. Where is Ding Yihong? The mercenaries immediately answered. Young Master Ding. He's on the 3rd floor. He said he wanted to guard the supplies himself. He was worried we would steal them. Qin Ge nodded. He had learned what he needed. Then he stopped pretending. From his storage space, he pulled out his battle axe. 2 quick swings. The mercenaries on the ground stopped moving. Qin Ge walked upstairs. The 2nd floor was empty. When he reached the 3rd floor staircase, he pushed open the door. Then he heard something. A familiar voice, and another familiar voice. His expression instantly darkened. Those two dots still together. Even now, in the middle of the apocalypse, a cold smile appeared on Qin Ge's face. What a perfect pair of trash. He pulled out his battle axe. 2 strikes. 3 strikes. The office door collapsed. Inside, Ding Yihong was shocked. The sudden destruction terrified him. His first reaction was anger, but then he saw the weapon in Qin Ji's hand, the bloody axe. His expression changed instantly. The anger disappeared. A fake smile replaced it. Brother, you're finally here. I was actually planning to go find you. Come on, sit down and talk. But inside his mind, Ding Yihong was already panicking. The mercenaries downstairs, most likely dead. This man had already destroyed everything on his way up. Right now, the only way to survive was to calm him down first. Qin Ge had already returned to his original appearance. Standing in the office doorway, holding his battle axe, he stared at the 2 people inside with eyes colder than ice. Chao Lily was still lying on the sofa with a blindfold over her eyes. She had not realized what was happening, but when she heard Ding Yihong's voice change, she quickly removed the blindfold. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Qin Ge. That expression, that killing intent. It felt like she was looking at a demon standing right in front of her. For a moment, Chao Lily froze. Was this really the same Qin Ge she once looked down on? The man who used to follow her around? The man who would do anything for her? No, this person was completely different. Fear spread through her body, but she quickly forced herself to stay calm. She grabbed her clothes and sneered. So you saw everything. Fine. I won't hide it anymore. Ding Yihong and I have been together for a long time. You can stare at me all you want. But she never finished. A sharp slap interrupted her. The sound echoed through the room. Chao Lily fell silent. She touched her swollen cheek in disbelief. You hit me? You actually hit me? She turned toward Ding Yihong. Ding. Kill him. But Ding Yihong didn't react immediately. Unlike Chao Lily, he understood the situation. Qin Ge was not here by accident. That he had come prepared. The mercenaries downstairs were probably already gone. And the reason Qin Ge was so angry was because of Chao Lily. Ding Yihong's expression darkened. Originally, he believed the apocalypse was the perfect opportunity. His uncle owned this water company that if he took control of it, secured the resources, and gathered enough people, he could become one of the most powerful survivors in the city. That was why he had personally pushed his own uncle into a group of zombies that he thought everything was under control. But now, everything had been ruined because of one woman. Ding Yihong became more and more furious. Then he slapped Chao Lily. Another loud sound. This time, her face became swollen on both sides. She collapsed to the ground. You hit me too? I'm done. I'll fight all of you. Ding Yihong kicked her aside. Shut up. If you keep making noise, I'll throw you outside for the zombies. Chao Lily immediately covered her mouth. She no longer dared to speak. Ding Yihong turned back toward Qin Ge. His expression changed into a fake smile. Brother, I know I was wrong. This whole thing was because she seduced me. I lost control for a moment. I'll make it up to you. I'll find better women for you later. Qin Ge stared at him silently. Ding Yihong continued. The world has changed. Your strength and my intelligence. If we work together, we can control this city. The water company belongs to us. Resources, power, everything. And women. There will be plenty. You can choose first. Ding Yihong thought he had found the right words. He stepped closer and patted Qin Ji's shoulder. Don't let one woman destroy our friendship. We've known each other for years. I even captured some new survivors. I'll give them to you as compensation. Then he smiled. Oh, and your teacher, Lu Yutong, is among them. Actually, I think she might still be innocent. How about it? Am I treating you like a real brother? The room became silent. Then Qin Ge finally spoke. Is that your last sentence? Ding Yihong's smile disappeared. What? Qin Ji's eyes became colder. You too. You betrayed me. And now you still have the courage to talk about friendship? Before Ding Yihong could react, Qin Ge moved out. A single slap sent him crashing to the floor. Then Qin Ge stepped forward. One strike. Another. Ding Yihong's arms and legs were shattered. His screams filled the room. You can't do this. We were friends. It was just a woman. You're destroying everything because of her. Qin Ge ignored him that he had heard enough. Then he walked toward Xiao Lily. She looked up in terror. For the first time, she realized something. The Qin Ge standing in front of her was someone she could no longer control, someone who no longer cared about her approval. Qin Ge remembered his previous life, the pain, the betrayal, the suffering caused by these two people. The anger inside him had never disappeared. But revenge was not about a quick death. That would be too easy. After everything they had done, they deserved to understand fear first. When everything was finally over, Qin Ge looked at the two people lying on the ground. He slowly exhaled. Originally, I wanted to end this myself. But you said something interesting. Years of friendship. He looked at Ding Yihong. Fine. Because of those years, I'll give you a gift. A cold smile appeared. After all, you two really are a perfect pair. Qin Ge activated his spatial ability that a mutated zombie dog appeared in front of them. Its eyes were red. Blood covered its mouth. The two people froze in terror. Qin Ge turned around and walked out. Behind him, screams filled the office. He didn't look back. He didn't care anymore. His next target was the warehouse. Two strikes from his battle axe broke open the heavy door. Then Qin Ge stopped. The warehouse was filled with supplies. Dozens of boxes of military rations, canned food, weapons. 6 M4, rifles, several pistols, a large box of grenades, multiple boxes of ammunition, and in the corner, a heavy machine gun, even a portable anti-armor launcher. Qin Ji's eyes widened. Good thing I didn't drive the RV inside. Otherwise, this would have been troublesome. The armored vehicle was powerful, but even the strongest machine had limits. And now, everything here belonged to him. He quickly stored all the supplies into his space. Then he prepared to leave. But before reaching the exit, he saw the mutated zombie dog had already returned from the office. Its red eyes stared directly at him. Qin Ge looked at it carefully. Could this thing also contain a mutation crystal? Interesting. With a thought, he stored the zombie dog away again. Then he walked toward the building. Entrance. Through the glass door, he saw several people returning. The mercenary called Hao, and the security captain. Qin Ge checked the timer on his disguise mask. 13 minutes remained. Enough. The next moment, his appearance changed. He became Ding Yihong. When he walked outside, everyone immediately approached. The mercenary leader smiled. Young Master Ding. Everything is done according to your instructions. The woman you mentioned has already been taken care of. She should be under the effects of the drugs soon. The mercenary smiled with obvious greed, but Qin Ge showed no reaction. He simply pointed toward the guards nearby. You, all of you, come with me. The mercenaries immediately revealed their true nature. The moment they heard Qin Ji's order, their faces filled with excitement. Thank you, young Master Ding. Thank you, young Master Ding. They surrounded Qin Ge and followed him toward the security dormitory. Along the way, they whispered among themselves. They were already imagining what they would do next. They had no idea. They were walking toward their own deaths. When they arrived at the dormitory entrance, Qin Ge looked at them. Open the rooms. The mercenaries' eyes lit up. They thought they were finally getting rewarded. Originally, they expected to only get whatever was left over. But now, it looked like young Master Ding was giving them a full feast at a human buffet. Without hesitation, they opened the locked rooms. Inside were several frightened women. The mercenaries grabbed them and dragged them outside. Young Master Ding, these four are here. The woman named Lu is in the last room. Brother Hao pointed toward the farthest door. His face was full of anticipation. He was waiting for the order, waiting to enjoy what he considered a reward. But he never got that order, because at that moment, the young Master Ding, standing in front of him, suddenly changed. A strange battle axe appeared in Qin Ji's hand. Before anyone could react, the blade flashed. One strike, then another. The mercenaries' heads fell, their bodies collapsed, their eyes remained wide open. Until death, they still couldn't understand. They thought they were coming for a feast. Why did it become an execution ground? The rescued girls screamed. They hugged each other in fear, but Chin-gu didn't stop. He walked directly toward the final room. There was only one person he cared about right now, Lu Yutong. During his 3 years in college, she was one of the few people who genuinely cared about him. She helped him, supported him, treated him like a real person. Now that she was in danger, how could he ignore her? Chin-gu pushed open the door. Inside, Lu Yutong was lying on the bed. Her consciousness was already fading. Her eyes were unfocused. Her body was reacting only to instinct. The drug had completely affected her mind. She was whispering meaningless words. Chin-gu quickly stepped forward and tried to help her stand. But the moment he touched her, she suddenly grabbed onto him. Her arms wrapped around him, tightly, like she was afraid he would disappear. Chin-gu felt her burning breath. He closed his eyes, forced himself to stay calm. Then he picked her up and carried her outside to by then. He had already removed the disguise mask. His real face was visible again. The girls who had been rescued stared in confusion. Wait, the person who went in wasn't him, right? A girl whispered. Yeah, where did that terrifying guy go? Another girl looked at Chin-gu. Who is this person? He looks kind of handsome. What happened to Teacher Lu? Why is she holding him? Actually, he's the one carrying her. The girls continued whispering. Then suddenly, one of them froze. I think I've seen him before. She searched her memory. Once, I saw a financial aid application on Teacher Lu's desk. There was a photo attached. The person in the photo was him. What was his name again? Before she could remember, Chin-gu had already carried Lu Yutong out of the dormitory building. The 4 girls quickly followed. Wait, your name is Chin-gu, right? I saw your picture on Teacher Lu's desk. Chin-gu heard that they were Lu Yutong's students, but he didn't stop. He continued walking toward the camp. If you want to live, follow me. The girls immediately sped up. They had no desire to stay behind in that terrifying place. When Chin-gu returned to the camp, the others were preparing dinner. The moment they saw him carrying someone, everyone stood up. Who is the leader carrying? Wait, is that Teacher Lu? The sharper-eyed girls immediately recognized her. Lu Yutong was responsible for student assistance programs. Many students knew her. It really is Teacher Lu. Soon, more people recognized her. And naturally, the gossip started. They're holding each other so closely. What's their relationship? I don't know, but they look really close. Do you think Senior Lin will get angry? After all, last night, the girls exchanged knowing looks. Chin-gu ignored the whispers. He had no time to explain. He carried Lu Yutong into the RV. Seeing this, Lin Juanxue showed no anger. She simply turned to the others. Take the new girls. Help them wash up and change clothes. Then she stayed outside the RV, waiting quietly. Inside, Chin-gu immediately contacted the system. System, do you have something that can remove poison? A notification appeared, detected poisoning condition. Poverty cannot change one's desire, low-level antidote available in system store price. 100 crystals recommendation. Not recommended. Chin-gu frowned. Why not recommended? The system responded, target has not awakened and ability mutation crystals can be used for awakening during awakening. All negative conditions will automatically be removed. Chin-gu paused. So awakening could also cure poisoning. That was unexpected. Without hesitation, he took out a mutation crystal. Then he placed it into Lu Yutong's mouth. Within seconds, the abnormal color on her face began disappearing. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Then she fell unconscious. Her body had entered the awakening process. Only then did Chin-gu finally relax. That he washed his face quickly, then walked outside. Lin Juanxue was still waiting beside the RV, but she didn't ask questions. Not because she didn't care, because she trusted him. She could tell Lu Yutong had not been normal. Something serious had happened. Chin-gu had his reasons, and she understood something very clearly. In this new world, a man like Chin-gu would never be someone who belonged to only one person. The apocalypse had changed everything. What mattered was trust, not unnecessary conflict. After all, her role was not to create problems. Her role was to stand beside him, support him, and help maintain the stability of the team. Chin-gu looked at her. Teacher Lu was drugged. She's safe now. Then he asked, what about those girls? Lin Juanxue's expression changed slightly. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she was still shocked. No wonder Lu Yutong's condition looked so strange. she quickly answered. They're being taken care of. Chinga nodded. Good. Then he told everyone to eat first. After dinner, he would return to the water facility and collect the purification equipment. But before the meal was even finished, the camp suddenly became chaotic. The camp was suddenly filled with shouting. Chingu pushed through the crowd. The moment he arrived, he saw a group of girls surrounding one newcomer. Their expressions were angry. The reason was obvious. The new girl was pointing at Chingu and accusing him loudly. What? Am I wrong? Your leader is a monster. The girl continued without hesitation. I saw it clearly. He went into that building looking like one person. Then he came out looking completely different. What else could that be except a monster? And all of us saw it. She pointed toward the 3 girls who had arrived with her. They can prove it. He killed those guards right in front of us. A few swings of his axe. They were all dead. Even if he isn't a monster, he's definitely a psychopath. The other 3 girls immediately pulled on her sleeves. They wanted her to stop, but the girl misunderstood their silence. She thought everyone had nothing to say. She thought she had won the argument, so she became even more aggressive. And look at what happened afterward. He carried Teacher Lu directly into the RV. What was he planning to do? That's Teacher Lu. He's just a poor student who got lucky. Now he thinks he can do whatever he wants. The moment Chingu heard her questioning Lu Yutong's reputation, his expression turned cold. He didn't care if someone called him a monster. He didn't care if someone called him a murderer. People could think whatever they wanted. But using Lu Yutong's dignity as a weapon against him, that crossed the line. Chingu looked at the girl. In your opinion, what should I do? The girl answered immediately. Give us the RV. Chingu raised an eyebrow. The girl realized she had spoken too honestly. She quickly changed her words. I mean, Teacher Lu is unconscious. You're a man. It's inconvenient for you to take care of her. Besides, a man and a woman alone together. Who knows what you're thinking? What if you take advantage of her while she's unconscious? She escaped one danger and entered another. So the right thing to do is let us women stay in the RV. You're a grown man. Why do you need such a good vehicle? Don't you understand gentlemanly behavior? Don't you understand respecting women? The entire camp went silent. Chingu almost laughed. Seriously? She was standing in his camp, eating his food, using his supplies, living because he saved her, and now she was demanding his vehicle while accusing him. Before Chingu could even respond, the girls from his team exploded. The first one to step forward was Zhang Jingya. Stop. Just stop. She looked at the girl with disbelief. Do you even hear yourself? Forget the fact that the leader saved your life. Since you arrived here, everything you eat, everything you wear, everything you use, where did it come from? Who provided it? She stepped closer. What right do you have to stand here and criticize him? The others immediately supported her. Exactly. The leader gave us a chance to survive. Without him, none of us would still be alive. You just arrived. You contributed nothing. And now you want his RV? You even insult him? That's unbelievable. Get out. This team doesn't need someone like you. The girls were furious. To them. Chingu was the person who saved them, the person who protected them, the person who gave them hope in a world that had already collapsed. No one was allowed to disrespect him. Even Wu Xingnan, who usually said very little, stepped forward. She placed her massive hammer on the ground. Her expression was emotionless. Apologize. The girl froze. Wu Shengnan stared at her. Apologize to the leader. Or die. The pressure from those simple words was terrifying. The other 3 girls became nervous. They wanted to persuade their companion. But even they were intimidated by Wu Xingnan's presence. They could only keep signaling her. Apologize. Just apologize. But the girl refused. She pushed their hands away. Are you all crazy? Completely crazy. You're really going to drive me away because of one man? The leader is a monster. And all of you are insane. I don't even want to stay in this team. I'll leave. Happy now. She turned around. But secretly, she wasn't really planning to leave. She was testing them. She believed someone would stop her, especially Lin Juanxue. She had heard about Lin Juanxue before. Beautiful, kind, soft-hearted, the perfect person to manipulate. When she learned Lin Juanxue was the deputy leader, she had already made a plan: create conflict, make Lin Juanxue question Chingu, separate the team, then slowly take control. That was her dream, but she made one mistake. She misunderstood Lin Juanxue. Lin Juanxue never appeared. Nobody stopped her. Nobody begged her to stay. Instead, the others looked relieved. Some even smiled. The girl couldn't understand. Why? Why would they let her leave? Just because of one man? She walked away angrily. Inside her mind, she cursed them. These women were idiots. They were choosing a man over themselves. Then suddenly, someone appeared in front of her, blocking her path. The girl smiled. So she was right. Lin Juanxue finally came. Just like the rumors said, kind, weak-hearted, easy to control. She was about to speak, but then she stopped. The person in front of her wasn't Lin Juanxue. It was another woman. A beautiful woman. A woman whose appearance was not inferior to Lin Juanxue. Zhang Curson. She stood there casually playing with two daggers. Her eyes never left the blades. But somehow, the girl felt the terrifying coldness coming from her. Didn't you hear what was said? Zhang Curson asked calmly. The girl swallowed. Zhang Curson finally looked at her. No apology, no leaving. Death. The moment those words fell, the girl felt like she had been thrown into an endless frozen abyss. Her entire body went cold. Fear completely took over. Sorry. I'm sorry, okay? She forced the words out, but her expression looked like she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. For her, apologizing was more painful than dying. She turned around again, but before she could leave, Zhang Curson's cold voice came from behind. You think you can come and go whenever you want? Do you really think this place belongs to you? The girl's face turned pale when she realized Zhang Curson was not joking. I already apologized. What else do you want from me? She tried to act tough. Fine. If you have the courage, kill me. The moment she finished speaking, a dagger instantly appeared against her neck. Zhang Curson's expression didn't change. You think I won't? But while saying that, her eyes shifted toward Qin Ge, because everyone here understood one thing. Qin Ge was the person who made the final decision. Whether this girl stayed or left, that was his choice. Qin Ge glanced over coldly. Make her collect 10 mutation crystals. Then she can leave. Consider it payment for the food she ate. After saying that, Qin Ge ignored her completely. Instead, he turned toward the other three girls who had arrived together. If anyone else wants to leave, same rule. 10 mutation crystals. Then go. The three girls immediately shook their heads. No, we want to stay. We'll follow the rules. We won't cause trouble. They had seen enough. This was not a normal survivor group. This was a team built around strength. And Qin Ge was the reason they were still alive. Seeing their attitude, Qin Ge nodded. After giving a few instructions, he turned away. The water company was still waiting. Back inside the facility, Qin Ge continued searching. Soon, he found the most important equipment, several massive industrial water purification machines. These were exactly what he needed. With a thought, all of them disappeared into his storage space. The future water crisis had already changed, at least this time. People would have a chance. After finishing everything, Qin Ge returned to the empty factory floor. Then he activated his ability. The mutated dog appeared. The moment it touched the ground, its entire body lowered. Muscles tightened. Red eyes locked onto Qin Ge. A low growl came from its throat that it looked ready to attack at any moment. Qin Ge frowned. This was strange. In his previous life, he had never personally encountered mutated animals that he had only heard rumors. Animals could also evolve after the apocalypse, but usually it was only powerful predators, dogs, wolves, lions, tigers, creatures like that. After mutation, they became terrifying hunters that a normal person could be torn apart in seconds. Even many ability users could only escape when facing them. There had even been a ridiculous incident in his previous life. Someone had fed zombie flesh to his pet turtle. Nobody expected the small turtle to mutate. Overnight, it became a giant zombie turtle. Its shell hardened, its mouth developed sharp teeth. Its speed increased dramatically. The owner who created the monster was killed by his own pet while sleeping. Later, several survivors had to work together just to eliminate it. Thinking about those stories, Qin Ge realized he had been lucky. He had never met a mutated animal before. If he had encountered one back then, with his old level of strength, he probably wouldn't have survived 3 minutes. But this dog was different. The more Qin Ge watched it, the stranger it became. It didn't attack immediately. Instead, It kept circling around him, studying him, looking for weaknesses. That wasn't the behavior of a simple zombie creature. This thing had intelligence that IT was analyzing its prey. Chinga narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. Maybe this wasn't a mutated zombie dog. Maybe it wasn't even a normal dog anymore. System. What exactly is this? A notification appeared that target detected. Check wolf dog. Altered variant. Check wolf dog. A canine hybrid species created by breeding Carpathian wolves with German Shepherd's large body size, strong limbs, high intelligence, excellent endurance, highly alert toward strangers, loyal to owners. Chingu finally understood. That explained why this creature looked neither completely like a wolf nor a dog. But then he asked, what does altered variant mean? The system responded that an altered variant is an incomplete evolutionary mutation. During mutation, organisms affected by external human intervention may evolve into altered variants. Chingu frowned. Explain normally. The system paused. Analysis. This Czech wolf dog was likely injected with an antidote serum. During mutation, altered variants retain original biological characteristics while gaining stronger evolutionary potential than ordinary mutants. Chingu immediately examined the animal. Then he noticed something on its back leg, a zombie scratch mark, and above that scratch, a clear injection mark. His eyes narrowed. He took out the antidote serum he had obtained from a supply crate. The needle mark matched perfectly. So that was the truth. The dog's owner must have obtained the serum. When the dog was infected, they injected it. The mutation changed direction, creating this unusual creature. But Chingu didn't really care about the past. What mattered now was one thing. Could he control it? A mutated Czech wolf dog with enhanced evolution potential. If he could tame it, it would become an extremely powerful combat partner. System. How do I make it obey me? The answer appeared immediately. Host may purchase. Master Servant Collar. Chingu opened the system store. Soon, he found the item. The description was simple. The device consisted of two parts: a master bracelet and a servant collar. After activation, the wearer of the bracelet could issue commands to the collar wearer within a certain range. The collar could also enforce punishment. The effectiveness depended on loyalty. The higher the loyalty, the stronger the control. Forced removal would result in death. Price: 300 mutation crystals. Chingu looked at the price. Interesting. You really know how to make strange things. But the cost wasn't a problem. After upgrading his skills yesterday, he still had crystals left, from trading with Zhou Yongli, from today's battles, from the zombies they killed along the way. After using one crystal to help Lu Yutong awaken, his balance was exactly 300 mutation crystals. Perfect. Chingu purchased it immediately. The next second, a bracelet and collar appeared in his hands. He put the bracelet on his wrist, then picked up the collar. Looking at the Czech wolf dog, he smiled a very suspicious smile. Come here, little guy. Put this on. I'll give you some food. The dog stared at Chingu, then looked at the fresh beef in his hand, then looked back at Chingu's strange smile. Its instincts screamed danger. Inside its mind, one thought appeared. This human is probably crazy. Something is definitely wrong with him. Maybe I should just run. The Czech wolf dog slowly backed away. It stared at Chingu, then at the strange collar in his hand. Something about this human felt dangerous. Very dangerous. Seeing that Chingu wasn't chasing after it, the dog made a decision. Run. Immediately, It turned around and sprinted toward the deeper part of the factory. I'm done playing with this crazy human. This dog is leaving. But Chingu simply watched it disappear. Then he shook his head. He had lost interest in teasing it. With a thought, the Czech wolf dog vanished. The next second, it appeared right back where it started. The dog froze. Its eyes widened. What just happened? Why am I back here? It looked around in confusion, then turned around. The footprints it had just left were still there. Impossible. The dog refused to believe it. It ran again. Different direction, different path, different strategy, but the result was exactly the same. It appeared back in front of Chingu. Again, and again, and again. After 5 hours, the Czech wolf dog finally collapsed on the ground. Its tongue hung out. Its breathing was heavy. It had run in every possible direction, but somehow, it could never escape. Chingu walked over. He grabbed the silver-gray fur around its neck. You really make things difficult. Wouldn't it be easier if you just wore it yourself? Now I have to do it the hard way. The dog looked at him with anger, but it no longer had the energy to resist. Chingu put the servant collar around its neck. A notification appeared. Master-servant relationship established. Please set servant identification current default. Check. Wolfdog. Chingu looked at the silver fur, then smiled. Silverhorn King. That would be its name. Identification confirmed. Servant name. Silverhorn King. Current loyalty 30. Status. Hostile relationship rating 1 star. Unlocked functions. Command. Punishment. Follow. A blue interface appeared on Chingu's bracelet. The name. Silverhorn King. Age. 1 year. Loyalty. 30. Hostile. Strength. 25/25. Physical power. 25/25. Endurance. 10 out of 10. Agility. 15 of 15. Intelligence. 5 out of 5. Spirit. 10/10. Overall combat power. 15. Ability. Not awakened. Skills. Not awakened. Rating. 1 star. Bracelet functions. Command. Usable 3 times per day. Punishment. Not configured. Usable 3 times per day. Follow. Servant cannot move more than 100 meters away from Master. Chingu looked at the information, then asked, System. Can animals awaken abilities? Ordinary mutated creatures cannot awaken abilities. Altered variants can awaken abilities through mutation crystals. Chingu's eyes lit up. Interesting. So this dog had even more potential. Once its loyalty increased, he could try awakening it. That he wanted to see what kind of ability this creature could gain. But first, there was something else to handle. Chingu opened the punishment setting. A few seconds later, configuration complete. That moment, Silverhorn King finally recovered some strength. The first thing it did, try to remove the collar. It twisted its body, scratched, bit, pulled. Nothing worked. The collar didn't move at all. Chingu stood nearby and laughed. Stop wasting your energy. You can't take it off. If you keep shaking your head like that, you might actually become a stupid dog. The Czech wolf dog instantly became furious. Its teeth showed. Its eyes became sharp. Find out if I can't escape. Then I'll fight. It lowered its body, then suddenly charged. Chingu didn't move. He simply activated punishment. The moment the dog prepared to attack, its legs suddenly became weak. Its stomach started twisting. A terrible feeling appeared. Then, the dog collapsed. 10 minutes later, Silverhorn King lay on the ground completely exhausted. Its eyes were full of disbelief. What did you do to me? That's not fair. You're cheating. It barked angrily. Woof, woof, woof. Anyone could tell it was definitely insulting Chingu. But Chingu's expression suddenly changed. Cold. Serious. He looked at the dog. What? You want to experience that again? The dog froze. It remembered what had just happened. It remembered Chingu's strange methods. The chill ran through its body. Slowly, its anger disappeared. Its eyes became clearer. It lowered its head. But deep inside, one thought remained. I need a chance to escape. I absolutely cannot stay beside this crazy human forever. Before it could think further, Chingu turned and walked away. Don't even think about escaping. If you go more than 100 meters away, you know what happens. The dog immediately stood up. No hesitation. It followed. It never wanted to experience that again. Oh, right. I gave you a new name. Silverhorn King. How is it? Do you like it? The dog stopped. Inside its mind. Like it? Are you serious? You should call yourself Silverhorn King. Your whole family should be Silverhorn King. But it only dared to complain internally. Outwardly, oh. A respectful response. Chingu nodded happily. That's better. Good dog. Silverhorn King lowered its head. Soon, Chingu returned to camp. The moment everyone saw the large silver-gray dog following him, some girls who were afraid of dogs immediately hid inside tents. But the girls who weren't afraid quickly learned the truth. This was Chingu's new pet. Their fear disappeared. Excitement replaced it. They rushed over, petting, touching, playing with it. Silverhorn King's eyes widened. These humans dare touch me. It wanted to show them its power. 1 bite. Just 1 bite. But then, it remembered Chingu, the collar, the punishment, the consequences. In the end, it gave up. It simply lay on the ground. A completely defeated expression. Fine. Whatever you want. Chingu ignored the scene. He entered the RV. Before closing the door, he gave his first command. Stay with the girls tonight. Help them guard the camp. Silverhorn King looked at the group of excited girls surrounding it. It felt hopeless. Inside the RV, Chinga looked at the 10 mutation crystals Jean Curson handed him. What happened to her? Jean Curson answered calmly. She died after leaving. She was bitten by zombies. I didn't save her. I had no obligation to. And until the end, she was still insulting the leader. Inside the RV were Lin Juanxua, Lin Junyao, Zhang Jingyao, Wu Shengnan, and the others. They were waiting for Lu Yutong to finish awakening. At the same time, they listened to Jean Curson's report, but then Jean Curson paused. However, on the way back, I noticed something strange. That night, inside the RV, Jean Curson continued explaining what she had discovered. Actually, it might not be a big deal, but I saw a zombie that looked different from the others. The girls immediately became curious. Different how? Jean Curson thought for a moment. One of its hands had grown a layer of black armor. It looked like an animal's claw. Everyone became serious, and its movement speed was much faster than normal zombies. It wasn't difficult to kill, but something about it felt strange. Chinga listened quietly. Then his expression changed. He knew exactly what this meant. The zombies had begun evolving in his previous life. He had seen clawed zombies before, but that happened 1 month after the apocalypse began. Not on the 4th day. Something had changed. The timeline was moving faster than he expected. Was it because of his rebirth? Was this the butterfly effect? Qin Ji's expression became serious. He needed to accelerate his plans. The future was changing, and unknown dangers were appearing. Earlier, he stored the 10 mutation crystals into his system space. Then he looked at everyone. Don't panic. This is only the beginning. Zombies are starting to evolve. In the future, some will grow fangs. Some will develop stronger mutations. For people with combat abilities, these evolved zombies are still manageable. But support-type abilities and life-type abilities will have a much harder time dealing with them. Everyone listened carefully. Qin Gu continued, starting tomorrow, every person must take zombie battles seriously. If you encounter an evolved zombie, call for your teammates immediately. Do not underestimate them just because you have killed ordinary zombies before. The girls nodded. They had followed Qin Gu since the beginning of the apocalypse. They had seen him calm in every situation, but this was the first time they saw him so serious. That alone showed how dangerous this new threat was to that moment. The woman lying on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Lu Yutong woke up. Before waking up, she had a dream that a nightmare. In the dream, Ding Yihong and his men were chasing her. They kept getting closer, and no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't escape. Just when she was exhausted and about to be caught, Qin Gu appeared. With just a few movements, he defeated everyone. Then the dream changed. She found herself standing in a desert. Nothing surrounded her. Only endless sand. Only the sound of wind. But then something strange happened. Small green plants began growing beneath her feet. The seedlings spread rapidly. The lifeless desert slowly transformed and a vast green oasis appeared. Then, she woke up. The moment Lu Yutong opened her eyes, she felt something different. There was a strange message inside her mind. But she didn't have time to think about it. Fear immediately took over. Her memory stopped at the moment she was forced to drink something. Then everything became blurry. What happened? Didn't that man? She looked at the ceiling of the RV. Then felt the softness beneath her. A terrible thought appeared. Had Ding Yihong already? She quickly reached under the blanket. A few seconds later, she finally relaxed. Her clothes were still there. Nothing had happened. She let out a long breath. Thank goodness. But where am I? Lu Yutong slowly sat up. She looked around. Then she noticed several people sitting nearby. Qin Gu, Lin Juanxua, Zhang Jingya, and others. They were discussing things she didn't fully understand. Zombies. Evolution. Abilities. The moment Lu Yutong moved, everyone turned around. Before this, Qin Gu had already explained the general situation, but he did not mention the drug. He only said she had been poisoned. Seeing her awake, everyone immediately approached. Teacher Lu, how are you feeling? I'm much better. Lu Yutong still didn't know exactly what happened. She didn't know how she arrived here, but she could guess most of it. The dream. Qin Gu appearing, saving her. Maybe it wasn't a dream. Maybe it was real. She looked at the student she had once helped. The student who now stood between her and death. A warm feeling appeared in her heart. Since the apocalypse began, she had spent every day hiding, running, being afraid. Because although she was a teacher, she was still just a young woman. She was never truly strong. But Shinji's appearance gave her something she hadn't felt for days: safety. The moment she finally relaxed, her eyes turned red. Then she burst into tears. Lin Juanxue and Zhang Jingya immediately stepped forward. They hugged her from both sides. "Teacher Lu, it's okay. It's over now. You're safe. Yes. From now on, nobody will hurt you." With their comfort, Lu Yutong finally released all the fear she had been holding inside. She began explaining what happened on the day the apocalypse started. She had been camping on a nearby mountain with several students at around 10 at night. A strange lightning flash appeared in the sky. Then 2 students suddenly changed. They became monsters. Everyone panicked. They abandoned their supplies. They didn't even have time to take their phones. They only are by the time they reached the bottom of the mountain. Only Lu Yutong and 4 female students remained. They saw the water company nearby. Their first thought was simple: find a phone, call for help. But when they approached, they discovered the entire facility was already filled with zombies. Fortunately, the main gate was locked. The zombies inside couldn't escape. And because the location was remote, very few people usually came here. But even so, there were still occasional zombies wandering nearby. For several days, Lu Yutong and the 4 girls hid around the area, waiting, hoping for rescue. But rescue never came. Instead, Ding Yihong arrived. He came with vehicles, weapons, people at first. Lu Yutong thought they were finally saved. She stepped forward to ask for help. But the moment she appeared, they captured her. Looking at the disgusting expressions on their faces, she understood. She probably wouldn't escape. She would rather die than let those people humiliate her. She even considered ending her own life. But before she could do anything, Ding Yihong's people forced her to take a drug. If Qin Gu had not arrived in time, the outcome would have been unimaginable. By now, Lu Yutong had stopped crying. Her eyes were still red. She looked at Qin Gu. Again and again, she thanked him. The student who once needed her help had become the only person she could rely on. Then she noticed the others. She knew Qin Gu. She knew Lin Juanxue. She knew Zhang Jingya. They were all her students. The other girls, she didn't recognize them. But judging by their appearance and age, they were probably students too. And one thing was obvious: they all respected Qin Gu. Lu Yutong quietly thought, perhaps they were just like her, people Qin Gu had saved. The question that worried Lu Yutong the most finally came out. "The 4 girls who were with me." She looked at Qin Gu with a complicated expression. "Are they?" She couldn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood what she meant. If something had happened to those students, she would never forgive herself. Qin Gu didn't hide anything. That he explained everything that happened, including the incident with the girl who caused trouble. Then he called the other 3 girls over. When Lu Yutong saw that all 3 of them were safe, the tension in her heart finally eased. She nodded after hearing how Qin Gu handled the situation. Even though that girl was her student, Qin Ji's decision was reasonable. He had saved them, provided food, provided shelter, and that girl had repaid him with accusations and insults. There was nothing wrong with his choice. But then Lu Yutong became confused. Earlier, Qin Gu had mentioned something called a mutation crystal. What exactly was that? After everyone explained the relationship between abilities and mutation crystals, Lu Yutong finally understood. The strange words that appeared in her mind after waking up, they were her ability information. Qin Gu looked at her. "Teacher Lu, what ability did you awaken?" Lu Yutong closed her eyes. She carefully focused on the information inside her mind. Then she slowly spoke. "I awakened a healing type ability. The skill is called Nourishment. It can quickly heal a single target. It can also remove all negative effects from the target. Duration, 30 seconds. 1 use per day. Mutation crystals can refresh the usage count." The moment she finished speaking, everyone froze. Healing ability, and one that could refresh its cooldown. That was incredible. Qin Gu was genuinely shocked. In his previous life, healing ability users were among the rarest existences, and no matter what kind of healing skill someone possessed, every major survivor group would fight to recruit them. Because healing meant survival. A healer could decide whether a team lived or died. But there was also a problem. Healing ability users usually had almost no. Combat-powered SO, every powerful group protected them carefully. They were treated like precious resources in his previous life. Chingu had never even met a healing ability user, and now, one had appeared right in front of him. The girls immediately congratulated Lu Yutong. They didn't need anyone to explain how valuable this ability was. The three new girls looked at her with envy. They secretly hoped that they would also awaken useful abilities someday. Lu Yutong herself was still confused. Is this ability really that powerful? But I don't feel like it has any attack power. Chingu didn't explain. Instead, he took her outside. Silverhorn King was lying near the camp. Although it looked like it was resting, it never completely relaxed. Its ears constantly moved, listening to every sound around it. The moment Chingu walked out of the RV, the dog reluctantly stood up. It stretched, then gave Chingu a symbolic bark. Woof. A greeting. Chingu ignored it. He pointed toward the wound on its back leg. Teacher Lu, try healing it. Lu Yutong looked at the injury. The silver gray fur covered most of it, but underneath was a deep scratch left by a zombie. She raised her hand. A green energy filled with life appeared from her fingertips. It flowed toward the wound. Then something incredible happened. The damaged flesh began recovering rapidly. Within seconds, the injury completely disappeared. Silverhorn King couldn't see what happened, but it could feel it. A strange warmth spread through its body. Comfort, relief, for the past few days. The wound had been torturing it. It wasn't fatal, but every movement caused pain. Even when it stretched earlier, the wound had hurt badly. Now, the pain was gone. Silverhorn King suddenly became excited. It ran around the camp. Its tail moved uncontrollably. Although Lu Yutong healed the injury, the dog understood something. Without Qinji's permission, that wound would never have been treated. Its opinion of him slowly changed. Maybe he isn't as terrible as I thought. Still annoying, still weird, still a little crazy, but he seems to treat his people well. Then it remembered something. Wait, he said if I wore the collar, I would get meat. Does that promise still count? At that moment, Chingu heard a system notification. A Silverhorn King loyalty increased by 10 current loyalty, 40 status. Dislike. Chingu opened the bracelet interface. The number had changed. He asked, system, why did loyalty increase, but the rating is still 1 star? The system answered. Relationship rating has 3 levels, loyalty 0 to 60. 1 star unlocked functions. Command, punishment, follow, loyalty 61 to 90. 2 stars new functions. Sense, divine protection, purification, loyalty 91 to 100. 3 stars new functions. Mental communication, always together, protect. Master. Chingu understood. Although it was still only 1 star. A 10-point increase was already a good result. Taming a creature couldn't be rushed. Too much pressure would only create resistance. He called Silverhorn King over. Then he took out the beef he had promised earlier and threw it over. The dog jumped, caught it perfectly, then immediately started eating. This meat is amazing. I didn't expect him to keep his promise, but he's still a weirdo. Don't think one piece of meat can change my opinion. Although, this really is delicious. Much better than zombie meat. If I could eat this every day. A notification appeared. Silverhorn King loyalty increased by 1 current loyalty. 41. Chingu smiled. He threw another piece. Silverhorn King caught it again. But this time, no notification appeared. So feeding alone didn't always increase loyalty. He would test it later. Chingu stopped paying attention to the dog. Instead, he looked at Lu Yutong. After seeing the effect of her ability, she was clearly excited. From now on, I'll be the team's doctor. I'll learn how to use this ability as quickly as possible. I'll do everything I can to help everyone. But Chingu became serious. Your safety comes first. Never act alone. Not even once. Right now, Lu Yutong had healing ability, but she had almost no combat ability. She needed protection. She needed time to grow. After explaining everything, Lin Juanxue arranged sleeping places for the 4 newcomers. Night had already arrived. Everyone prepared to rest. Chingu also planned to return to the RV with Lin Juanxue, but just as he stepped onto the vehicle, he suddenly stopped. Then he turned around. A girl was about to enter her tent. Jingya, come here for a moment. That night, just as Chingu was about to step back into the RV, he suddenly stopped. Then he turned around. Jingya, come here for a moment. Zhang Jingya froze. The moment she heard his voice, her face instantly turned red. Why is the captain calling me over now? Could it be? She glanced toward the RV. Lin Juanxue was still inside. Wait, could he really want both of us? Her heartbeat accelerated. No, absolutely not. This is my first time. How can my first time happen like this? But then another thought appeared. However, the captain is so strong. Maybe Juanxue can't handle him alone. If that's the case, maybe it wouldn't be impossible. With her mind completely confused, Zhang Jingyao walked toward the RV under the curious eyes of the girls on night duty. The moment she entered, the girls outside immediately became wide awake. Their eyes were burning with curiosity. Is the captain really that powerful? He called Jingya too. Juanxue really is lucky. I'm so jealous of Jingya. When will it be my turn? If the team is shorthanded, I can help too. The girls exchanged looks. Then everyone silently understood. Inside the RV, Zhang Jingya was completely stunned because what she saw was not what she expected. The floor was covered with weapons, rifles, pistols, boxes of ammunition, and even a heavy machine gun, AM-249 light machine gun. Only then did Zhang Jingya realize she had completely misunderstood Qin Gu. Her embarrassed expression slowly changed. First awkwardness, then excitement. Finally, her eyes lit up. Are these all for me? Of course, Qin Gu paused. Not all. He rolled his eyes. Even if I gave them all to you, you couldn't carry them. He looked at her. I remember your ability has a passive effect. Using firearms increases damage by 200%, right? Any firearm works? Zhang Jingyan nodded immediately. Yes. The stronger the original firearm damage, the greater the final increase. Qin Gu looked thoughtful. Then he pointed at the M249. Try this. Zhang Jingya immediately walked over. She grabbed the handle, lifted the weapon, but only a few seconds later, she put it back down. It's too heavy. And this is without ammunition. With a loaded belt, I definitely can't use it. Qin Gu wasn't surprised. Instead, he opened the system shop that he remembered seeing something useful before, a low-level exoskeleton system. Perfect for this situation, and cheap. Only 10 mutation crystals. A few seconds later, a silver mechanical frame appeared in his hand at the same time. His mutation crystal balance returned to 0. Low-level exoskeleton device, a technological external mechanical support system, made from composite materials and high-strength alloys, lightweight, durable, after wearing it. The user's carrying capacity and combat ability are greatly increased. Zhang Jingya quickly equipped it. Then she picked up the M249 again. This time, the heavy weapon felt completely different, almost weightless. She could move freely. Qin Gu looked at her, then silently praised the system. System products really are reliable. After that, he began distributing the remaining weapons. .4 M1911 pistols. .2 were assigned to Zhang Jingya as secondary weapons. The other two were given to Lu Yutong for self-defense. Then came the 6 M4 rifles. The first one went to Lu Yutong. Her healing ability was extremely valuable, but it provided no combat power. A healer's survival was a priority. The remaining 5 rifles were temporarily assigned to team members without combat abilities. Later, after everyone awakened abilities, the weapons would be redistributed. There was also one black pistol that had been taken from the former enemy called De Fei. Qin Gu handed it over for the night guards. Finally, he gave Zhang Jingya another task. Teach everyone how to use firearms as quickly as possible. Of course, becoming expert shooters overnight was impossible. Real marksmen were trained through thousands of rounds. Right now, Qin Gu didn't have enough ammunition to let everyone waste bullets practicing. They could only improve slowly through actual combat. Every bullet had to count. After explaining everything, Zhang Jingya called several girls over. Together, they carried the weapons and ammunition out of the RV. The moment the door closed, Qin Gu and Lin Juanxue began their daily routine. The next morning, Qin Gu walked down from the RV looking refreshed. Meanwhile, Lin Juanxue was still sleeping. He glanced at the time. 6:25 a.m. The sun was slowly rising, but Qin Gu didn't feel relaxed. Instead, a strange uneasiness remained in his heart. Something was wrong. It felt like he had forgotten something important, something that could affect today's plan. Originally, his plan was simple. First, Let Zhang Jingya teach everyone firearm usage, then wait for the survivor from his previous life to appear. That person would eventually attract a group of zombies that it would be the perfect chance to train the team's defense and coordination, especially after discovering the first evolving zombie yesterday. Chinga knew he couldn't underestimate the future in his previous life. A zombie wave appeared every month, and now, because of his rebirth, everything was changing. Zombies had already started evolving days earlier than expected. He couldn't know whether the zombie tide would also arrive ahead of schedule, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what he had missed. It was like having an itch on your back. You knew exactly where it was, but your hand could never reach it. Extremely frustrating. Forget it, this was the apocalypse. Unexpected events could happen anytime. Even someone who had returned from the future couldn't control everything. After breakfast, Zhang Jingya organized firearm training in front of the camp, especially for Lu Yutong and the 5 girls who had received guns. Right now, proper firearm usage was their best chance of survival. Chinga stood beside Silverhorn King. He took out a piece of meat, then threw it over. The dog caught it instantly. Notification: Silverhorn King loyalty increased by 1 current loyalty. 42 Chinga nodded to S. Oh, that was the rule. Only the first feeding each day increased loyalty. Then another notification appeared. Detected. Silverhorn King completed command. Guard duty duration exceeded 8 hours. Complete command. Yes/no yes. Command completion count. 1 command function upgraded. New features unlocked. Command duration. Command reward. Please open bracelet settings. Chingu opened the bracelet interface. The command section had changed. It now displayed 3 options. Command content not set. Daily uses remaining. 3 command duration not set. Command reward not set. Looking at the new functions, Chingu narrowed his eyes. The little dog was becoming more useful than expected. Chingu stared at the upgraded command interface on his bracelet. After thinking for a moment, he entered a new command. Command guard duty. Patrol within the follow range. Search for zombies and unfamiliar people. Report immediately upon discovery. Duration 1-2 hours. Reward 1 piece of beef. The moment the command was confirmed, Silverhorn King received the order. The silver-gray dog immediately became serious. It lowered its body and began moving around the camp. No longer the lazy creature from before. Now it looked like a real guard dog. Chingu closed the bracelet interface. Then he turned his attention back to the girls training nearby. Zhang Jingya had already finished explaining basic firearm usage. She was distributing guns to the selected team members, looking at the rifles in everyone's hands, and the M249 machine gun lying beside her. Chingu suddenly froze. A thought flashed through his mind. He finally realized what he had overlooked: the weapons. There were too many weapons in that warehouse. At first, he thought the survivor from his previous life would only attract a small number of zombies, maybe a few hundred, something the team could handle as training. But now, that assumption was completely wrong. The people he killed inside the water company were not ordinary survivors. They were armed mercenaries. .6 assault rifles. A light machine gun, grenades, even an anti-tank rocket launcher. Yet they still failed to hold the water company. That meant the zombie attack was absolutely not a small-scale event. It was probably thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of zombies. But the water company was located in a remote area. How could one survivor possibly attract such a massive zombie group? The answer was obvious. Someone planned this. Someone deliberately created this situation. And whoever was behind it was not simple. Only 5 days after the apocalypse began, to gather such a terrifying number of zombies, that person's methods were ruthless. Their intentions were terrifying. Chingu looked at his team, including Lu Yutong and the new girls there. Were only 44 people, and nearly half of them had not awakened abilities yet. A direct confrontation with thousands of zombies was too risky. Chingu believed he could survive, but his teammates, not everyone could. Many of these girls had followed him since the first day of the apocalypse. In the future, they would become the foundation of his group, the original members, the core fighters. Chingu didn't want to lose even one of them. He was about to order a retreat. But then, a familiar sound came. From nearby, woof. Silverhorn King suddenly rushed back. It stood beside Chingu. Its first stood up. It stared toward the road leading into the city. A low growl came from its throat. Something was approaching. Chingu immediately climbed onto the roof of the RV. He took out a military-grade telescope he had collected earlier. Then he looked toward the distance. His expression changed as a massive group of zombies was moving toward them. Fast, organized. But something was wrong. There was no survivor, no desperate person running for his life, no accident. Instead, several small remote-controlled vehicles were moving ahead of the zombie group. Each vehicle carried a small speaker. The speakers were playing sounds, attracting the zombies. Chingu stared carefully, then estimated the number, around 2,000 or 3,000. Fortunately, not tens of thousands. This was still within control, but the question remained. How could they fight this battle with the smallest possible losses? Then suddenly, an idea appeared. The answer was A. Formation, the ancient battlefield formation known as the Scatter Star Formation. A formation designed to deal with large enemy charges, perfect for stopping a zombie tide. Chingu quickly calculated the battlefield. Then he gave the order. Everyone prepare for battle. The entire team immediately moved. Under Chingu's command, they formed a fan-shaped formation. The first line, the frontline fighters Wu Shengnan stood at the center. All strength-type and endurance-type ability users gathered there. Their mission was simple: stop the first wave, absorb the impact, protect everyone behind them. The second line, led by Lin Juanxue and Lin Junyao. All elemental ability users gathered there. Their role was battlefield control, slow the zombies, create openings, provide long-range damage. The third line, led by Zhang Jingya. The support ability users. Life-type ability users, and those who had not awakened abilities, they stayed behind. Their mission was cleanup. Any zombie that broke through the first two lines would be eliminated here. Prevent the formation from collapsing. The final line, Lu Yutong and the three new girls. Originally, Chingu planned to keep them inside the RV. They had almost no combat experience. Unlike the original members, those girls had already trained for days under Lin Juanxue. Even those without abilities knew how to fight. But Lu Yutong and the others were complete beginners. However, they insisted. They wanted to stand with everyone. Even if they couldn't fight directly, they could assist, they could use firearms, they could learn. Chingu understood. Protecting Lu Yutong forever was impossible. A healer also needed to adapt to the apocalypse. Besides, he still had one vial of antidote serum stored in his space. Even if something happened, he could save her. After repeated warnings, Chingu finally agreed. But before the battle began, he gave Silverhorn King another command: protect Lu Yutong. Reward point 1 piece of beef. The moment it received the command, Silverhorn King changed. Its ears stood up, its eyes became focused. It moved around Lu Yutong, guarding her carefully. Meanwhile, Chingu equipped the 10,000 spirits armored. He held his battle axe, then stood on top of the RV, looking at the approaching zombie tide. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. The zombies came closer, closer, closer. Then, a roar exploded from the RV roof. Kill! The frontline fighters charged. The first clash began. Leading them was Wu Shengnan. She held her warhammer. Lightning surrounded the weapon. In an instant, she rushed directly into the zombie wave. With her lightning ability activated, the zombies in front of her were torn apart. A gap appeared. Behind her, the other girls followed. No hesitation, no fear. The second line immediately began supporting. Under Lin Juanxue's command, the elemental ability users rotated their skills. Fire, ice, wind, lightning, every ability was used at the perfect moment, controlling the battlefield, protecting the front line. Those with direct damage abilities prepared their attacks. Whenever a zombie broke through, they instantly eliminated it. Then, the third line opened fire. Zhang Jingya pulled the trigger. The M249 roared. Bullets tore through the zombie wave. The support team began eliminating the survivors of the first attack, cleaning up, finishing enemies. The formation remained stable. Even Lu Yutong and the other three girls refused to stand still. Their hands trembled. Their aim was imperfect, but they still raised their guns, pulled the trigger, again and again. With every shot, they became more familiar. Their accuracy slowly improved. For the first time, they were no longer helpless survivors. They were becoming members of the team. Chingu stood on top of the RV, watching the battlefield below. His blood was already boiling. The girls were fighting with everything they had. The sound of abilities exploding, the roar of guns, the screams of zombies, everything mixed together. His battle axe was already hungry for blood, but Chingu still didn't move. Not yet. Right now, his most important role was not fighting. It was controlling the battlefield. A commander. A leader. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The sounds coming from the remote-controlled cars ahead of the zombie wave began to disappear. One by one. The little vehicles turned around, then quickly moved back in the opposite direction. Someone was controlling them, and that person had to be nearby at almost the same time. Another person noticed this. Jean Curson. Chingu glanced at her. Words were needed. She immediately understood. Quietly, she disappeared from the battlefield, following the retreating remote-controlled cars. Meanwhile, the battle was becoming more intense. The zombie tide continued crashing into the formation. The Scatterstar formation began showing signs of pressure. Several times, zombies managed to slip through openings. Usually when the frontline fighters were busy killing other zombies, a few fast ones would suddenly break through. They rushed toward the second line, toward the elemental ability users. But every time, Zhang Jingya reacted quickly. The M249 in her hands roared. Those zombies were eliminated before they could cause damage. However, Chingu looked at the time. 52 minutes. The girls were reaching their limits. Many were exhausted. A few weaker members were already struggling to stand. This was understandable. The apocalypse had only started 5 days ago, yet they were already facing a zombie tide of this scale. Surviving for nearly an hour was already an achievement, but it still wasn't enough. Chingu had higher expectations. Because he remembered the first true zombie wave from his previous life. It happened 1 month after the apocalypse began. March 22 ND.10:22 p.m. Without warning, a massive zombie tide suddenly appeared. It swept through every survivor gathering point. The battle lasted exactly 1 hour. Most small survivor groups disappeared that night. Only the stronger organizations survived. After that battle, the major groups in Jiang City finally stopped fighting each other. They joined forces. Together, they created the first survivor city. A place that became the symbol of hope. Its name was Weiyang City. But those memories were not important right now. Right now, the girls needed to pass this test. Chingu stared at the battlefield, silently counting. Hold on. Just a little longer. 58 minutes. 59 minutes. 1 hour. The moment the time was reached, Chingu moved. He jumped from the RV roof, his battle axe raised high. Then he crashed directly into the zombie wave. Wherever he passed, zombie heads flew. The pressure on the front line instantly decreased. The battle situation completely changed. The girls finally had room to breathe, but they didn't relax. Instead, they became even more determined. Qin arrival gave them a new wave of courage. The man who appeared at their most desperate moment, like a warrior from the sky, he turned the entire battle around. Their morale exploded. The battle continued. Chingu moved through the zombie group, one after another. Heads fell. The girls emptied their abilities. Bullets tore through the remaining enemies. Finally, the battlefield became silent. No more zombies. Only countless corpses remained. Many girls collapsed to the ground, especially those who specialized in close combat. They sat there breathing heavily, too exhausted to even speak. But nobody complained. Everyone was alive. That was enough. They looked toward Chingu, the man standing among the zombie corpses, the man who had saved them again. Since the apocalypse began, they had already lost count of how many times Chingu pulled them back from death. Respect, trust, admiration. All of it had already taken root in their hearts. Chingu had become their strongest support, their hero. After resting briefly, the girls began cleaning the battlefield, collecting supplies, searching for mutation crystals. Then, someone appeared in the distance. Jean Curson. She was dragging a man back. The man was wearing black clothes. His hands were tied. A backpack behind him contained several remote control devices. Jean Curson walked forward, then kicked him down in front of Chingu. Speak. The man looked at Jean Curson. After seeing her terrifying strength, he immediately gave up resistance. He started talking. My name is Xiaohuan. Before the apocalypse, I was a programmer at Farmer Three Thieves Drinking Water Company. When the apocalypse started, I was working overtime. At that time, The company's vice president Luo Yongli and several employees were also there. Most employees became zombies. Luo Yongli gathered the remaining survivors. Using remote-controlled toy cars he bought for his son, we distracted the zombies and escaped to the warehouse. That warehouse contained tens of thousands of boxes of bottled water. Chinga narrowed his eyes. Xia Hurin continued. After thinking about it, Luo Yongli decided to destroy Jiang City's water supply system. Once the city's water was unusable, all the bottled water in the warehouse would become the only water source. Then he could control everyone. He could survive. He could even become the ruler of this city. And I was sent here to destroy the water plant. Xia Hurin swallowed. But when I arrived, I discovered that people had already occupied the water company. They had guns. I knew I couldn't fight them. So I used another method. I controlled the remote cars. I wanted to attract zombies here. Then let the zombies destroy the purification equipment. To make sure there were enough zombies, I found more remote cars. Added speakers. That way, even without entering myself, thousands of zombies could destroy everything. But I didn't expect, when I was preparing everything, you had already killed those people inside. So, my target became you. Xia Hurin finished speaking, then immediately knelt down. I told you everything. I didn't lie. Please let me go. To prove his value, he even marked the location of the warehouse on the map. Chinga looked at him, expressionless. Then, he raised his axe at a flash of cold light. Xia Hurin's body collapsed. He was dead. Someone who deliberately sent thousands of zombies to kill others, then begged for mercy when he failed. Chinga had no reason to spare him. This kind of person was more dangerous alive. And Xia Hurin was not the only target. Luo Yongli, the real mastermind. Chinga would not let him go either, the so-called survivor who accidentally attracted zombies from his previous life. It was probably a story Luo Yongli deliberately spread, that a story designed to make everyone believe one thing. Only he had water. Only he could provide survival. But this time, he made the wrong move, and he chose the wrong enemy. Chinga picked up the map, memorized the warehouse location. After arranging everything in the camp, he left alone, only bringing one companion, Silverhorn King. Their destination, the Farmer Three Thieves warehouse. Inside the Farmer Three Thieves warehouse office, Luo Yongli sat behind a desk. In his hand was a strange crystal. A mutation crystal. He had found it yesterday inside a nearby bronze supply box. When he first opened the box and saw the food capsules and water capsules, he immediately understood. Everything inside those boxes was valuable. After searching several nearby supply boxes, he discovered something interesting. Only the first box contained this diamond-shaped crystal. The others had none. With years of experience playing online games, Luo Yongli understood one simple rule. The rarer an item was, the more valuable it probably was. The only problem was he had no idea what the crystal actually did. Since last night, he had tried everything, soaking it in water, burning it, even smashing it. Nothing worked. Looking at the crystal in his hand, a strange thought appeared. Could it require blood? He immediately cut his finger. A drop of blood fell onto the crystal. Nothing happened. Luo Yongli frowned. Then, could it be something edible? The idea suddenly made sense. After all, the other items from the supply box were food and water. Maybe this was the same. He brought the crystal close to his nose. No smell. No reaction. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, then swallowed it. The moment the crystal entered his body, Luo Yongli collapsed onto the desk. 1 hour later, his eyes slowly opened. Something had appeared inside his mind. A message. He had awakened an ability. A transformation-type ability. Wolf Lord. When activated, he could transform into a werewolf. Strength increased by 300%. Agility increased by 300%. Stamina increased by 100%. Duration, 1 minute. Usage limit, once per day. Passive ability, permanently possess wolf claws. Each transformation increases wolf transformation progress by 1%. Once progress reaches 100%, the user permanently becomes a werewolf. Only consciousness remains unchanged. Luo Yongli stared at his hands. His fingers were no longer normal. Dark claws extended from them. He slowly moved his claws, then lightly scratched the wooden desk. A deep mark appeared instantly. His eyes widened. Then he laughed. So that's what this crystal does. I awakened an ability. And I control Jiang City's only water supply. With these two things, I can become someone important in this apocalypse. His smile grew wider. Ambition filled his eyes. And in his previous life, he really had achieved exactly that. Using control over water resources and his powerful ability, Luo Yongli created the organization known as the Poison Wolf Group. With his ruthless methods, the group rapidly expanded to its peak. It ranked among the top 5 survivor organizations in Jiang City. Later, because he used his transformation ability too many times, his body gradually became more like a wolf. He rarely appeared publicly. Instead, he became the hidden ruler behind the organization. But as his body changed, his personality twisted. Eventually, he even began killing his own people. Not for survival, not for resources, simply because he enjoyed it. But this time, his future would never happen, because he had chosen the wrong enemy. Luo Yongli quickly calmed down. Then his expression became serious. If this crystal can appear in supply boxes, then I'm definitely not the only person who awakened an ability. Others might already have stronger abilities. I need to collect more supply boxes before anyone else grows stronger. At this point, he still didn't know mutation crystals could also come from zombie heads. But he understood one thing. The apocalypse had created superhumans, and he couldn't allow too many competitors to appear. Using the resources he obtained yesterday, and the employees who survived with him, Luo Yongli had already gathered 13 people. Except for Xiaohoran, there were 12 people remaining in the warehouse. Thinking of Xiaohoran, Luo Yongli walked into the bathroom, but he turned the faucet. Nothing came out. The water had stopped. A smile appeared on his face. He assumed Xiaohoran had succeeded. Immediately, he gathered the remaining 12 people, spread the news. Tell everyone in Jiang City. The water system has been contaminated by zombies. It can never recover. Anyone who wants water, join us. We have the only supply. The 12 people nodded, then left. Luo Yongli walked outside the warehouse. He wanted to test his new power. Near the entrance, a lone zombie wandered nearby. Luo Yongli walked toward it, then smiled. Let's see how strong I am. His claws flashed. Swish. The zombie's head split open instantly. Luo Yongli looked at his hands. Excitement filled his face. With these claws, I don't need to fear zombies anymore. But before he could enjoy the feeling, someone appeared at the warehouse entrance. A man and a dog. Qinggu had arrived. He looked at the strange creature standing in front of him. Black claws. A twisted body. A stupid smile. Qinggu frowned. What is this thing? For a moment, he genuinely wondered if this was a zombie or a human. Before he could ask, Luo Yongli noticed Qingji's red armor. His eyes immediately became greedy. Friend, are you alone? The moment he heard the other person speak normally, Qinggu understood. This wasn't a monster. It was an ability user. A beast transformation ability. Qinggu looked at him. Do you know Xiaohoran? Luo Yongli immediately connected the dots. He assumed Qinggu was someone Xiaohoran had brought back. Xiao brought you here? Where is Xia? Why didn't he come back with you? He's dead. Luo Yongli paused, then shrugged that he didn't care. He probably got bitten by zombies. Forget it. He was never important. Then he looked at Qinggu again. Since you were brought here by Xia, I'll explain the rules. Our group doesn't accept useless people. You need to contribute. His eyes moved toward Qingji's armor. And first, hand over all your supplies, including that armor. Qinggu didn't move. Luo Yongli frowned. What are you standing there for? If you join my Poison Wolf group, you follow my rules. Then he looked at Silverhorn King. And that dog. Clean it up later. We'll cook it tonight. The moment he heard that, Silverhorn King's fur exploded. It bared its teeth. Woof. The dog barked furiously. Inside its mind, you want to eat me? You trash. You think you're worthy? I'll eat you first. But to humans, it was only barking. Luo Yongli casually scratched his ear. This dog is noisy. It'll attract zombies. Get rid of it. Tonight, we'll make a good meal. Qingji's eyes slowly narrowed. A cold expression appeared. Then he spoke. Is your name Luo Yongli? Inside the Farmer Three Thieves warehouse office, Luo Yongli froze. The moment Qinggu called out his name, his expression changed. Damn it, this guy was never someone Xia brought back. and Xiaohuan was probably killed by him. A thought suddenly flashed through Luo Yongli's mind. Could he be from the water plant? But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Who Qingge didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was this man was his enemy, and Luo Yongli was certain about one thing. The reason Qingge had been able to kill Xiaohuan and chase him all the way here was because of that red battle armor. That armor must be some kind of powerful equipment. But now I have wolf claws that, no matter how strong your armor is, it can't stop me. Looking at Qingge's armor, Luo Yongli felt a little regret. What a waste. Such a good piece of equipment will soon belong to me. The next second, he moved. Without warning, Luo Yongli jumped forward. His wolf claws flashed toward Qingge's chest, but Qingge didn't even move. The moment the claws reached him, clang, a battle axe appeared in Qingge's hand. The attack was blocked. Before Luo Yongli could react, a powerful kick struck his stomach. Bang! His huge body flew backward that he crashed onto the ground. Pain spread through his abdomen. Luo Yongli looked up in shock. Ew. You're also an ability user? A normal human could never block his attack. Tell me, what ability do you have? Qingge looked down at him coldly. You're not qualified to know. Those words instantly ignited Luo Yongli's anger. His eyebrows twisted together that he looked almost like an angry husky. Don't get arrogant. Just now, I was careless. When I show my real power, I'll tear you apart. In reality, Qingge could have killed him instantly. One swing of his axe was enough. But he didn't. He wanted to see just how capable this so-called future leader of the Poison Wolf group really was. After all, a pair of claws alone couldn't possibly allow Luo Yongli to control Jiang City's water supply. Qingge also had a guess. The reason Luo Yongli's future organization was called Poison Wolf was probably because his transformation ability was related to wolves. One half-wolf monster against one half. Wolf-like dog. Perfect. It was time to see how strong Silverhorn King really was. After its injuries healed, Qingge still hadn't tested its actual combat ability, and he wasn't worried. Even if Silverhorn King got injured, he could simply store it in his space. When he returned, Lu Yutong could heal it. Thinking of this, Qingge pointed towards Silverhorn King. Your real power? In my opinion, you might not even beat it. Silverhorn King immediately understood that it stepped forward. Woof! Its body lowered, ready to attack. Seeing a man and a dog looking down on him, Luo Yongli exploded with rage. Ridiculous. The next moment, he activated his ability. Wolf Lord transformation began. His body rapidly expanded. 0.2 meters, 220 centimeters. The brown-gray fur covered his body. His hands became enormous wolf claws. His face twisted into a wolf's head. A wolf tail appeared behind him. He was no longer human. He was a werewolf. Whoa. With a terrifying howl, Luo Yongli charged forward. His blood-red eyes locked onto Qingge. He wanted to tear him apart. But before he could reach Qingge, Silverhorn King moved. Whoosh! The mutated Czech wolf dog shot forward. It slammed into Luo Yongli. Its claws grabbed his chest. Its sharp teeth followed immediately. Rip! A chunk of flesh was torn away. Luo Yongli screamed. Pain exploded through his body. He pushed himself up and threw Silverhorn King away. Only now did he truly take this dog seriously. This was no ordinary animal. Silverhorn King circled around him, searching for an opening. Luo Yongli stared back. The two creatures watched each other. One was a werewolf. The other was a mutated wolf dog. Neither moved. Then, whoa! Luo Yongli howled that he knew he couldn't waste time. His transformation only lasted 1 minute. If he couldn't kill them before it ended, he would die. But just as he prepared to attack, Silverhorn King suddenly barked. Woof, woof, woof. Luo Yongli. The dog barked again. Woof, woof. Silverhorn King. I can't lose in terms of intimidation. You howl. I bark. Who says dogs can't compete with wolves? Whoa. Woof, woof, woof. The two creatures actually started arguing. Qingge stood there speechless. He rolled his eyes. You two are wasting time. Fight. Only then did Silverhorn King stop barking. It charged forward. The battle began. Although Luo Yongli was much larger, Silverhorn King was far faster. It moved like a shadow. Every time Luo Yongli tried to attack, the dog had already moved away. Instead, its claws and teeth kept leaving wounds on his body. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 10 strikes. Soon, the result became obvious. Luo Yonglei collapsed. His transformation slowly disappeared. He returned to his human form. Qin walked over in unnecessary words. Point 1. Axe. Done. Then he looked at Silverhorn King. How is it? Are you injured? Woof. Silverhorn King proudly raised its head. Then it walked around Qin 3 times while wagging its tail. The meaning was obvious. That guy was weak that he couldn't even hurt me. Qin smiled, seeing that it was unharmed. He opened the warehouse. 3 minutes later, the entire warehouse was empty. Everything had been stored inside his space. Point 1 man. Point 1 dog. They returned to the campsite. The girls had already finished cleaning the battlefield. Under Lin Junshue's command, some prepared dinner. Others continued firearms training with Zhang Jingya. When Qin returned, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Everyone ate while discussing today's zombie battle. Lin Junshue reported the results. Total zombies killed, 4,399. Obtained mutation crystals, 1,698. Qin froze. His eyes widened. Nearly 1,700 crystals. That was far more than he expected. He originally thought there were only 2,000 or 3,000 zombies. But the actual number was over 4,000. Looking back, the girls surviving 1 full hour against that many zombies was already their limit. Qin wasn't trying to gamble with their lives, that he wasn't testing them for fun, that he knew something more dangerous than zombies existed. Humans. During a true zombie tide, the most terrifying enemies were often not the monsters. They were other survivors. People who wouldn't stand together during danger. People who waited until you were exhausted, then attacked from behind. Those people were the most dangerous, because in the apocalypse, the ugliest thing was not the zombies. It was human nature. Qin understood that clearly. That was why he always kept hidden cards. A way to survive when everything went wrong. After dinner, Qin ordered everyone to rest early. Everyone was exhausted. Back inside the RV, Qin planned to take a shower, then continue his daily zombie battle with Lin Junshue. But unexpectedly, a sound came from the bathroom. Water. Someone was showering. Qin's eyes lit up. He had never fought zombies in the bathroom before. Interesting. He quickly removed his clothes, then walked toward the bathroom. The moment he opened the door, a familiar female voice screamed, "Brother-in-law?" Qin stood frozen. The moment he opened the bathroom door, the person inside was not Lin Junshue. It was Lin Junyao. For a few seconds, Qin completely lost his ability to think. Why isn't it Junshue? That question flashed through his mind. But his thoughts quickly stopped there, because sometimes a man's reaction speed is very strange. The brain may not have caught up yet, but other parts already had. Inside the bathroom, warm steam filled the air. The sound of running water echoed softly. Lin Junyao had clearly not expected anyone to open the door. The moment she saw Qin standing there, her entire face turned bright red. "Qin, you're still looking?" Only then did Qin finally react. He immediately closed the bathroom door. A few seconds later, he stood outside awkwardly. His face was calm, but his mind was not. I really didn't expect. This girl looks so quiet usually. Who would have thought? Before he could continue thinking, a drop of blood suddenly fell. Drip. Qin touched his nose. He froze. Seriously? At that moment, Lin Junshue was outside arranging the night watch. When she heard her sister scream, she immediately ran toward the RV, because the RV had heavy sound insulation. Especially after the armor modifications, she didn't hear the conversation clearly. She only recognized Lin Junyao's voice. When she opened the RV door, Qin had already dressed himself. "What's wrong?" Lin Junshue looked at them anxiously. Seeing Qin there, she relaxed slightly. Then she looked toward the bathroom. "Did something happen to Yao Yao?" Qin coughed. "Maybe. The water was too hot." Lin Junshue looked at him. Then she noticed the blood on his nose. Her expression changed. "Then why is your nose bleeding?" Qin immediately looked away. "The weather is dry. I probably got too much heat." Lin Junshue narrowed her eyes. "Really?" Qin nodded seriously. "Really?" But his guilty expression completely betrayed him. Under Lin Junshue's suspicious gaze, he quickly escaped from the RV. The evening wind blew across his face. The cool air finally helped Qin calm down. That moment, Silverhorn King ran over. Woof. The meaning was obvious. The 12 hours are finished. Where is my reward? The dog circled Chin-gu anxiously. Its tail wagged constantly. Chin-gu stared at it. Then he slapped his forehead. Right. The reward that he took out 2 pieces of beef from his storage space and threw them over. Silverhorn King immediately jumped up. Gone was the dignity of a mutated beast that it happily swallowed the meat. Chin-gu shook his head. Then he opened the bracelet. New command. Mission. Night watch duration. 8 hours reward. 1 piece of beef. After receiving the order, Silverhorn King walked to the girls on night duty. Then it laid down beside them, pretending to rest. Inside the RV, Lin Junyao had already changed clothes. She walked out of the bathroom. Lin Junyao immediately looked at her. Yao Yao. What happened just now? Lin Junyao froze. Her mind instantly replayed the scene from before. Her face became even redder. After several seconds, she stammered. Nothing. The water temperature was too high. I accidentally got burned. Lin Junyao stared at her. Burned? Can hot water make your face this red? Lin Junyao. She didn't know how to answer. She lowered her head. Seeing her sister's suspicious expression, she quickly escaped. Not long after, Chin-gu returned to the RV. The moment he entered, Lin Junyao looked at him. You two are hiding something from me. Chin-gu said nothing. He simply walked forward, then hugged her. From earlier until now, he had been holding back for too long. As for the question, it could wait. After all, there were more important battles to fight. Soon, Lin Junyao forgot about her doubts, and the RV once again became quiet. The next morning, 6:15. Chin-gu walked out of the RV. After instructing everyone to prepare breakfast, he checked Silverhorn King's completed mission. Then he took out a piece of beef. Here. The dog immediately rushed over. Ding. Silverhorn King loyalty +1 current loyalty. 43. Dislike. Chin-gu looked at the dog eating happily. A thought appeared in his mind. 1 piece of beef every day. The progress was slow, but in 2 months, the loyalty should reach maximum. At that time, he could use a mutation crystal to awaken Silverhorn King's ability. Maybe it would gain something incredible. Flying, breathing fire, poison attacks, teleportation. Anything was possible. Thinking about that, Chin-gu smiled. He had high expectations for this dog. After all, even before awakening an ability, Silverhorn King had already defeated a transformed ability user. Its potential was obvious, and Chin-gu wasn't worried about betrayal. After being spoiled with good food every day, this dog would naturally become dependent on him. In the apocalypse, how many people could feed a mutated beast fresh beef every day? Probably only Chin-gu. After breakfast, the team prepared to leave. Today's destination, the southern district of Jiang City. After 5 continuous days of traveling, even Sher Lifin's huge fuel tank was nearly empty. The RV had been heavily modified, an oversized fuel tank, hybrid electric system, large solar panels. Normally, Chin-gu used electric power whenever possible. Only when he needed speed did he use fuel. But even so, the armored RV consumed an enormous amount of energy. The added armor made it even more expensive to operate. And today's destination was near the southern suburbs, because there was something extremely important there. The largest civilian oil storage facility in Jiang City. The water company was located on the western edge of Jiang City. The oil storage facility was less than 20 kilometers away. The distance wasn't far. Along the way, the girls continued clearing zombies while collecting mutation crystals. Compared with the previous 2 days, the team's movement speed had improved significantly. There were 2 main reasons. First, more people had awakened abilities. Fighting zombies had become much easier. Second, they were now traveling along the outskirts of the city. The number of zombies here was far lower than inside the urban area. The team no longer had to constantly fight through huge crowds. How is everyone's awakening progress? Chin-gu asked while walking beside Lin Junyao at the same time. He took out 3 mutation crystals and handed them to her. These belonged to the 3 new girls. Lin Junyao accepted the crystals. After thinking for a moment, she began reporting. Counting Teacher Liu and the 3 newcomers, our team currently has 43 girls. Excluding me, among the remaining 42 people, 35 have awakened abilities. 7 still haven't awakened. She counted on her fingers. Among the 35 awakened ability users, 7 are elemental types. 11 are strength types. 9 are physical enhancement types. 4 are support types. 2 are life types. Adding teacher Lu's healing ability and Zhang Kerson's dark ability. That makes 35. After finishing her report, Lin Juanxue suddenly smiled. How is it? I've managed your harem pretty well, right? Qinggu. He looked at her speechlessly. What harem? I never thought about that. Lin Juanxue immediately pouted. Come on. Now that it's the apocalypse, who cares about those old rules? Besides, if you really like Yao Yao, I support you too. Qinggu. Lin Juanxue continued seriously. Men are all like this. Who doesn't want multiple beautiful girls around them? I understand. But no matter how many girls you have in the future, I must be the first wife. She turned her head. Her beautiful eyes curved into little crescents. She gave Qinggu a knowing smile. How about it? My team leader husband? Hearing those words, Qinggu immediately remembered what happened last night. His nose almost started bleeding again, but he quickly changed the topic. Are your supplies enough? Do you need me to give you more? He pointed at the storage ring on her finger. Lin Juanxue was stunned. Then she shook her head. No, we have plenty. I basically haven't used anything. Qinggu was confused. Why? Lin Juanxue looked at him. Because every day, you're the one taking things out. I barely touch my supplies. Qinggu. All right. If you need anything, tell me. I'll go check the front. After saying that, Qinggu immediately escaped toward the front of the team. Watching him leave like someone caught doing something wrong, Lin Juanxue narrowed her eyes that a suspicious thought appeared. Could I really be right? Does he actually like Yao Yao? At the front of the team, Qinggu held his battle axe. Several zombies rushed toward him that he moved fast. Clean point one swing that a zombie's head flew away. Another strike. Another corpse fell. His movements were smooth and powerful. Behind him, the girls watched with admiration. Even though they had seen Qinggu fight many times, they still couldn't help staring. Leader is so cool. I really like him. The girl speaking unconsciously tightened her legs. Her companion immediately rolled her eyes. Wake up. The leader already has someone. You think you can compete with senior sister Juanxue? The girl instantly became discouraged. That was true. Among all the girls, who could compare with Lin Juanxue? Appearance, personality, strength, leadership, confidence. She was almost perfect. Most girls here were ordinary university students. Compared with Lin Juanxue, the gap was obvious. Only a few people close to Qinggu might have a chance. But compared with those who never escaped the school, they were already extremely lucky. At least they were alive. At least they had Qinggu. Thinking about this, the girls' eyes became determined again. Leader, I'll work hard. Point one day, I'll become someone worthy of standing beside you. Qinggu continued moving ahead. Since today's route was near the edge of the city, there were fewer shops. He could clear the zombies ahead first. Then the girls behind him would collect crystals and search the bodies. This greatly increased their speed. Occasionally, they would enter nearby stores to search for supplies. Then he would wait for the main group. Qinggu remained several hundred meters ahead. At an intersection, a flipped van appeared in the middle of the road. Qinggu stopped. Inside the driver's seat, half a zombie body was hanging outside. It seemed trapped. Its arms were reaching toward him desperately. Behind the van, the rear door was open. Several boxes of instant noodles were scattered on the ground. Qinggu shook the blood from his axe. His eyes became cold. Come out. No response. You don't need to hide. Still silence. Qinggu lost patience that he suddenly swung his axe toward the bushes. Ah! A man's scream came from inside. Qinggu looked over. I already told you to come out. You forced me to do it. Then he turned toward another bush. What about you? Do you want an axe too? The axe lifted. Only then, a woman slowly stood up. Her body was shaking. We were only hiding from zombies. We had no intention of harming you. She looked terrified. Please, let us go. Qinggu laughed coldly. Hiding from zombies? Do you need animal traps to hide from zombies? He picked up a stone, then threw it toward a pile of newspapers beside the instant noodles. Click. The papers were instantly crushed. A hidden trap snapped shut. Qinggu looked at the woman. This is your way of hiding? The woman's expression changed. She knew she couldn't pretend anymore. She looked at her husband lying on the ground. That a cruel thought appeared. She pulled out a knife, then stabbed him. Point one strike, point two strikes, point three strikes. Her husband stopped moving. Then she turned back to Chingu. I know you're strong. I killed him. From now on, I'll follow you. She adjusted her clothes. Her expression suggested she believed she understood men. But Chingu only looked at her with disgust. The next second, the axe moved. Bang! The blade struck directly between her eyebrows. She collapsed. Chingu looked down coldly. You think you're worthy? Chingu had seen situations like this far too many times. People setting traps to rob others. Couples turning against each other for survival. Friends betraying one another in his previous life. Scenes like these happened every single day throughout Jiang City. He had long since become numb to them. Besides, wasn't betrayal the very reason he had returned to this second chance at life? He had experienced it personally, so he understood better than anyone. Chingu stored the instant noodles and the animal traps into his space. Then he swung his axe. The zombie trapped halfway inside the van was finally put down. After that, he continued forward. His expression never changed as if nothing had happened. 0.6 kilometers away from the oil storage facility, the sun had already passed the highest point in the sky. Chingu checked the time. 12:35. He ordered the team to stop and rest. Lin Junyao handed everyone a compressed rice ball to fill their stomachs. After a quick calculation, their current speed was about 3 kilometers per hour. At this pace, they would reach their destination in roughly 2 hours. But just as everyone was resting, a group of survivors appeared on the other side of the road. Chingu narrowed his eyes. 10 people, 9 men, 1 woman. And that woman was pregnant. The group surrounded her carefully, protecting her in the middle. The girls immediately stood up. Everyone entered a defensive posture, but Chingu waved his hand. Relax. Continue resting. He walked forward alone, because he recognized one of them. It was Zhou Yongli. Zhou Yongli also recognized Chingu. There was no way he wouldn't in the apocalypse. Who else would trade instant noodles for zombie heads? Probably only this one person. And Chingu was impossible to forget. Red Armor. A group of beautiful girls, eating well every day. A heavily modified RV behind him. And now, a mutated dog following beside him. Silverhorn King. Zhou Yongli immediately smiled. It's you, little brother. We were looking for you these past 2 days. Where did you disappear to? He rubbed his dry hands nervously, then looked at Chingu with expectation. Do you still want zombie heads? Yes. Chingu nodded. Same price. 3 zombie heads for 1 pack of instant noodles. How many do you have? I'll take all of them. Hearing this, Zhou Yongli's eyes immediately lit up. But then, he suddenly remembered something. His expression became hesitant. Little brother, can I ask you something? My sister-in-law is about to give birth. Do you have infant formula? He turned sideways, pointing toward the pregnant woman behind him. If you do, I'll exchange zombie heads. You set the price. Chingu didn't answer immediately. He only frowned slightly. Seeing that, Zhou Yongli quickly explained. I'm just worried. Now that it's the apocalypse, hospitals are useless. If she gives birth and doesn't have enough milk, the baby. He didn't finish, but everyone understood that a worried expression appeared on his face. Chingu thought for a moment, then said, fine. For formula, 30 zombie heads per can. Zhou Yongli and the others were stunned. Then their faces slowly relaxed. They looked at Chingu with gratitude. In reality, during the early apocalypse, formula wasn't considered extremely valuable. Usually, it was worth around 10 mutation crystals. Later, as supplies became scarce, things like drinks, alcohol, and formula became luxury goods. Formula especially became something wealthy survivors used to show status. At its peak, a single can could sell for 200 mutation crystals. But right now it was only the 6th day, and Zhou Yongli was not someone Chingu wanted to exploit, so he gave a fair price. After hearing the deal, Zhou Yongli suddenly thought of another problem. Little brother, where do we meet? You tell me the time and place. I'll collect enough zombie heads and bring them there. He was afraid Chingu would disappear again. Last time, they searched everywhere but couldn't find him. Carrying dozens or hundreds of zombie heads around was exhausting. They would kill fewer zombies and might die from exhaustion first. Chingu calculated the scheduled at their current speed. They would arrive at the oil storage facility around 3 p.m. Clearing it would not take long. After that, 5 kilometers ahead was Jiang City's largest logistics center. His plan was simple: empty the oil facility, then clear the logistics center before nightfall. The logistics center contained countless supplies. The categories were messy, but quantity was everything. He could store everything first, organize later. Tonight, that would be their camp. Before 8 tomorrow morning, come to the logistics center. How much you can exchange depends on your ability. After that time, no deal. Chinga looked at him seriously. He wouldn't change his plans for anyone, not even someone he sympathized with. Good. Deal. Zhou Yonli smiled. Little brother, thank you. Really? He bowed deeply. Then he left with his group. Watching Zhou Yonli disappear into the distance, Chinga sighed. People like Zhou Yonli were rare. Honest, kind, helpful, never scheming. But in the apocalypse, those qualities could become weaknesses. Sometimes, the traits that made someone good could also become the reason they died. Chinga looked at his back, then silently thought, I hope this life. You don't make the same mistake again. 3 p.m. The team arrived at the oil storage facility, but the moment Chinga saw the entrance, his expression changed. Outside the iron gates, several armored vehicles were parked. The rear doors were open, but inside, there were no living people, only zombies. They wandered aimlessly around the vehicles. Their bodies were covered in camouflage uniforms, military uniforms. Qin Ji's eyes instantly turned cold. His fists tightened. These soldiers, they weren't from Jiang City. Jiang City had no stationed military force. They must have come from another region. And now, the apocalypse had only lasted 6 days. Yet these people had already become zombies. That a surge of anger rose inside Qin Gu. He understood immediately. They weren't here to rescue survivors. They came here for resources. And the resource was oil, fuel, the thing everyone needed most. Thinking about this, Qin Ji's anger exploded. Those who should have protected people were instead fighting over supplies. And these soldiers had died in a battle they never should have been sent into. Ino wondered, in his previous life, he had never seen a single soldier. They had all disappeared. They had all died somewhere far away. Chinga gripped his axe. His eyes burned with rage. Then he charged forward. Slash, slash, slash. Every swing carried his fury. Zombie after zombie fell. But in his heart, he made a promise. Rest now. You brave warriors who gave your lives protecting this country. One day, Chingu, will make those responsible pay. One by one. Every single one of them. The logistics center was supposed to be emptied at least. That was what Chingu expected. After clearing the nearby zombies, he was preparing to set up camp for the night. But the moment he stepped through the warehouse entrance, something caught his attention. A light was still on upstairs, second floor, dispatch office. Behind the glass window, 2 figures were desperately waving at him. 2 women. They were trapped. And outside their office door, 2 zombies were smashing against the entrance, trying to break in. Inside the office, the sisters were already close to breaking down. They had been trapped there for 6 days. 6 days of fear. 6 days of waiting for death. When the apocalypse began, they were working overtime at the logistics center. First, they thought the chaos outside would end quickly. They thought the authorities would arrive. They thought someone would rescue them, but no one came. The only things keeping them alive were 2 bags of crackers and 4 bottles of water left in the office. Every day, they watched the zombies outside. Every night, they listened to the endless scratching and pounding at the door. They had tried escaping several times, but every time they thought the zombies had left, those 2 monsters came back. The office became their prison. And now, after almost a week of despair, they finally saw another human being. A man wearing strange red armor. A man carrying a huge battle axe. A man who looked nothing like a rescue worker. But at this point, it didn't matter. He was their only chance. Do you think he saw us? The younger sister, Shin Yunru, whispered while staring at the window. Her voice trembled. Her older sister, Shin Yunyin, watched Qin Gu carefully. I think he did. But don't open the window. Why? Because if you make noise, every zombie nearby will come here. Shin Yunyin's expression became serious. That man might be strong, but nobody can fight hundreds of zombies at once. The younger sister froze. She knew her sister was right. They could only stand there silently, waiting, hoping. But then, the man downstairs disappeared. The sister's heart sank. Their last hope vanished. He's gone. Shin Yunru's eyes turned red. After 6 days of suffering, she finally couldn't hold herself back. Are we really going to die here? Shin Yunyan didn't answer. Because she didn't know? Maybe this was the end. Maybe nobody was coming. Maybe the world had already forgotten them. Then suddenly, a sound came from outside. Bang! Something slammed into the office door. The entire door shook violently. The two sisters instantly froze. Another hit. Bang! The zombies outside became even more aggressive. But this time, the sound was different. It wasn't the zombies attacking. It was something hitting them. Boom! A heavy impact echoed. Then silence. The sisters looked at each other. Neither dared to speak. A few seconds later, the office doors slowly opened. Standing outside was the man from before. The red armor, the battle axe, the cold expression, and beside him, a silver-gray wolf-like dog. The man looked at them calmly. Are you injured? The sisters stared blankly. They couldn't believe it. He actually came back. He actually saved them. Shin Yunru covered her mouth, tears instantly filling her eyes. We're okay. We're okay. For 6 days, they had been waiting for someone to appear, and now, that person was standing right in front of them. Chinga glanced around the office. Two exhausted women. No weapons, no supplies, no combat ability. Clearly, they had only survived because they were lucky. Can you walk? The sisters quickly nodded. Yes. Then follow me. Chinga turned around immediately. He wasn't interested in wasting time. The logistics center was huge. There could be more zombies nearby, and night was approaching. The two sisters hurried after him. When they stepped outside and saw the scene around them, they were completely shocked. The entire entrance area was covered with zombie corpses. Every one of them had been killed by a single strike. The ground was stained with blood. The man walking ahead looked calm, as if everything that happened here was completely normal. Shin Yunru lowered her voice. Who exactly is he? Shin Yunyan shook her head. I don't know. But she looked at Qin Ji's back. He is definitely not an ordinary survivor. At that moment, the silver-gray wolf dog suddenly turned its head. It stared at the two sisters. Its sharp eyes made them nervous. Shin Yunru swallowed. Is that a mutant dog? Chingu heard her. This is my companion. The wolf dog immediately raised its head proudly. Woof! Its expression seemed to say, that's right. I'm important. But in its mind, finally, someone understands my status. I'm not just a dog. I'm the great silver horn king. Chingu glanced at it. Stop showing off. The wolf dog instantly lowered its head. After being forced to obey Chingu for several days, Silverhorn King had learned one thing. This human was terrifying, but strangely, he wasn't cruel. He gave it food, he healed its wounds, he even trusted it with protecting others. The wolf dog still disliked admitting it, but compared with the beginning, it no longer wanted to escape immediately. Meanwhile, Chingu brought the two sisters back toward the camp. From a distance, they could already see the lights. A huge armored RV, dozens of survivors. A group of girls preparing food. The two sisters stopped walking. They had imagined many possibilities. Maybe Chingu was alone. Maybe he was part of a small team, but they never expected this. A powerful survivor group. And judging from everyone's expressions, Chingu was clearly the leader. The moment the girls saw Chingu return with two strangers, they immediately became alert. Who are they? Chingu answered simply. Survivors from the logistics center. They were trapped upstairs. After hearing that, the girls relaxed. Lin Juanshua walked over. She looked at the sisters and smiled. Welcome. You are safe. Now, those simple words almost made the two women cry again. For 6 days, they had lived in fear. For 6 days, they thought the world had abandoned them. But now, they finally found a place where they could survive, and neither of them knew. This moment would completely change the direction of their lives, because the person who saved them was not just another survivor, he was the man who would rewrite the fate of everyone in this apocalypse. The office door finally broke open. 3 heavy strikes. 3 terrifying impacts. The thick metal door was forced apart. Chinga stepped inside with his battle axe in hand. But the moment he saw the two people inside, he stopped, because he knew one of them. Not well, but he knew her. The girl standing in front of him was his classmate, Shin Yunru. They had been in the same university class for 3 years, but they had barely spoken. Shin Yunru was extremely introverted. She rarely talked to anyone, and Chingu, before the apocalypse, was just an ordinary student trying to survive. Most of his free time was spent working part-time jobs to pay for his expenses, so although they knew each other's names, they were practically strangers. But now, Chingu was staring at two identical girls, same face, same hairstyle, same clothes. Even their expressions were exactly the same. Both were terrified, hugging each other tightly while staring at him. For a moment, Chingu couldn't even tell which one was Shun Yunru. However, it didn't matter that he wasn't here to rescue them. At least, not originally. The reason he came upstairs was simple. The cold storage warehouse nearby had a locked door, and judging from its thickness, even his battle axe might not be able to break through it easily. He needed the key. That was all. While Chingu searched the office, one of the girls kept staring at him. Shun Yunru's eyes slowly widened. She suddenly recognized him. This person, he's Chingu. My classmate. Her voice trembled. Chingu, is that really you? Chingu paused briefly, then nodded. Yes. Hearing his answer, Shin Yunru's eyes immediately turned red. It's really you. We thought we were going to die here. The fear and pressure of 6 days finally exploded. The sisters hugged each other and cried. For almost a week, they had been trapped inside this office, no rescued, no hope. Only hunger and fear. They were just ordinary college students. They never imagined they would experience something like this. Before the apocalypse, their lives were already difficult. Their father was addicted to gambling that he owed a huge amount of money to loan sharks. The debt collectors had threatened them if the money couldn't be repaid, they would use the sisters as payment. The two sisters were twins, beautiful twins that to those criminals, they were simply valuable assets. So they worked everywhere they could. They wanted to earn enough money to solve their family's debt problem. But before they could change their fate, the apocalypse arrived. That day, they happened to be working temporary jobs at the logistics center when their co-workers suddenly collapsed and turned into monsters. Shun Yunyin, the older sister, immediately dragged her sister into this office. She locked the door, and they stayed hidden for 6 days. Without Chingu, they knew they wouldn't last much longer. But Chingu wasn't thinking about their story, that he continued searching, that he needed that key. Seeing him ignore them, the sisters slowly stopped crying. Shin Yunru looked at him curiously. Chingu, what are you looking for? She wanted to ask him to save them. She wanted to beg him to take them away. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. They had never been close, that he had already saved their lives. What right did they have to demand more? At least, they wanted to help him somehow. Chingu frowned slightly. Before he could answer, the other girl suddenly spoke. The older sister, Shin Yunyin. She looked around the office for a moment, then picked up a large key ring. Are you looking for this? Chingu turned around, that he took the keys. After checking them quickly, he found the cold storage key. His eyes moved towards Shun Yunyin. Smart. That was his first impression. She wasn't panicking. She observed. She understood what he needed. She acted immediately. That a useful person. Shun Yunyin stepped forward. My name is Shun Yunyin. I'm Shun Yunru's twin sister. Thank you for saving us. She reached out her hand, but before she could finish, her stomach made a loud sound. Growling. A second sound followed. Shun Yunru's stomach growled too. The sisters froze. Their faces turned embarrassed. They had barely eaten anything for 6 days. 2 bags of crackers, 4 bottles of water. That was all. We haven't eaten properly for several days. Shin Yunru lowered her head. Chingu didn't say anything. He simply took out 2 emergency food packs and 2 bottles of water from his storage space, then handed them over. A small reward for helping him find the key. After that, he turned and walked away. The sisters immediately followed. Wait, Chingu, please wait. Shin Yunru hurried after him while eating. Where are you going? Can you take us with you? Please, we will repay you. At this moment, they didn't care about pride anymore. They understood one thing. Following Chingu was their only chance to survive. Chingu stopped. He turned around. The 2 sisters looked at him with desperate eyes. After a few seconds, he took out a dagger. It was the same dagger he had given Lin Juanxue on the first day of the apocalypse. That he threw it toward them. If you want to follow me, prove your value first. Then he pointed behind them. 2 zombie bodies were lying near the office in trance. Take out the crystals from their heads. The sisters froze. They slowly turned around. Those 2 zombies, the same creatures that had trapped them for 6 days, the same monsters that had kept them awake every night. Even though they were dead, the fear remained. They could still remember the sound, the endless pounding on the door, again and again, like a nightmare carved into their minds. They couldn't move. Chingu waited 0.5 seconds, 0.10 seconds, still nothing. His expression became colder. Then he turned away. If you can't even do this, don't follow me. He started walking. But at that moment, Shun Yunyan moved. She grabbed the dagger. Her hand was shaking, but she forced herself forward. She walked toward the zombie corpse. Ugh! The moment she started cutting, she immediately vomited. The little food she had just eaten came back up. Her face turned pale. Her entire body trembled. But she didn't stop. After a few seconds, she gritted her teeth. She dug out the crystal. Then she handed the dagger to her sister. Shinyanru looked at her. She understood. This was a test. Chingu wasn't asking them to kill zombies. He was testing their courage. In the apocalypse, weakness meant death. If they wanted to survive, they had to prove they were worth saving. Shun Yunru took the dagger. With tears in her eyes, she walked toward the second zombie. The two sisters stood in front of Chingu. Both of them were pale. Both of them were trying desperately not to throw up again. But in their hands were two blood-stained crystal cores. They had done it. They had passed the test. Chingu took the crystals and nodded slightly. Then he turned around. Follow me. The sisters exchanged a glance, then quickly followed behind him. In reality, Chingu was not trying to make things difficult for them. Before accepting any new member, he and Lin Juanxue had already reached an agreement. Anyone who wanted to join the team had to prove two things. First, they had to obey orders. Second, they had to overcome their fear. The apocalypse was not a place where kindness was guaranteed. The zombies would not care if someone was weak. Other survivors would not care either. Those who only wanted food, shelter, and protection without contributing anything, Chingu would never accept them. Being his classmate was not enough. Even after joining the team, nobody received special treatment. Not even Lin Juanxue's own sister. Lin Junyao was still treated like everyone else. She ate with the team. She trained with the team. She worked with the team. The only time she tried to use her sister's position to get special treatment was when she wanted to take a shower inside the RV. And that incident almost caused a huge misunderstanding. Thinking about it, Chingu couldn't help feeling awkward, but he quickly pushed the thought away. Right now, survival was the priority. When the group reached the first floor, Silverhorn King was already waiting. The mutated wolf dog had just finished killing a zombie. It shook its head violently, trying to get rid of the zombie blood on its mouth. Although it was an evolved creature and could not be infected, the smell was still disgusting. Chingu watched the dog with amusement. When he first met Silverhorn King, this guy had been happily eating zombie meat. But after eating fresh beef every day, it had completely changed. Once a creature got used to good food, going back was impossible. Silverhorn King looked at Chingu, then at the two new girls behind him. Its eyes narrowed. Another two humans? Are they following him because they want beef too? The dog walked closer and sniffed the sisters carefully. But after a while, it became confused. No beef smell. No food smell. Then why are they following him? Human beings are too complicated. Being a dog is much easier. As long as there is meat. The wolf dog looked at Chingu again. Actually, following this guy isn't that bad. At least I get beef every day. The next second, Silverhorn King happily wagged its tail. Ding. Silverhorn King's loyalty increased by 1 current loyalty. 44. Chingu looked at the dog in surprise. He didn't understand. What did he even do? Why did the loyalty increase? But he quickly stopped thinking about it, and no matter the reason. A higher loyalty score was always better. The sky was already getting dark. Chingu had no time to waste. His team was still waiting for him. And these two sisters had almost no ability to defend themselves if they were attacked at night. He couldn't guarantee he could save them in time. Stay close. After saying that, Chingu started moving faster. 1 warehouse after another, he searched everything. Whenever he encountered zombies, he killed them instantly. The sisters followed behind it first. They were still terrified. Every time they touched a zombie corpse, their hands trembled. But after doing it again and again, the fear slowly disappeared. They began understanding something. This was the new world. If they wanted to survive, they had to adapt. 1 hour later, Chingu returned to the camp, and behind him, were two new members, twin sisters. Lin Ju and Shua looked at them quietly. She didn't say anything. She understood Qin good. He never brought people back simply because they were beautiful. Anyone allowed into his team had proven their value. Those people would eventually become part of the team's strength. As the leader's woman, she couldn't behave like someone who only knew jealousy. She had to have the confidence and attitude of the first position. But, even so, Lin Ju and Shua still felt a little pressure, because these were twin sisters, and they were beautiful. Any man would naturally notice them, especially after they recovered from the exhaustion of the past 6 days. Their appearance would become even more obvious. He can be interested, but my position cannot change. Lin Ju and Shua silently made a decision. They have a sister. So do I. Her eyes moved toward Lin Junyao. Since this morning, she had already felt that Qin Gu seemed unusually interested in her younger sister. Maybe if she could convince her sister, then 2 against 2 was not necessarily a disadvantage. Lin Ju and Shua had always been confident in their appearance. With that thought, she grabbed Lin Junyao and pulled her toward the RV. The 2 sisters began whispering. After dinner, Qin Gu arranged sleeping places for the twins. Then he gave Silverhorn King its night patrol order. After handling all team matters, he returned to the RV with Lin Ju and Shua. The moment Qin Gu tried to get closer, Lin Ju and Shua pushed him away. Qin Gu was confused. He immediately thought she had misunderstood. Xianru is my classmate. She's from our university. Lin Ju and Shua nodded. But instead of looking angry, she suddenly smiled, because she remembered something that a certain night when Qin Gu had deliberately teased her. Now, she wanted revenge. She sat down beside him, then leaned closer. By the way, you still haven't answered my question from this morning. Qin Gu looked at her. What question? Lin Ju and Shua blinked innocently. Do you like my sister? Qin Gu immediately shook his head. No. But before he could explain further, Lin Ju and Shua smiled even more. Really? Are you sure? She leaned closer. Even he is more honest than you. Qin Gu froze. His expression changed instantly. But before he could react, Lin Ju and Shua pushed him away again. Then she stood up. Her eyes were full of mischief. Hubby, no matter who comes in the future, I want to remain the first wife. If you promise me, I'll give you a reward. Her voice became softer, more tempting. Then she slowly walked toward the bathroom. Qin Gu watched her. His brain stopped working. Before he knew it, he had already answered. Deal. Lin Ju and Shua smiled. She had succeeded. Then, just as Qin Gu rushed over, she suddenly opened the bathroom door, and what appeared behind it made Qin Gu completely stunned. Zhang Jingya stood quietly at the back of the group. She watched Qin Gu walking beside Lin Junyao, the little sister of the team leader's woman, the girl who used to call him brother-in-law every day. But now, the way she looked at Qin Gu had completely changed. And everyone could tell, except Qin Gu himself. Zhang Jingya's expression became complicated. Why her? Why wasn't it me? She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that it wasn't because she hated Lin Junyao. On the contrary, she had a good relationship with her, but ever since she joined Qin Ji's team, she had always been one of the people closest to him. She was the first person Qin Gu trusted with firearms, the first person he gave important responsibilities to, the first person who could stand beside him and fight. She thought, maybe she was special. Maybe one day, she would become someone Qin Gu truly valued. But now, she suddenly realized, maybe she had misunderstood everything. Perhaps in Qin Ji's eyes, she was only a capable teammate. Nothing more. Thinking about this, Zhang Jingya lowered her head. For the first time in days, she felt a little lost. Jingya. A voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Jingya turned around. It was Lu Yutong. Teacher Lu. Lu Yutong looked at her strange expression and smiled. You seem distracted today. No, nothing. Zhang Jingya quickly shook her head. But Lu Yutong was a teacher after all. She had seen countless students hide their emotions. How could she not notice? Is it because of Qin Gu? The moment those words came out, Zhang Jingya froze. Her face immediately turned red. I don't know what you're talking about. Lu Yutong smiled softly. Actually, there's no need to hide it. In this world, everyone is trying to survive. People's feelings become much more direct than before. Zhang Jingya remained silent. After a few seconds, she whispered, Teacher Lu, Do you think someone like me has a chance? Lu Yutong looked at her, then glanced at Qin Gu in the distance. Qin Gu is not an ordinary person. He carries everyone's hope. Many girls admire him. But admiration alone isn't enough. You need to prove that you can stand beside him. Zhang Jingyao looked down at the rifle in her hand. I know. That's why I've been trying. But she hesitated. I still feel like I'm too far away. Lu Yutong smiled. Then become stronger. Not just stronger in combat, but stronger in confidence. Don't compete with others. Become someone Qin Gu cannot ignore. Zhang Jingyao was silent, then slowly nodded. Her eyes became firm again. You're right. I can't just sit here feeling disappointed. I still have my own value. At the front of the team, Qin Gu had no idea about the thoughts of the girls behind him. Right now, his attention was completely focused on the road ahead. Today's destination was Jiangxing Normal University. The reason was simple. Medicine.in the apocalypse. Food was important. Water was important. But medicine was something that could decide whether someone lived or died. A small infection. A serious injury. A fever. Without treatment, any of these could become fatal. And near Jiangxing Normal University was one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the city. Shuiwang Xingchen Pharmacy.in his previous life. When survivors finally realized the value of medicine, the price had already reached an unbelievable level. A simple box of antibiotics could cost dozens of mutation crystals. Some rare medicines were even impossible to buy. Qin Gu would not make the same mistake twice, since nobody was paying attention yet. He would take everything first. After several hours of traveling, the team finally approached the university area. The road became increasingly quiet. Too quiet. Qin Gu immediately raised his hand. The entire team stopped. Everyone be careful. The girls instantly became alert. Weapons were raised. Abilities were ready. Silverhorn King also lowered its body. Its eyes stared forward. The atmosphere changed. Something was wrong. A university campus in the apocalypse should not be this silent. There should be wandering zombies. There should be survivors hiding. There should be movement. But here, nothing. Qin Gu slowly walked forward. Then he saw the entrance. The gate was half open. Several abandoned vehicles blocked the road. And on the ground, there were dozens of zombie corpses. Not ordinary corpses. They had all been killed by humans. The wounds were clean, efficient, experienced. Qin Ji's eyes narrowed. Someone had already arrived here before them. And judging from the traces, they were not ordinary survivors. That moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out from inside the campus. Bang! Everyone instantly entered combat mode. Qin Gu looked toward the source of the sound, then slowly raised his battle axe. Looks like we're not the first ones here. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Interesting. Let's see who got here before us. The gymnasium of Jiangxing Normal University had already become a living hell. Inside the dark and empty building, dozens of girls huddled against the wall. Some were crying quietly. Some had completely lost hope, staring blankly at the ground. And one girl wearing black clothes sat silently among them, her eyes filled with hatred. But all of them had one thing in common. They were exhausted, hungry, and powerless. They had spent 7 days trapped here. 7 days of fear. 7 days of despair. And 7 days under the control of 3 monsters wearing human faces. Not far away, 3 boys sat beside the basketball court. Behind them were piles of food, instant noodles, bread, drinks, enough supplies to keep them alive for a long time. The one sitting in the middle was Li Xing before the apocalypse. He was the captain of the university basketball team. Tall, strong, popular. But after the world changed, the mask came off. The skinny boy with dyed green hair looked toward the girls and grinned. Brother Xing, who are you picking today? His voice was full of excitement. I say we go with Jiang Wanqing. That girl has been using her rich father as an excuse for days. She keeps saying rescue teams are coming. But look around. 7 days have passed. Where's anyone? The fat boy beside him laughed. Exactly. She's just trying to delay things. Brother Xing, just force her today. She'll understand who is in charge. Li Xing didn't answer immediately. He slowly picked up a piece of bread. Then he stood up. A cold smile appeared on his face. In the corner of the gymnasium, Jiang Wanqing was comforting another girl who was quietly crying. She heard footsteps approaching. Her expression instantly changed to Li Xing again. For the past 7 days, this man had been pressuring her. She knew exactly what kind of person he was. Before the apocalypse, she had already noticed his disgusting eyes whenever they met. That he was the basketball team captain. She was the cheerleading captain. They had crossed paths many times, and every time, she could feel his obsession, his desire, his greed. That was why she always avoided him. But now, the world had collapsed, and the person she hated most had become the person holding everyone's lives in his hands. When the apocalypse first began, the students training inside the gymnasium were among the first survivors. The moment people started turning into zombies, chaos erupted. Several boys fought desperately, but Li Xing made a choice that revealed his true nature. He pushed two students he disliked toward the zombies. While those two people were being attacked, Li Xing and his friends escaped. After killing the remaining zombies, they locked the gymnasium doors. Then they destroyed the vending machines. They took all the food and declared themselves heroes. Their condition was simple: food in exchange for obedience. At first, the girls refused. They resisted, but hunger was stronger than pride. Eventually, someone gave in. And that was when everyone realized these three men were worse than the zombies outside. They used fear. They used starvation. They used violence. And after the first time, they stopped pretending. The gymnasium became their kingdom. The girls became their prisoners. Jiang Wanqing knew her turn had finally arrived. Her father was a wealthy businessman. Before the apocalypse, she had used his name to scare Li Xing. She told him rescue teams would come. She told him her father would send people. But she knew the truth. 3 days ago, she had already lost contact with her father. She knew something terrible had probably happened. But that was her only weapon, her only hope. Until today, because Li Xing no longer believed her, that he walked closer, his eyes filled with desire. Stop lying. It's been 7 days. Do you really think anyone is coming? Jiang Wanqing clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms. My father, Li Xing laughed. Then he threw the bread onto the ground. Eat. After you finish, come over yourself. I don't want you too weak to even scream. Jiang Wanqing's face turned pale. Then Li Xing suddenly grabbed the hair of the crying girl beside her. The girl screamed. Li Xing smiled cruelly. You have 10 minutes. If you don't come over, I'll kill her. And don't think about dying. Even if you kill yourself, you won't escape. The other two boys laughed. The sound echoed through the gym. Jiang Wanqing lowered her head. Tears silently fell. She felt humiliation, anger, despair. The sunlight coming through the windows should have felt warm. But to her, it felt like the cold light of hell. She made a decision. If there was no other choice, she would rather die. She would never surrender to these monsters. Just as she prepared to end everything, a deafening sound exploded through the gym. Boom! The main entrance was destroyed. Everyone turned around. The broken door fell apart. That a young man stepped inside. He wore a red combat suit. He carried a huge battle axe. Behind him followed a silver-gray wolf dog. The entire gymnasium became silent. It was Qin Gu. Everyone was shocked. Even Li Xing froze. Because the man standing there looked completely different from the survivors they had seen before. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't desperate. He looked like someone who had walked through hell and returned as a predator. But while everyone focused on Qin Gu, one person moved. The girl in black. Her eyes had been cold the entire time. She had been waiting for one chance. And now, the chance arrived. With explosive speed, she rushed forward. Her target was the fat man closest to her. Before anyone could react, she grabbed his shoulders, opened her mouth, and bit down hard on his neck. Ah! Blood sprayed. A huge piece of flesh was torn away. The fat man screamed and collapsed. Chaos erupted instantly. And Qin stood at the entrance, watching everything unfold. His eyes slowly narrowed. This place was far more interesting than he expected. The gymnasium had fallen into chaos. The fat man collapsed on the ground, clutching his bleeding neck. The black-clothed girl had bitten straight through his artery. There was no saving him. Within seconds, his body went completely still. Li Xing and the green-haired man stared at the scene in shock. Then anger replaced their fear. Their companion was dead, and they wanted someone to pay. They grabbed the girl who had attacked him and threw her to the ground. Crazy woman, you dare bite him. They started kicking her. But this time, the other girls in the gymnasium did not stay silent. For 7 days, they had endured humiliation. For 7 days, They had been treated like objects. They had been afraid. They had been helpless. But watching one of their own finally fight back broke something inside them. The fear disappeared. Only hatred remained. Point one by one. They stood up. Then they rushed forward. Stop! Don't let them escape. These monsters deserve to die. The two men were caught completely off guard. They had never imagined that the girls they controlled for days would suddenly turn against them. A few minutes later, Li Xing and the green-haired man were pinned to the ground. The same people they once looked down on were now staring at them with hatred. Point one of the girls, who had been silent and expressionless for days, suddenly returned carrying a broken metal pipe. Her eyes were empty. She had lost something that could never be recovered. She raised the pipe and brought it down. The screams of the two men echoed through the gymnasium. Qin Ge stood at the entrance. He watched everything quietly. He understood what had happened here. He had seen too many scenes like this in his previous life. The apocalypse did not only create monsters among zombies, it also revealed the monsters hiding inside humans. These three men were worse than many zombies. At least zombies only followed instinct. These people chose cruelty. So Qin Ge had no intention of stopping them. Sometimes, survivors needed to face their own revenge. After everything ended, the girls collapsed. Some cried loudly. Some hugged each other. Some simply sat there, unable to believe they were finally free. Jiang Wanqing stood frozen. A few minutes ago, she had already prepared herself to die. She would rather hit her head against the wall than surrender. But now, she was alive. She looked toward Qin Ge. Her eyes were filled with gratitude. She wanted to thank him, but Qin Ge didn't even look at her. He simply turned around, then walked toward the stairs. Behind him followed the silver-gray wolf dog. Jiang Wanqing was stunned. This man? Why didn't he ask anything? Why didn't he want anything in return? Then she realized something. Qin Ge had not come here to save them, that he did not even know they existed. He had his own purpose. Earlier that day, Qin Ji's team had arrived at Jiangqing Normal University. While the girls cleared zombies around the campus, Qin Ge noticed something unusual. A flash of silver light came from the roof of the gymnasium. A supply box. A silver-grade box. After 7 days of apocalypse, most supply drops had already been discovered. Finding one now was extremely rare. Naturally, Qin Ge came immediately, but the moment he entered the gym, he saw the scene that had just happened. The reason didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that the gym roof still had what he wanted. When Qin Ge reached the top floor, he stopped. There really was a silver supply box, but there was something else. Two zombies were wandering beside it. A male, a female, and strangely, both were missing most of their clothes. The entire rooftop was covered with scattered clothing. Qin Ge looked at the scene, then looked away. Seriously? Even after becoming zombies, you two still had time for this? He shook his head, then glanced at Silver Horn King. The dog immediately understood. It rushed forward. 2 bites. 2 bodies fell. The battle was over instantly. Jiang Wanqing arrived just in time to see this. She froze. That dog, it was stronger than most humans. The man beside it was even more terrifying. Her decision became even firmer. Following him was the only way she could survive. Maybe one day she could even find her father. Qin Ge walked to the silver box. He placed his hand on it. A notification appeared. Inside were 10 advanced mutation crystals. 2 portable military tents. 2 high-tech portable toilets. 2 high-tech portable shower rooms. And one special item. A high-capacity smart machine gun magazine. A magazine that could hold thousands of rounds. With special technology, the weight remained unchanged. For Zhang Jingya, this was exactly what she needed. Before this, carrying and changing heavy machine gun ammunition had always been a problem. Now that problem was solved. Qin Ge stored everything away. Then he took out a knife. He began collecting the zombie crystals. Jiang Wanqing watched him. Then she quietly picked up a broken piece of ceramic from the ground. She copied his movements. She started searching the zombie's head. The first time most people did this, they vomited. They couldn't handle the smell. They couldn't handle touching a corpse. But Jiang Wanqing endured. She had already experienced something worse. Compared to what she survived, this was nothing. When she found a crystal, she immediately handed it to Qin Ge. She didn't hesitate. She didn't try to hide it. She didn't ask for a reward. She simply continued collecting. Qin Ge noticed. This woman was different. She understood the rules of the apocalypse. Strength mattered, but judgment mattered too. That a person who knew their position and understood survival was valuable. After a while, Gu finally spoke. Tell me, in this world, what is the most dangerous thing? Jiang Wanqing froze. She thought for a moment, then answered quietly. Not zombies. Not hunger. Not death. She looked at Gu. The most terrifying thing is people. Gu stared at her, then smiled slightly. This answer was exactly what he wanted to hear. The answer Jiang Wanqing gave was simple, but it made Gu look at her differently. Zombies won't destroy humanity. Humans will. Those words carried a weight that most survivors had not yet understood. That in Jiang Wanqing's opinion, zombies were not the most terrifying thing in the apocalypse. Zombies could be killed, supplies could be found, difficulties could be overcome, but human nature, that was different. Once laws disappeared, once society collapsed, the people who had hidden their darkest desires would finally show their true faces, and sometimes, those people were far more dangerous than monsters. Gu stared at Jiang Wanqing. That he searched through his memories of his previous life, but he couldn't remember anyone like her. A woman with this kind of awareness, this kind of judgment, this kind of decisiveness. If she survived and grew stronger, her future achievements might not be inferior to Lin Juanxue. But in his previous life, there had never been another female survivor who became a major figure in Jiangxing. Why? A possibility appeared in Qin Ji's mind. Maybe she never survived the early days of the apocalypse. And judging from what had just happened, without his arrival today, Jiang Wanqing would have likely died here. Thinking of this, Gu nodded. Follow me. Jiang Wanqing immediately followed. Point 1 man, point 1 woman, point 1 dog. The three of them left the rooftop. When Gu returned to the first floor of the gymnasium, he stopped. The scene in front of him was silent. The girls who had taken revenge earlier were lying side by side. Their eyes were closed. Their faces were calm. Each of them had chosen the same ending. They had escaped the nightmare in their own way. Gu sighed. In the apocalypse, people made different choices. Some endured humiliation just to survive. Some chose death rather than continue living with their pain. That he couldn't judge them. After experiencing what they had gone through, perhaps this was the only peace they could find. Gu turned away. The apocalypse had already taken too many things from people. Outside the gymnasium, it was already 12:50. That the zombies around the campus had all been cleared. But Gu had ordered the team not to collect the crystals yet. Instead, all zombie bodies were placed together. Then the girls began cooking, and Gu gave them a special instruction. Make the food smell stronger. The reason was simple. He wanted everyone on campus to know there were survivors here, and they had food. Inside the dormitories, many students had been watching from the windows. They had seen Qin Ji's group enter. They had seen the girls clear zombies. They had seen the strange scene of zombie bodies being gathered together, but nobody understood what they were doing. They didn't have the energy to think, because then a smell reached them. Food. Real food. Warm meals. The aroma spread through the campus. After 7 days of hiding, many students had already run out of supplies. Some had not eaten properly for days. The moment they smelled the food, their hunger overwhelmed their fear. One by one, they came downstairs. Seeing enough people gather, Lin Juanxue stepped forward. She picked up a loudspeaker. Her voice echoed through the campus. She repeated the same explanation she had once given at Jiangxing University. The apocalypse had changed everything. If they wanted to survive, they needed to become stronger. Then she demonstrated how to collect mutation crystals. Many girls hesitated. Some left immediately. They couldn't accept touching zombie corpses, but others stayed. They formed small groups and began collecting. Watching them struggle through fear and disgust, the old members of Qin Ji's team felt emotional because they had once stood in the same place. They remembered their first time facing zombies, their first time digging out crystals, their first time choosing survival. Now, these newcomers were walking the same road, and one day, they would understand that today's decision had changed their fate. Soon, all the collected crystals were handed over. Lin Juanxue arranged food for the newcomers. Everyone ate the same meal, but to these new survivors, it tasted different because this was the first time in days they had eaten until they were full. Some girls started crying while eating. They cried because they were alive, because they finally saw hope, because They no longer had to hide alone at that moment. A thin girl wearing round glasses raised her hand. Senior sister, can I ask you for something? Lin Juanxua looked over. What is it? The girl hesitated. She had just realized she might be asking too much. But after thinking about it, she still spoke. There is a teacher trapped in the school clinic. Her name is Wei Ningru. She helped me when I was sick before the apocalypse. The girl explained that on the first day of the disaster, she had a fever. Late at night, she called the school clinic. The doctor on duty, Wei Ningru, answered. She was preparing to bring medicine over. But then, the apocalypse began. The school fell into chaos. The teacher never made it out. The girl's fever eventually disappeared, but Wei Ningru remained trapped inside. I know this might be too much to ask. The girl lowered her head. Nobody is obligated to save a stranger now. But Teacher Wei is really a good person. She helps everyone. She is kind. And she is a doctor. The moment Qin Gu heard the last sentence, he looked over at a doctor. That was exactly what his team lacked. They had a healer with abilities, but they still needed someone with medical knowledge, someone who understood injuries, illnesses, emergency treatment. Qin Gu immediately walked over. Show me the way. The girl looked up in surprise, then quickly nodded. A few minutes later, Qin Gu arrived at the administration building. The moment they reached the entrance, Silverhorn King suddenly stopped. Its body lowered. Its fur stood up. A warning growl came from its throat. Growl? Qin Ji's expression changed. Silverhorn King rarely reacted like this. Something inside was dangerous at the same time. Qin Gu felt it too. A strange pressure. A powerful presence. He immediately pulled out his battle axe, then moved the girl behind him. The next second, boom! The entire entrance door exploded outward. Something huge crashed through the building. Qin Ji's eyes narrowed. The real danger had finally appeared. The moment the administration building door exploded open, everyone saw the thing standing outside. It was no longer a human. A massive body covered in twisted muscles stood there, nearly 2 meters tall. Its skin had turned a strange bluish color. Purple lumps covered its entire body, like countless tumors growing beneath the skin. Broken glass from the shattered entrance was embedded all over its flesh. The wounds kept leaking black, rotten blood. The smell alone was enough to make people nauseous. The girl behind Qin Gu suddenly froze. It's him? Her voice trembled. That's Ding Weigang. Qin Gu glanced back. You know him? The girl nodded quickly. Ding Weigang was the school's academic affairs director. But everyone called him. She hesitated, then whispered, Dirty Dog Ding. That nickname was famous throughout the university. Not because he had done anything impressive, because everyone hated him. Relying on his connection with the school leadership, Ding Weigang had abused his position for years. Female teachers, female students, anyone he thought he could bully, he had harassed them all. Some victims had even been threatened after being secretly recorded. He was the kind of person who made everyone hope karma would come for him someday. And apparently, today karma arrived on the night the apocalypse started. Ding Weigang had discovered that the school clinic was still occupied. The doctor on duty was Wei Ningru. Beautiful, young, alone. He had planned to take advantage of the chaos. But before he could carry out his disgusting plan, the apocalypse happened. Now, after consuming large amounts of expired medication before transforming, something unexpected happened. He became something different. A mutant zombie. Qin Gu narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, special zombies had appeared months after the outbreak. But this early, he had never seen one like this. System. What is this? A notification appeared. Mutation zombie detected. Please proceed carefully. Qin Gu frowned. Mutation zombie. Before transformation, this target consumed large amounts of expired medicine. During the mutation process, its body underwent abnormal changes. Qin Gu understood this wasn't evolution. It was an accident. A strange side effect caused by whatever Ding Weigang had swallowed before turning. But the next notification made him more alert. Warning. Mutation zombie has greater overall physical ability than ordinary zombies. Exercise cautioned. Before Qin Gu could respond, the monster charged. Boom. The ground shook. Ding Weigang moved like a truck rushing forward. His enormous body slammed toward Qin Gu, but Qin Gu simply stepped sideways. The attack missed. At the same time, he pushed the glasses girl behind a stone pillar. Stay there. The girl immediately hid. The next second, Chingu moved. The battle axe flashed out a cold arc crossed the air. Slash. The mutant zombie's right arm was cut off. The huge arm crashed onto the ground. Then, it shrank, returning to the size of a normal human arm. Black blood poured from the wound, but Ding Weigang didn't react that a normal zombie would be slowed by pain. This one didn't even understand pain anymore. The IT swung its remaining arm. Too slow. Chingu easily avoided it. Even after becoming a mutant, this thing was still not enough. Its strength was impressive, but its speed was terrible. Compared with Qin Ji's current physical abilities, it was far behind. Chingu smiled coldly. Looks like you were useless before you turned. And you're still useless now. The zombie roared. Chingu leaned backward, dodged the attack. Then his leg shot upward. Bang! His kick landed directly on the zombie's jaw. The massive body flew backward. Before it could stand, Silverhorn King attacked. The dog launched itself forward. Its claws locked onto the zombie's back. Its teeth ripped through flesh. Within seconds, the mutant zombie was already covered in wounds. It struggled. It tried to rise. But Chingu had already arrived. One clean swing. The axe fell. The zombie's head rolled onto the ground. Chingu took out a knife, and he handed it to the glasses girl. Collect the crystal. She nodded. Although her hands trembled, she forced herself to move. After everything she had seen today, she understood one thing. Fear would not keep her alive. Only action would. After finishing, Chingu glanced at Ding Weigong's body, then spat lightly. Trash. He turned and walked inside at the same time. He opened his wrist device. A command appeared. Task. Urinate on target corpse. Silverhorn King stopped. Its eyes widened. It looked at Chingu, then looked at the corpse. Its expression seemed to say, "Are you serious?" But after remembering the punishment from before, the dog reluctantly walked over, lifted its leg, and completed the task. Inside its mind, Silverhorn King was furious. This human is getting stranger every day, making me do things like this. What a strange creature. But then it remembered the beef. Forget it. As long as there is meat, I can tolerate it. After finishing, it immediately ran after Chinji, and it didn't want to trigger another punishment. Meanwhile, Chingu heard another notification. The Silverhorn King's loyalty increased by 1. Current loyalty, 46. Chingu stopped. He looked back at the dog, confused. Why did its loyalty increase again? Does this dog actually enjoy these weird commands? At almost the same moment, Silverhorn King was also thinking, this human is definitely strange. But he gives me beef. Maybe following him isn't so bad. The man and the dog both silently labeled each other as strange. With the glasses girl's guidance, they finally reached the school clinic. Teacher Wei. Aye. Before she could finish speaking, Chingu raised his axe. Boom. The clinic door was destroyed. Inside stood a woman. She wore a white doctor's coat. Her long hair fell over her shoulders. She held a surgical knife tightly in her hands. Her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. She had been trapped alone for days. She no longer knew who was outside, a human or a monster. Seeing Chingu enter, she immediately raised the knife, ready to fight. Chingu looked at her. A thought appeared in his mind. This should be the doctor they were talking about, Wei Ningru. But before he could speak, the glasses girl suddenly rushed inside. Teacher Wei. The moment she shouted that name, the woman holding the knife froze. Her eyes widened. Then tears began to fall. The medical supplies warehouse was far bigger than Chingu expected. Rows of shelves stretched deep into the darkness. Boxes of medicine filled every corner. Antibiotics, painkillers, emergency supplies, surgical equipment, traditional herbs. Everything a survivor group could need after the apocalypse was here. For Chingu, this place was more valuable than gold. In the future, food could be replaced. Weapons could be created, but medicine? Once the world collapsed, medicine became one of the rarest resources. A single bottle of antibiotics could save a person's life. A simple infection could kill a strong fighter. That was why Chingu had rushed here before other groups discovered it. But there was one problem. There were too many different medicines. His storage space was unlimited. However, if he threw everything inside without organization, finding something later would become a nightmare. He didn't know most of these medicines. He couldn't possibly empty his entire storage every time someone got sick. and asked Wei Ningru to identify them one by one. That was why bringing a doctor was the right decision. Wei Ningru walked through the warehouse while explaining. This box contains broad-spectrum antibiotics. This one is used for inflammation. These are emergency trauma supplies. Qin Ge listened carefully. Every time she explained something useful, he stored the entire box. The cooperation between them was efficient that a professional doctor did a massive storage space. Together, they could move supplies faster than anyone else. Even Wei Ningru was amazed. She had originally thought Qin Ge was just a powerful fighter. But after seeing his ability to collect resources, she realized this man was far more prepared than she imagined. He wasn't simply surviving, that he was building something. A real survivor group. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, the new survivors were still training. They had learned that joining Qin Ji's group was not about receiving protection. Everyone had to contribute. Everyone had to become useful. The original team members understood this because they had once been the same. They remembered the fear, the hesitation, the moment they had to dig crystals from zombie heads for the first time. But after surviving countless battles, they knew Qin Ji's method was the reason they were alive today. Back inside the warehouse, Wei Ningru stopped beside another shelf. She pointed at a box. This medicine is mainly used for. Before she could finish, a shadow suddenly rushed out from behind the shelves. A zombie. It had been hiding in the corner, waiting. The moment it saw a living person, it charged directly at Wei Ningru. The distance was too close. Wei Ningru froze. She had fought fear. She had survived alone for days. But facing a zombie suddenly appearing right in front of her, her body still reacted slower than her mind. The zombie opened its rotten mouth. Its claws reached toward her. That moment, a cold flash passed through the air. Boom! The zombie's head was split apart. Black blood splashed across the ground. Qin Ge stood beside Wei Ningru. His battle axe was still raised. The entire fight lasted less than 1 second. Wei Ningru stared at the fallen zombie, then looked at Qin Ge. Only now did she truly understand how terrifying this man was. Not only was he strong, but he was always alert. Even while listening to her explanation, he had never relaxed his guard. "Are you okay?" Qin Ge asked. Wei Ningru nodded quickly. "I'm fine." Then she looked at the zombie. She picked up the knife Qin Ge had given her. "I'll collect the crystal." Qin Ge glanced at her. There was no fear in her eyes, no hesitation. She stepped forward and began working. Another point in her favor, that a person who could adapt quickly was far more valuable than someone who only knew how to hide behind others. After several hours, the entire warehouse was emptied. Not a single useful item remained. Medicine, medical equipment, emergency supplies, all stored inside Qin Ji's space. The team had gained another important resource, and they had gained another valuable member today. On the way back to camp, Wei Ningru walked beside the team, looking at the armed survivors around her, looking at the giant armored vehicle, looking at Qin Ge leading everyone forward. She finally understood. The apocalypse had changed everything. Money, status, power. None of those things mattered anymore. The only thing that mattered was whether you could survive. And right now, following Qin Ge might be the safest choice in this new world. But Qin Ji's thoughts were elsewhere. He looked at the supplies stored in his space. Food, fuel, weapons, medicine. A growing team. Everything was developing according to his plan. But he knew the real danger had not arrived yet. The first week of the apocalypse was only the beginning. The truly terrifying challenges were still waiting ahead. The moment the zombie lunged forward, Silverhorn King moved first. The massive Czech wolfdog shot forward like a gray shadow. Before the zombie could reach Wei Ningru, the dog had already slammed into it.claws.teeth.strength.in. Just a few seconds, the zombie was torn apart. The attack was over almost instantly, but Wei Ningru still reacted like any normal person would. She screamed and turned around to escape. The problem was, she was wearing high heels. The moment she stepped back, crack, the heel broke. Her body immediately lost balance. She fell backward. Qin Ge had noticed Silverhorn King's reaction earlier. He trusted the dog. After several battles, Silverhorn King had proven itself again and again to when the ordinary zombie appeared. Qin Ge didn't rush, and a normal zombie wasn't worth his attention anymore. But he never expected Wei Ningru to suddenly fall. His reaction was fast. Before she hit the ground, Qin Ge stepped forward and caught her. For a moment, The entire warehouse became strangely quiet. Wei Ningru, who had just been terrified, suddenly froze. Then her face turned red. The position where Qin caught her was extremely awkward. Qin himself didn't notice anything. His only thought was preventing her from falling. So he held tighter. Are you okay? Wei Ningru's face became even hotter. She quickly stood up. I'm fine, but the broken heel made her almost fall again. Looking down at her damaged shoes, Wei Ningru simply removed them. She walked barefoot across the warehouse floor. Qin looked at her for a moment, then quickly looked away. After a short pause, he took out a pair of women's sports shoes from his storage space. Use these. Thank you. Wei Ningru lowered her head. She quickly changed shoes. Her face was still slightly red. Silverhorn King stood nearby. It looked at Qin then at Wei Ningru, then back at Qin Its dog eyes were full of confusion. What are these two doing? The zombie is already dead. Why are they still standing there? Woof. The bark finally brought Qin back. He coughed awkwardly. Let's continue. Wei Ningru adjusted her expression and followed him. But deep inside, she was annoyed. This guy, he did that and then acted like nothing happened? Does he really not know? A strange feeling appeared in her heart. She decided one day, she would get her revenge. The rest of the search continued smoothly. With Wei Ningru's help, Qin sorted through the huge amount of medicine. She explained the purpose of different supplies that he stored them away. The cooperation saved a huge amount of time. 4 hours later, the entire warehouse was emptied. Not a single useful medical item remained. When they returned to camp, it was already 7 p.m. Night had fallen. The new survivors had already completed their first zombie training. Under Zhang Jingya's guidance, they were learning how to use firearms. Seeing Qin return, Lin Juanxue immediately arranged dinner. After that, Qin took out the supplies from the silver chest. 2 Portable military tents. 2 Advanced portable toilets. 2 Portable shower rooms. The living conditions of the camp improved again. After dinner, Lin Juanxue became busy. She explained abilities to the new members, assigned sleeping areas, organized night watches, handled every detail of the group. Meanwhile, Qin returned to the RV. His first task was organizing his gains. The harvest from the past several days was enormous. The water plant, the oil storage facility, the logistics center, the medical warehouse. Everything had been collected. Inside his storage space were hundreds of tons of fuel, massive amounts of supplies, thousands of unknown boxes from the logistics center. Looking at those countless boxes, Qin felt a headache. When am I supposed to open all of these? But then he changed his mind. Maybe one day, when life became safer, he could open these boxes with the girls like a giant treasure hunt. A small smile appeared on his face. But those were things for the future. Right now, the priority was fuel. Qin walked outside. He brought several barrels of gasoline. Then opened the fuel port of the RV. 1 barrel, 2 barrels, 3 barrels. At first, he didn't think much. But after more and more gasoline disappeared into the tank, Qin's expression slowly changed. Wait, this thing still isn't full. The RV kept accepting fuel. A normal camper could never hold this much. Even heavy-duty RVs usually had only a few hundred liters. But after all the modifications, his RV was clearly different. The fuel gauge had shown only 1/3 remaining. Yet it took 21 barrels of gasoline before the tank finally reached full. Each barrel contained 50 liters. That meant more than 1,000 liters of fuel capacity. And that was only the gasoline side. Qin looked at the giant armored RV in front of him. For the first time in a while, he was genuinely impressed. This thing really is a monster. The apocalypse was only beginning. But with this vehicle, his chances of surviving had increased dramatically. After refueling the RV, Qin returned inside. He sat down, opened the system interface, and immediately received a notification. Ding. Host has killed a mutant zombie for the first time. Special reward. 1 super lottery opportunity. Would you like to activate the lottery? Qin's eyes lit up. A mutant zombie. That annoying monster actually gave him an extra reward. Lottery. And make it something useful. The system interface appeared. A virtual anime girl emerged on the control panel. She glanced at Qin helplessly. Please remain calm. Then the lottery wheel began spinning. Colorful lights flashed. A cheerful sound effect played. The pointer slowed down and finally stopped. Chinga stared. The reward was 2 pieces of clothing equipment that at first glance, they looked like ordinary black and white stockings. His expression instantly changed. System, are you serious? I fought a mutant zombie. That thing was stronger than normal zombies. And you give me stockings? Chinga looked extremely disappointed. Do you know how dangerous that battle was? I almost died. I fought with all my strength. The entire battle was legendary. The system remained silent. Then a notification appeared. Please stop exaggerating. The system recorded the entire battle. Host defeated the mutant zombie easily. Chinga froze. The virtual assistant continued. Also, these are not ordinary stockings. Please check the equipment information before complaining. Only then did Chinga look carefully. 2 blue equipment descriptions appeared. Black flame stockings quality. Blue type. Enhancement equipment effect. Agility plus 5 fire ability damage increased by 50% restriction. Only female fire ability users can equip frost stockings quality. Blue type. Enhancement equipment effect. Agility plus 5 ice ability damage increased by 50% restriction. Only female ice ability users can equip Chinga's expression changed. Ah, so they're actually good. 2 pieces of equipment. 1 for Lin Juanxua. 1 for Lin Junyao. Perfect. He stored them away. Then he checked his resources. The number of mutation crystals had reached over 2,000. Current balance. 2223 crystals. Chinga was satisfied that it had only been 7 days since the apocalypse started. Collecting this many crystals was already an incredible achievement. But he also knew something. The stronger his team became, the faster they would consume resources. In the future, the demand for crystals would only increase. Next, Chingu opened the character panel. His own attributes had improved: strength, physical strength, overall combat ability. The increase wasn't huge, but every improvement mattered. Then he checked Lin Juanxua's information, and he was surprised. Her growth was enormous. Compared with his previous life, the difference was unbelievable. In his previous life, Chingu had spent more than a year surviving. Even then, his combat ability was only around level 9. But Lin Juanxua had reached this level in only a few days. The apocalypse truly rewarded those who adapted quickly. Then he noticed something else: her favorability. Maximum. Chingu smiled. He had expected this. Every day, during battles, the system notifications had constantly appeared. The Lin Juanxua favorability increased. +1 +1 +5 after so many days together. Their bond had already reached the highest level. Suddenly, Chingu thought of something. System, why can I only see Lin Juanxua's information? What about Lin Junyao? Ding. Target has not been scanned. Would you like to scan? Yes. The system immediately responded. Target. Lin Junyao favorability. 100 bind as companion. Yes. A new panel appeared. Lin Junyao. Age. 18 favorability. 100 ability. Ice element skill. Frost binding combat ability. 11. Chinga nodded that he set her authority as a basic team member. Then he asked, how many companions can I bind? S-Class RV can bind a maximum of 6 companions. Please choose carefully. 6 people. Chinga thought for a moment that he currently had no intention of binding anyone else. This RV was his base, his safest place. Only people he completely trusted would receive control authority. While Chinga was thinking, the door opened. Lin Juanxua and Lin Junyao entered. The moment they stepped inside, both sisters noticed something on the sofa. 2 stockings, 1 black, 1 white. And Chinga sitting there, lost in thought. Lin Juanxua walked over. She picked up the black one, then handed the white one to Lin Junyao. A playful smile appeared on her face. Looks like someone had quite an interesting evening. She looked at Chingu. Hubby, you have good taste. After returning to the RV, Chingu immediately opened the system interface. A notification appeared. Ding. Host has defeated a mutated zombie for the first time. Reward, 1 super draw. Would you like to activate the draw? Chingu raised his eyebrows. A mutated zombie was not something ordinary survivors could handle. He had expected a decent reward. Draw. Give me something useful. The system's virtual assistant appeared on the control panel and sighed. Please remain calm. The roulette wheel began spinning. A few seconds later, the pointer stopped. Chingu looked at the reward and froze. 2 pairs of stockings. For a moment, he thought the system was joking. Are you serious? I defeated a mutated zombie, and this is the reward? The virtual assistant calmly replied. Please check the details before complaining. These are blue-quality equipment. Only then did Chingu look closer. The two items were not ordinary clothing. One pair was called Black Flame Stockings to IT increased agility and boosted fire-based abilities. The other was called Frost Stockings that IT increased agility and strengthened ice-based abilities. Chinji's expression quickly changed. Although he could not use them himself, they were perfect for his teammates. Especially for Lin Juanxue and Lin Junyao that he stored the equipment away and checked his inventory. After the recent battles, his supply of mutant crystals had grown rapidly, more than 2,000 crystals. Considering it was only the 7th day of the apocalypse, this was already an astonishing amount. But Chingu knew that the future would only become harder. The stronger the survivors became, the more resources they would need. He opened his own status panel. His strength and endurance had improved again, not by a huge amount, but every increase mattered. Then he checked Lin Juanxue's information. The results surprised him. Her overall combat ability had improved dramatically. In just a few days, she had reached a level that Chingu had needed more than a year to achieve in his previous life. The apocalypse truly changed everything. Those who adapted quickly would rise. Those who hesitated would disappear. But what made Chingu happiest was not her strength at IT, was the relationship value. A perfect score. Lin Juanxue had completely trusted him. Thinking back, he remembered all those system notifications that had appeared. During their battles, her loyalty had been increasing little by little. Now it had finally reached the maximum. Chingu smiled. His efforts had paid off. Then he suddenly thought of something. System, why can I only see Lin Juanxue's information? Why isn't Lin Junyao registered? The system answered immediately. Target has not been scanned. Would you like to scan? Chingu chose yes. The next moment, Lin Junyao's information appeared. Her ability was ice-based. Her combat power was lower than her sister's, but her potential was still obvious. Chingu registered her as a team member. Then he asked another question. How many partners can I bind? The answer surprised him. A S-class RV could only bind 6 partners. That meant every choice mattered. Chingu understood immediately. The RV was not just transportation. IT was his base. He would never give control access to anyone he did not completely trust. While he was thinking, the RV door opened. Lin Juanxue and Lin Junyao walked inside. The first thing they noticed was the new equipment placed on the sofa. 2 pairs of special stockings. Lin Juanxue picked one up and looked at Chingu with a playful smile. Interesting. Is this some kind of special gift? Chingu coughed awkwardly. He quickly explained the equipment effects. The two sisters were surprised. They never expected ordinary-looking items to contain such powerful abilities. These are actually equipment? Lin Juanxue smiled. I thought you prepared something else. Chingu looked away. Those work too. Lin Juanxue rolled her eyes. She already knew. During the day, Chingu was a calm and serious leader. But once he returned to the RV, he became much more relaxed. Still, before anything else, there were important matters to discuss. The team was growing. Organization was becoming more important every day. Lin Juanxue went to change clothes with her sister. Soon, the two sisters returned. One wore the dark equipment. The other wore the white equipment. The contrast between them was striking. One looked confident and mature. The other looked shy but determined. Chingu stared for a moment. Then Lin Juanxue stopped him. Wait. We still need to talk about the team. Chingu immediately became serious. The apocalypse was not a game. The survival of dozens of people depended on their decisions. Lin Juanxue began. Reporting. Today we recruited 71 new members. We need to reorganize the teams. Experienced members should guide newcomers. This will help them adapt faster. It will also prevent groups from forming inside the team. Chingu nodded. That was exactly the direction they needed. A large group without structure would eventually become a weakness. A group with discipline could become a true survival force. Lin Juanxue continued explaining the arrangements. Training, weapons, night watch, resource management. Every detail mattered. By the time the report was finished, the three of them had a clear understanding of the team's future direction. Outside the RV, the apocalypse continued. The world was collapsing. But inside this small shelter, a new order was slowly being built that teamed out a family and a force strong enough to survive what was coming next. The next morning, Chingu woke up early. It was 6:10. As soon as he stepped out of the RV, he saw two identical girls standing nearby. They were wearing matching sports hoodies, thick skirts, white sneakers, and their long hair was tied in high ponytails. The two sisters looked almost exactly the same. Chingu stared for a moment. Then his eyes unconsciously drifted downward. Not cold. The weather was obviously not suitable for such an outfit. But what caught his attention more was something else. The two girls were wearing special thermal leggings that made their legs look even more slender. Chingu recognized them immediately. Is that the famous thermal leggings? Before he could think further, the sisters noticed him and quickly walked over. Captain, we awakened. The two spoke at the same time. Their excitement was obvious. Chingu nodded while feeding Silverhorn. He remembered that Lin Juanxue had arranged for the sisters to awaken last night. But now the team had more than 100 members. People with all kinds of abilities had appeared. Compared with combat abilities, ordinary abilities were already becoming common. So at first, Chingu did not pay much attention. Congratulations. What abilities did you get? The moment the sisters answered, Chingu froze. His hands stopped moving, because the abilities they awakened were far beyond his expectations. Shen Yunyan, a spiritual ability user. Her skill was called mind perception. She could sense whether another person had good or bad intentions toward her. She could even read the thoughts of people with weaker mental strength. Shen Yunru, also a spiritual ability user. Her skill was soul connection. She could connect up to 3 people and allow them to share vision, thoughts, and physical sensations. Chingu stared at them. Two sisters. Both awakened spiritual abilities. This was incredibly rare. In his previous life, spiritual ability users were among the most valuable types of survivors. Their abilities were not directly destructive, but their strategic value was terrifying. Information, communication, psychological warfare. All of these could change the outcome of battles. Chingu immediately tested Shen Yunyan's ability. He pointed toward a nearby team member preparing breakfast. Try reading her. Shen Yunyan closed her eyes. A few seconds later, she opened them. Her name is Lu Xiaoding. She is 19 years old. She has 80% goodwill toward us. She is thinking about what everyone should eat this morning. She is also wondering whether she should prepare breakfast for the 2 team leader wives. The girl preparing food suddenly turned around. Exactly. Captain, should I prepare breakfast for the 2 wives too? She looked at Chingu innocently. Chingu coughed. No need. Just prepare food for everyone. The surrounding girls quietly smiled. Everyone in the team already knew about Qin Ji's situation. After all, the apocalypse had changed many rules. Chingu then looked back at Shen Yunyan. Try reading me. Shen Yunyan became serious. She focused her mental power. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute passed. Finally, she opened her eyes. She looked tired. No, your mental strength is too strong. I can't read anything. Chingu nodded. That was expected. His physical abilities had improved tremendously. His mental strength was no longer something ordinary people could compare with. Then he adjusted his thoughts slightly. Try again. This time, Shen Yunyan closed her eyes. A few seconds later, her face suddenly turned red. She opened her eyes and stared at Chingu strangely. Shen Yunru noticed her sister's expression. Curious, she secretly activated soul connection. The next moment, her expression became exactly the same. Embarrassed, confused, and slightly amused. Chingu immediately understood. The test worked. The reason they reacted like that was simple. They had heard his thoughts. His thoughts were not about battle strategies. They were much more embarrassing. The sisters exchanged looks. Then Shun Yunru suddenly sent a mental message. Old classmate. You're being unfair thinking like that. Chingu was stunned. Then another thought entered his mind. You really want to know? Should I help you test it? Before Chingu could react, Shin Yunru looked at him with a playful smile. The next second, through their connected senses, Chingu felt the same sensation as if he had personally touched something. His expression changed. The ability was incredibly realistic, but before he could process it, another voice appeared. You little troublemaker. Why are you dragging me into this? It was Shun Yunyan's angry thought. Shun Yunru immediately responded. Because comparing is the only way to know. The sisters started arguing through their mental connection. Chingu stood there speechless. These two spiritual ability users were not only powerful, they were also extremely troublesome. At that moment, the RV door opened. Lin Juanxua walked out. She had forced herself to wake early. Although she was exhausted from the previous night's training, the team had grown too large. There were too many things that needed to be organized. As the person managing the team, she could not rest. But the moment she stepped out, she saw the strange atmosphere. Chingu, the twin sisters, their expressions, the silence. Lin Juanxua immediately became alert. What happened? Her instincts kicked in. She looked at Shun Yunyin, then Shun Yunru. Then Chingu. A dangerous thought appeared in her mind. Did he already become interested in them? So quickly. Wait, does this mean my position is in danger? Lin Juanxua had already accepted that Chingu would eventually have more important people around him. The apocalypse was not the old world anymore, but she did not expect it to happen this soon. Yesterday, it was her sister. Today, it was the twins. Her position as the first person beside Chingu suddenly felt threatened. However, Chingu acted completely normal. He simply started arranging breakfast. No explanation. No panic. Nothing. The strange atmosphere continued throughout the meal. Everyone had their own thoughts, especially Lu shouting. She quietly observed Lin Juanxua. Why did Sister Juanxua wake up so early today? Could it be? Did the captain run out of energy? The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Looking at Chingu with sympathy, she secretly decided, I should make something nutritious for the captain. He works too hard. I wonder which soup is the best for recovery. Meanwhile, Chingu had no idea that one innocent morning had already caused several misunderstandings inside the team. Over the next 2 weeks, Chinji's team continued moving through Jiang City. They searched every district. They cleared zombies. They collected supplies. They gathered mutant crystals. And most importantly, the new members were finally no longer helpless survivors. They had become real fighters. At the beginning, many of the girls could barely hold a knife without shaking. The first time they dug out a mutant crystal, some vomited immediately. But after countless battles, fear slowly disappeared. They learned that hesitation was more dangerous than zombies. By now, the team had grown to 116 members. Among them were many different types of awakened abilities. Some controlled elements. Some possessed enhanced strength. Some had improved physical abilities. Others specialized in support or survival skills. The strongest change came from several special ability users. Jiang Wanqing awakened a spiritual ability. Her skill was called Puppet Doll. She could temporarily control a target after putting them into a hypnotic state. The stronger the target's mental power, the harder it was to affect them. Wei Ningru awakened a summoning ability. Her skill allowed her to summon an armored bear. The bear's combat ability depended on Wei Ningru's own strength. It could fight for 30 minutes. Then there were the twins, Shun Yunyin and Shun Yunru. Both possessed rare spiritual abilities. One could read thoughts and detect intentions. The other could connect minds and share senses. Together, they became one of the team's most valuable information sources. The team also had a healer, a dark-type ability user, and many other capable fighters. At this point, Chinji's group was no longer just a group of survivors. It had become one of the strongest forces in Jiang City. As more time passed, survivors began appearing everywhere. The food stored inside ordinary homes had almost run out. People who had hidden for days were forced outside. Some searched for supplies alone. Others formed small survivor groups. During this period, Chingu encountered several groups. Some were simply trying to survive. Others had darker intentions. Those groups quickly learned one thing. The women following Chingu were not easy targets. Several times, Chingu did not even need to act. The experienced members of the team handled everything themselves. The newcomers who had once been afraid of zombies were now able to defeat ordinary survivors who underestimated them. Soon, rumors spread throughout Jiang City that a powerful survivor group had appeared. A group made entirely of young women. Beautiful, organized, dangerous. Most people avoided provoking them, especially those who had bad intentions. They understood one thing. Beauty did not mean weakness. During these 2 weeks, Chingu also met Zhou Yongli twice. Each time, they completed another trade. But every time Chingu saw him, he noticed something different. Zhou Yongli's group was growing faster and faster, from a few dozen people to nearly 100, then more than 150 survivors. The honest construction worker Qin Gu remembered seemed to be changing. His personality, his way of speaking, even the way he handled problems. The changes were subtle, but Qin Gu could feel them. However, he did not care too much. After all, this life was different. His rebirth had already changed countless things. Zhou Yongli's fate was no longer the same. What he became in the future had nothing to do with Qin Gu. The biggest surprise during this period was Silverhorn. Because Qin Gu fed it every day, its loyalty continued increasing. Finally, it reached 60 to only one more point was needed. Tomorrow morning, Silverhorn would unlock its second evolution stage. Qin Gu sat inside the RV, looking at the number displayed on his wristband. 60. I wonder what those 3 new abilities will be. Behind him, Lin Junyao quietly massaged his shoulders. She occasionally glanced at Qin Gu. Recently, she had become used to this. Every now and then, Qin Gu would stare at his wristband or the RV controls and fall into thought. She never knew what he was thinking about, but she knew one thing. Her husband was carrying many secrets. The truth was, Qin Gu had been unusually disciplined these days. Not because he had changed, but because there was simply too much to handle. During the day, he led the team. At night, he trained with Lin Juanxue and Lin Junyao. The team needed management. Resources needed organizing. Future plans needed preparation. There was almost no free time. Of course, sometimes he still secretly tested the twins' strange spiritual abilities. Those moments were always chaotic, especially because their ability allowed them to know exactly what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Lin Juanxue was far less relaxed. Ever since she noticed the strange expressions between Qin Gu and the twins that morning, she had been worried, very worried. She knew Qin Gu was not an ordinary man. She also knew that in the apocalypse, relationships would become different, but she still cared about her position. She was the first person who stood beside him, the first person who fought with him, the first person who trusted him. Every night, she gave Qin Gu all her effort. She wanted to make sure he remembered who was always beside him. But even that was not enough to completely calm her, because she could not watch him all the time. Therefore, she came up with a plan. Lin Junyao became her secret observer. If Qin Gu tried anything suspicious with the twins, Lin Junyao's job was simple. Interrupt immediately, stop the situation before it developed. That night, after finishing her daily team management, Lin Juanxue was walking back toward the RV. Then she heard voices nearby. Several girls on night watch were chatting quietly. Who do you think will become the next team leader's wife? One girl whispered. I think it will be Sister Jingya. Another immediately disagreed. No way. I think it's the twins. Have you noticed how close the captain is with them? They always look like they understand each other. The girls lowered their voices. Maybe something already happened, but Sister Juanxue doesn't know yet. Someone gasped. That would be terrible. She would be the last person to find out. Another girl sighed. Actually, Sister Jingya is the most pitiful. She has followed the captain since the university days. She has liked him for so long, and now newcomers might arrive before her. The girls continued whispering. They did not notice the figure standing behind them. Lin Juanxue. She listened quietly. Then her expression changed. She thought for a few seconds. Instead of returning to the RV, she turned around and walked toward Zhang Jingya's tent. Inside the tent, Zhang Jingya was organizing equipment. When she saw Lin Juanxue enter, she immediately stood up. Juanxue? Lin Juanxue did not answer immediately. She simply looked at her. After a long silence, she asked softly, Jingya, do you still like him? Zhang Jingya froze. Her face slowly turned red. She lowered her head. After several seconds, she quietly nodded. Lin Juanxue smiled. Not angrily, not sadly. Instead, she reached out and grabbed Zhang Jingya's hand. Come with me. A few minutes later, the two women walked out of the tent together. Zhang Jingya followed beside Lin Juanxue. Her head was lowered. Her face was completely red, and their destination was the RV.